Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Trying to Live with the Dead by B.L. Brunnemer, narrated by Carla Mercer-Meyer and Chris Kocheski. Chapter 1. I pulled my dad's old '89 Chevy Blazer to a stop outside my Uncle Rory's house. I sighed and turned off the truck. New town, new house, new school, and new people. It's not like being the new girl in school is anything new. I'd been forced to go to 12 different schools in the last 5 years since Dad died. I found it amazing I passed anything at all. I looked back to the house. It was an old 2-story Craftsman with its multiple pane windows and a new coat of sage green paint. Thanks to Uncle Rory, this year was going to be normal. No more moving, no more changing schools. No more having to work a part-time job to make sure we had enough food in the pantry. I rested my head against my seat and closed my eyes. This year was going to be normal. As if I would know what normal is. A chill ran down the back of my neck. I groaned. Come on, I just got here. I sighed and opened my eyes. Standing at the side of the wooded road, not 10 feet away, stood a man. He looked to be in his early 30s, his eyes fixed on the lake, moving over the surface like he was searching for something. My throat ached as I watched him. I knew before he turned to walk down the road. His throat slashed wide open, white bone glistened out of the gaping wound. I gritted my teeth while I fumbled my phone from my pocket and pretended to check my messages. He came closer. Shit. My throat closed, pain radiating up to my jaw and down to my chest. I took deep breaths and pretended I couldn't see the dead man. As he came closer, the pain increased. My head throbbed as he walked past me. Come on, buddy. Move faster. I was struggling to get air into my lungs. The pain in my head increased as his memories poured into my mind. No, nope, don't want to know. I closed my eyes and focused on pushing them away. I knew what he wanted. I felt it. He needed to tell someone his story, and I really didn't want to deal with this right now. It felt like hours later when the pain finally faded and I was able to take a deep breath again. When I couldn't feel the dead man anymore, I opened my eyes and adjusted my side mirror, my hand shaking. He was about 15 feet down the road. It didn't look like he noticed me. I've been in town not even 10 minutes, and the dead were already walking by. It was a new record even for me. I don't want to see the dead, but I didn't get much of a choice. The sight has been passed down through my family since the beginning, though it only affects the women. Lucky me. I closed my eyes, suddenly tired. Please just let the dead stay away tomorrow. I don't know who I was asking or if I'd ever get an answer. All the other answers to my requests have been no. This one will probably be the same. Tucking my cell phone back into the inside pocket of my leather jacket, I slid out of the blazer, then pulled out my duffel bag and the small box of art supplies that I had managed to collect over the years. Shutting the door with my hip, I headed for the house, ignoring the paved pathway. I was grateful to Rory for this, but I knew he had his hands full already with my cousin Tara. I rang the bell, promising myself that I wouldn't be a pain in the ass for him. The door opened and I looked up. Tall and fit, even I could admit my uncle was good-looking. His brown eyes had always been filled with mischief whenever he was around. Even though he was a police officer for the Spring Mountain Police Department, he never lost his childish streak when it came to practical jokes. Rory ran a hand over his short copper hair. He was blinking against the daylight. His blue jeans were rumpled, as was his white t-shirt. Lexi? Rory seemed to be waking up. Sorry, I must have passed out. He reached out and took the box from my hands. He gave me a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. These weren't the best circumstances for a reunion. But it is what it is. I gave him a small smile back as I stepped into the house. The house looked like one big room. The family room area was to my right, with a blue couch and matching armchairs. A big entertainment center filled the wall a few feet from the door. The kitchen was further to the right inside in its own alcove. It was clean and full of stainless steel. There was a big window above the sink. The dining area was left across the room from the back of the couch. The big, dark wood dinner table had seating for 8. It looked homey. I liked it.
"Come on in, honey. We'll go get your things from the car."
"This is everything," I mumbled as I was checking out the photos on the wall to my left. They continued on up the stairs to the second floor. I could see Tara in most of them. It took a minute before I realized that Rory wasn't moving. I looked back to him. He was frowning.
"This is everything?"
he asked. His voice had an edge of disbelief.
"A duffel bag of clothes and a box of stuff. That's everything you own?"
I took a deep breath, refusing to be embarrassed. I had busted my ass for that box of stuff, not to mention my clothes. I didn't have much, but I'd earned everything I had. "Yeah, Rory, that's everything," I said honestly, trying to keep the challenge from my voice. I don't think I managed it. Rory gave me a small grin.
"Well, we'll have to fix that,"
he announced, before turning and heading up the stairs before I could ask him what he meant.
"Come on. I'll show you your room, then we can figure out what you need."
I followed him up the light pine staircase to the above hallway. A railing made it so you could look down into the living room and at the front door. There were 3 doors in the hallway, one on the left, one directly ahead, and an open door that looked like the bathroom. Without turning around, he pointed out the left door with his thumb.
"That's Tara's room."
He then pointed at the door at the other end of the hall.
"That's the bathroom for you and Tara."
He turned to me, his face serious.
"That bathroom is for both of you. She'll probably give you a hard time in the morning. Don't let her."
He reached the door straight across from the stairs and opened it.
"And here is your room. Sorry it's so small."
I stepped into the bedroom and smiled. The room looked huge to me. The white walls were plain but bright. The dark wood floor was clean. Across the room, against the wall, a bed. A twin-sized mattress sat on a wooden platform frame with 3 drawers underneath. To the left of that was a metal and wooden desk. The 3 drawers on the left side had metal faces, each drawer in a different color. I stepped further into the room and looked at the light wooden shelves on the left wall. "It's the biggest room I've had in a long time," I told him, not bothering to keep my surprise from my voice as I went to examine the closet. There was an actual closet, not a cabinet. I opened the door and was amazed by the room I was getting. "I was sleeping on that pull-out bed from the dinette set," I told him absently as I left the closet and put my bag on the bed. When I turned around, Rory's face was frowning again, his lips a tight line.
"Damn it, Alexis,"
he cursed, running his hand over his face before catching my eyes with his.
"What your mother kept putting you through."
I swallowed hard as I looked around, trying to find any way to avoid this conversation. He stepped into the room and dropped the box onto the desk, then pulled out the chair and sat down.
"Sit down, kid."
I sighed deeply. I didn't want this conversation. I sat on the twin bed, absently noticing how soft it was.
"How are the bruises?"
My head jerked up. His eyes stared into mine, demanding an answer. "Big red marks, big bruises and soreness," I answered lightly, as I felt my collar to make sure my jacket still covered any bruises near my neck. "You know how redheads bruise? It looks worse than it is." I didn't want to talk about this. I just wanted to forget it ever happened and move on. By the look on Rory's face, that wasn't going to happen.
"I talked to your mom's doctor today,"
he began. I put my hands on the bed behind me and leaned back. I instantly regretted it as pain shot through my shoulders, so I sat back up, hands dangling between my thighs. Rory waited until I stopped moving before continuing. I paid attention, even though I was sure I knew what Rory was going to say.
"She was way over the legal limit on alcohol. They also found cocaine in her system."
I nodded. "Yeah, That's what I thought he'd say. I didn't care. My mother had come after me. She beat the shit out of me. I was done with her.
They're charging her. They'll send her to rehab for a couple months. Then she'll either be released until trial, or she'll be held until trial. If she tries to come get you, she can go to hell.
His voice was hard as he kept looking into my eyes. My heart slammed in my chest. I dropped my gaze to his chest, fighting to keep control of myself. Rory actually cared. No one had cared in a really long time.
I've already got a lawyer working to get me permanent custody of you. Even if she's acquitted, which I highly doubt will happen, my lawyer said he could tie her up in red tape long enough for you to turn 18.
Rory reached out and lifted my chin till I was looking him in the eye again.
You're never going back with her, Lexi.
I didn't say a word. I couldn't. No more moving, no more new schools. I was going to be able to have a normal life. Well, as normal as it can be with seeing the sight. I didn't know what the hell to say. Thank you, I managed, my voice choking off as my eyes filled. I bit down on the tip of my tongue to push them back. It worked.
You're home now, Lexi,
Rory said, smiling a small smile.
You're stuck with us.
I snorted. It was more the other way around, but I'll take it. Rory clapped, startling me. He stood up, rubbing his hands together.
Now, show me what you have for clothes and we'll go shopping to fill in the gaps.
I got up, opened my bag, and began pulling out the few clothes I had. You don't need to buy me clothes. I'll get a part-time job, and I began laying out my clothes for him to see.
If you want a job, that's fine.
His voice grew firm.
But I want you to focus on researching the site, finding anything you can.
I met his eyes again. He was serious.
I'm sick of the women in our family dying from this. I want you to have control, understand?
I nodded, my heart warming. Having someone who actually cared about how I was doing was new, but good. I've got some feelers out, already working on that, I answered, fighting a smile. I picked up one of my shirts and went to put it on a hanger.
Don't bother with that now. We need to head over to the school and get you registered. Hopefully they got your records by now.
Rory was already back downstairs, clearly expecting me to follow. I tossed the shirt down on the bed and went to my box. I dug through it until I finally found the flash drive I kept my school records on. I tucked it into the pocket of my black leather jacket and followed. Rory was already opening the door and heading out. I hurried downstairs to walk out the door, then stopped cold. Rory was standing in front of the blazer with a strange look on his face.
Is this your dad's old blazer?
He asked, his voice thick, as if he was holding something back. I walked over to stand next to him, looking over the old SUV. Yeah, I've been trying to keep her running. I hoped he didn't mind. It was the only thing of Dad's that I managed to keep Mom from selling. He nodded, seeming to make up his mind about something.
Needs a new coat of paint,
Rory mumbled before opening the door and looking inside.
New interior, new seats.
Was he making a list? Rory? My voice seemed to snap his attention back to me. He gave me a sheepish grin.
Your dad loved this thing, did you know that?
I shook my head, my heart heavy. I remembered riding around in it as a kid. The weekend camping trips he'd decide to take at the drop of a hat.
How's it running?
He asked as he shut the door and headed back toward the driveway. I shrugged. Not bad, but it shakes when you go to 70. We were climbing into Rory's newer Toyota when I added, "You're not fixing my blazer." He snorted.
How about just getting the engine checked? The blazer shaking worries me.
He pulled the truck out of the driveway and headed down the road back to town.
It could be dangerous.
He acted as if he didn't want to mention it, but I highly doubted it. Rory had always been a charmer. Dad used to say he had a silver tongue and the charm of a devil. I sighed, giving in a little. Fine, just the engine, but I'm paying you back for it. Rory snickered. He actually snickered. Spring Mountain High School was unlike any other high school I had ever seen. The single-story brick buildings were spread out. The students were traveling from building to building. The roofs had enough overhang that it created covered hallways between the buildings. I watched several other teenagers hurrying from the front of the gymnasium toward the other buildings. Rory parked the truck in a small parking lot.
Come on, let's get your schedule set up.
An hour later, we were back at the truck. I was looking over my new schedule. AP World Civilization, English, Algebra 2, AP Chemistry, lunch period, then Gem, Art. I hated having a gym class, but the woman in the office said the class I was stuck with was actually a good one. Apparently they did yoga or something. I was too busy going over my schedule and finding the rooms on my map to notice where Rory was driving. When I finally looked up, I realized we were out of town and on the highway.
Where are we going? Shopping, Rory told me smugly.
I looked over at Rory and glared at him. Rory just smiled, pleased with himself.
Lexi, this isn't California. You need winter clothes. It's going to snow next month.
He explained, gesturing towards the surrounding mountains.
You don't have to go crazy, but you need at least enough to get through the week without doing laundry.
He took a deep breath, then mumbled,
and then some.
I pretended not to hear that last part. I sighed deeply. I hated to admit it, but he was right. It would be nice not to have to do laundry every few days. Fine, you win. Rory snickered again. I rolled my eyes. He was such a kid sometimes. We drove into a larger town than Spring Mountain. Northridge, the sign said. It wasn't long until he parked in the mall parking lot. I got out of the truck, resigned. Rory came around the front of the truck, beaming.
Come on, we'll hit a department store or something,
he said as I followed him into the mall and into one of the larger stores. I resigned myself to the inevitable as I followed Rory. Between the fact that I hadn't bought new clothes in the last year and his demand for my need of winter wear, I wasn't really that unwilling. I just hated having to spend the money. We walked into the women's section of the store. Rory turned around twice and scratched his head. He gestured at the clothes.
Have at it.
I bit the corner of my bottom lip, suddenly uncomfortable. I hated feeling uncomfortable. I pushed it aside and began looking around at the racks of clothes. Very quickly, I had almost more than I could carry. I looked around for Rory, but I couldn't find him. An older girl, around her 20s, came over. Hi, I'm Karen. Are you Lexi? I nodded. Your Uncle Rory asked me to help you get everything you needed, including bras and underwear. I bit my tongue to keep from cursing at Rory. The guy just had to keep pushing. He said he's going to walk around the mall and come back after a while. Sighing, I gave in and handed over a bunch of hangers. Let's get a room started for you and put this stuff inside. Then we'll get some bras and try on everything at once. Oh, and your uncle wanted me to tell you to pick up some sheets and a comforter. She had a big, friendly smile. In the end, Karen was a godsend. Karen helped me get the bras in the right bra size, which was way off what I had been wearing. No one ever told me bras could be comfortable. When it was all over, I had more than enough clothes for school and at home. We were just bringing out the clothes when Rory showed up outside the fitting rooms.
How'd we do?
He asked, looking at the large pile of clothes on the counter. We did very well. She should have everything she needs through till winter. Several pairs of shoes and a couple of hoodies. But she will probably need a heavier coat when it gets colder, Karen explained, as she finished ringing up the clothes. My mouth dropped at the price. Rory gave me a huge smile.
I like the way you shop, Lexi.
He handed Karen his credit card.
Fast and frugal.
That is not frugal, I stammered. Rory laughed.
You should see the pile Tara tries when she goes shopping. I give her a limit and make her stick to it.
He signed the receipt before continuing.
You're under even her cheapest shopping trip.
I couldn't believe it. How could someone need so many clothes? We carried it all out to the truck and piled everything into the small space at the back of the cab. It was completely full of bags. I got into the truck and still couldn't believe it. I kept looking back at the pile in disbelief. Shopping for me had always been at secondhand stores. Even then, it was only when something was beyond repair. I had actually liked shopping today, and I was starting to look forward to school tomorrow. When Rory pulled into the driveway, a red Ford Focus was parked in one spot of the driveway. Rory sighed.
"Tara's home," he announced as he shut off the car. "Tara might have a fit since I took you shopping. Don't let it bother you or make you feel bad, all right?"
I nodded before climbing out of the truck. We loaded up our arms with bags and headed for the front door. When we stepped inside, Tara was closing the fridge. My cousin was pretty. Long blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sweet face. Too bad the effect was ruined when she opened her mouth as we set the bags down. "You took her shopping? You've got to be kidding me!" Tara yelled shrilly, making my ears hurt. Damn, how did she make her voice that high? I stuck a finger in my ear and wiggled it around. "Damn, Tara, nice to see you too." I never could keep my mouth shut. Tara's face was pink, her arms crossed over her chest. If looks could kill, Rory would be a puddle of bloody pulp on the floor. "I asked to go shopping last week and you said no," Tara shouted again.
"Stop screaming, Tara."
Rory's voice was hard and quiet. Tara's mouth snapped shut.
"I'm going to help Lexi take her stuff upstairs. When I come back, we can have a discussion."
Tara huffed before flopping down onto the couch. I took the opportunity to head up the stairs and into my bedroom. Rory followed closely. I put everything on the bed. Rory followed suit. He dug into a bag and pulled out a large flat box. He turned and handed it to me.
"You are going to need this for homework."
I looked down to find a laptop box in my hands. My mouth dropped. I was stunned. First the clothes, now a computer. Why the hell was he buying all this stuff? I looked up at him, probably still looking like a stranded fish. "Why?" I stuttered. Rory shrugged.
"You need to know how to use computers these days. You can't use mine, and I doubt Tara's going to share,"
he told me matter-of-factly before heading for the door. "Thank you, Rory," I blurted out, my voice full of repressed emotion. Rory waved his hand as he headed down the hall.
"Anytime, Lexi."
I smiled down at the computer box. I was still trying to control my emotions when Tara's shouting began downstairs. I put the box on the desk and closed my bedroom door. My bedroom door. I had a bedroom. It's weird the things you get excited about when you've lived in a travel trailer for 4 years. Tara really had a set of lungs on her. I could hear her through the door as I pulled off my leather jacket, hung it on the back of the chair. I pushed it out of my mind and began unpacking and putting clothes away. When I was finally done, I stuffed all the plastic bags into one and hung it on the doorknob. I quickly made the bed with my new sheets and comforter. A dark gray comforter with a white geometric pattern, with the teal sheets giving it a pop of color. I liked the way it looked. I tore into the computer box and focused on setting up. It was an hour later when I heard my name called.
"Lexi, dinner!"
I shut my new laptop and closed my door behind me. Is it sad how happy I was about a door? I decided I didn't care if it was. Then I went downstairs. Tara was frowning as she put paper plates on the table next to a pizza box. Rory grabbed one and served himself. I followed, taking 3 pieces. I didn't notice it before, but I was starving. I was halfway through my first piece when I felt eyes on me. I looked up to find Tara watching me as she cut her pizza with a knife and fork. "So, Alexis, are you planning on joining any school clubs?" Tara didn't sound like she really cared about the answer. I shrugged and swallowed the food in my mouth. "What clubs are there?" I asked, before taking another bite. Tara smiled slowly. Well, I imagine for you, chess club, yearbook, and 4-H, of course. She seemed very pleased with herself. Was Tara trying to insult me or something? I decided to ignore it. Are there any art clubs? Painting? I tried to make nice with my cousin. Tara raised a perfectly plucked eyebrow. I don't think so. She took another perfect bite.
I didn't know you painted,
Rory asked, finishing off his first piece of pizza. I want to try. I've been mostly drawing and use soft pastels. I shrugged. Student-level pastels are cheap. I looked over at Tara, watching her chew slowly. Was she still on her first piece of pizza? I got curious. What school activities do you do? Tara gave me a smile. I'm a cheerleader. I'm also a member of the fashion club and the student council. Her eyes ran over me before she leaned forward and whispered across the table. I can help you dress better for tomorrow. I raised an eyebrow at that. Wow, Tara was rude. I smiled sweetly at her, not wanting her to realize she'd just irritated me. No thanks. I know what colors look good on me and I stick to them. Besides, I'm really not that into fashion, I explained, picking up my third piece of pizza. I like my clothes to be comfy and still be able to climb onto the blazer to check the oil. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Rory smile. Tara seemed horrified. I reminded myself I needed to get along with her. But if there's a formal dance or something, you'll be the first person I call. Tara smiled again, then continued eating. Rory was giving out chores for the week when I felt a familiar chill run down my neck. I froze. My heart slammed in my chest as my throat closed. I lifted my head slowly. Standing between Tara and Rory was the dead man from earlier today. His clothes looked like they were from the 40s, I think. His eyes were on me. He knew I saw him. Damn it. Pain ran up my jaw and down my chest. Alexis? I barely registered Tara's voice as the man started coming towards me. I held up a hand, palm out, and motioned for him to back up. He stopped and stepped back. The relief on his face made my heart ache. When he was far enough back, the pain eased, throat loosening. I finally took several deep breaths.
Tara, go upstairs,
Rory stated calmly, his eyes never leaving my face. I shook my head as I was getting to my feet. I'll take him outside, I mumbled as I hurried upstairs to get my sketchbook and pastels. I came back downstairs and hurried across the room. I needed to get outside before the ghost decided he wasn't waiting anymore. What is going on? Tara asked loudly. I ignored her and headed for the back door.
Are you sure you got this?
Rory asked. I kept my focus on getting to the door without the man getting too close. I nodded, opening the door and flipping on the back porch light.
You have 5 minutes and then I'm coming out.
I waved that I understood and shut the door behind me. The dead man stepped out through the wall of the house. I'll listen, but you can't get too close, it really fucking hurts, I told him firmly. He nodded emphatically. I led the way away from the house down the small paving stones to the patio furniture that was about 10 feet away from the house. Thankfully, the back porch light reached the area, giving me enough light. I sat down in the corner of the patio sofa, crossing my legs under me. I pointed for him to stand near the wicker patio chair across from me. As he walked over, I opened my sketchbook and turned to the first clean page. I opened my box of chalk like pastels before looking up to meet his eyes. Who are you? I asked. That was all he needed. His name was George McPhee. Over the next couple of hours, I listened to him. As I listened to the story of his life, I drew his portrait in my sketchbook. I drew his face, minus the gash in his throat. It took time. He began talking about his family, his daughter Rose. She was only 6 when he died. His wife Charlotte and how much he missed her. He lived in Brooklyn in the 1920s and had made the mistake of working with the mafia. He told me all the horrible things he did while trying to support his family. Some of it was pretty gruesome. Eventually, he went on the run. They caught up with him here. His own boss killed him and left his body in the lake. I ignored that for now. My head was starting to ache. His memories from his life started pouring into my mind. I pushed them aside and focused. I asked if his body had been found. He said it was. He was buried in St. Michael's Cemetery. Do you want to see Rose and Charlotte again? I kept my voice polite as my head began throbbing in time with my pulse. George pressed his lips together and nodded. Then why are you still here? I asked, feeling wetness dripping onto my upper lip. I needed to help him faster. He was staying too close for too long. I don't think I'm going to where they are, he told me honestly, his eyes filling with pain. My own heart ached for him. I could feel how much he wanted to see his family again. I wiped at my nose, blood smearing across my hand. Do you regret the things you did? I asked gently, keeping the urgency from my voice. Yes, more than anything. I barely heard him over the blood rushing through my ears. I felt more blood dripping from my nose. George, if there is a God, do you really think he would punish you for something you regret so much? He was quiet for a while, just sitting, not speaking, not moving. I waited, trying to be patient as my head throbbed and nose began to bleed even more. Finally, he nodded. He looked into my eyes and smiled. What's your name? I smiled understandingly. Alexis. He gave me a smile full of joy. I watched as his body disappeared slowly. Thank you, Alexis. You're welcome. When he was finally gone, I took my first full breath in what felt like forever. I rubbed my hand over my forehead, my head throbbing. Footsteps had me looking up. Rory was there holding out a red handkerchief. I took it gratefully and put it against my nose. Rory took a seat across from me, a strange look on his face. I tilted my head back and closed my eyes. My head was killing me, and my stomach churned. In short, I felt like shit. I have never seen anything like that. I brought my head up so I could look at him. He was looking out at the lake. All the other times I've seen were horrible. Claire was always screaming, shaking, blood pouring. He turned back to me, his eyes meeting mine. Why was this different? Claire was my aunt. She died when she was 8 years old. Depends on the ghost. Their memories, how close they are to you, if they're angry or not. You have to keep them away from you. They don't normally try to jump you, I explained, pulling the handkerchief from my face. I picked up my sketchbook, and on the facing page, I wrote a large paragraph summing up the life and death of George McPhee, his birth year and death year at the bottom of his portrait. How did you learn to do that? He asked, watching my face. I knew that one day he would ask that question. I know I should tell him, but I was exhausted, and I didn't want to have the long, drawn-out conversation it would need. I'll tell you someday, I began, letting exhaustion into my voice. Just not today. Rory met my eyes and gave me an understanding smile. He gestured to the sketchbook in my hands. I handed it over to him without thought. You keep a record of them? He asked, surprise in his voice. I nodded, feeling my heart ache. Some of them haven't been found. I figured someone should remember them. I looked out over the water, listening to it lap at the dock. How long have I been out here? Rory was flipping through my sketchbook as he answered. A couple hours. I sighed and rubbed my eyes. I turned my mind back to one of my big worries. What did you tell Tara? Rory sighed, closing the book. He raised his head and met my eyes. I told her it was none of her business. He handed me back my sketchbook before resting his elbows on his knees. How long do you think we can keep it from her? I really didn't want to deal with Tara thinking I'm crazy. I've done it at school and dealt with it at home. I really didn't want to go through that again if I could help it.
If you want to tell her, tell her. I can't make that choice for you. But she's at her mom's every other week. It should make it easier.
Rory was right, but I had one big question that nagged at me. If the sight was always passed down through the women in the family, why didn't Tara have it?
Okay, kid. You've got school tomorrow. Get up to bed.
I picked up my supplies and headed inside. A light shut off above me, drawing my eye. Tara was stepping away from the window. I sighed. Great. Chapter 2. I felt the blade as it sliced across my throat. Hot liquid poured down the front of my suit. No, I couldn't breathe. Everything was getting dark. Terror ripped through me. My Charlotte, my Rose. I was sinking into the dark. I woke up gasping, my heart slamming in my chest, still mostly asleep. I scrambled back until my back hit the wall. Pain knifed through my body, stealing my breath, waking me up instantly. I froze, still gasping. I searched the room looking for movement. When I found nothing, I took deep breaths and tried to calm myself down. I pulled my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms around them. What the hell had that nightmare been about? I couldn't remember the details, only that my throat was cut before I woke up. I held myself until I could finally calm down. I hate when this happens. George's death was hung around in the back of my mind. It happened after every ghost I talked to. I ran my hand through my hair and looked at the alarm clock. It was 6 a.m. I had finally gotten to sleep after midnight. 6 hours of sleep was the best I ever managed. Knowing I wasn't going back to sleep, I got out of bed and headed to the bathroom, only to find the door shut. I gave a light knock in case the door was only closed. "I'm in here!" Tara's shrill voice was loud through the door. Okay, I'll wait. I went back to my bedroom, leaving the door open to keep an eye on the door. I made my bed and pulled my clothes together for the day. I folded my PE clothes and stuffed them into my messenger bag, along with my new sneakers. Still, no Tara. Sighing, I headed downstairs in my pajamas and headed to the kitchen. I finished making my lunch, took it upstairs, and put it in my bag. Still no Tara. I looked at the clock. It was 6:30. I needed to get in the shower. I grabbed my bathroom kit and walked into the hall. This time I knocked harder on the door. The door opened to Tara, dressed with a makeup brush in her hand. Was she doing her makeup? Really? "I need to take a shower," I told her calmly. Tara waved her hand at me. "Then you need to take one at night. I'm doing my makeup," she told me, her voice condescending. My temper sparked. "You can do your makeup in your room. I can only shower in here," I pointed out, managing to keep my voice calm. Tara snorted at me and tried to close the door. Oh, hell no. I jammed my shoulder against it hard. Tara lost her grip on the door, the momentum slamming it into the wall. She gaped at me. I kept my calm as I walked past her toward the shower. "Now you have a choice, Tara." I dropped my flannel bottoms and underwear. "I'm taking a shower, then I'm going to use the toilet." I pulled off my shirt, dropping it to the floor. I opened the shower and stepped in. "You can either stay and continue to do your makeup while I do that, or you can go into your bedroom to finish." I turned the hot water on and adjusted until the temperature was right, then turned the shower on. Tara huffed and slammed the door behind her. I smiled, enjoying my little victory. I took a minute to let the water run over my bruises, easing the tightness in my back. Then I washed up quickly, making sure to use Tara's conditioner on my hair since I didn't have any of my own yet. I pulled a towel off the glass door of the shower before I did my usual morning routine and was back in my room. It took only 10 minutes. Not bad. I quickly dried off and grabbed my clothes and got ready. I ended up wearing my favorite pair of blue boot-cut jeans, a gray V-neck long-sleeved shirt, along with my usual black army boots. I took the time to pull on my worn black grommet belt. My long, curly copper hair was back in a ponytail reaching my mid-back. My heart-shaped face I thought was pretty, but nothing spectacular. My skin was porcelain pale like most redheads. But my eyes were pretty unusual. My eyes were a mix of dark green and light green, with gold flecks mixed in. Next to my pale skin, they really popped. My makeup was natural, only eyeshadow, black eyeliner, and mascara. A redhead never left the house without mascara on or sunscreen. I checked the time as I finished rubbing in the sunscreen. 7:15. Thankfully, I still had time for breakfast. I grabbed my wallet off the desk, tucked it into my back right pocket, and my cell phone into my bra for now. I grabbed my black leather jacket, messenger bag, then hurried downstairs. I dumped them on the couch and went over to the kitchen. I was eating a bowl of cereal when Tara showed up. She looked like she'd just stepped out of a magazine. Her straight blonde hair was down to her shoulders. Her makeup was heavy for my taste, but it was well done. She wore a pink sweater that reached her mid-thigh and black leggings that disappeared into tan knee-high lace-up boots. She carried a white infinity scarf and a tan leather purse that I swear said Dolce & Gabbana. Did she go to all this trouble for school? I don't get it. It's school, not a photo shoot. I liked to look good, but I wasn't going to bend over backward to do it. I went back to my cereal. "You're going to have to park on the street." Tara broke the silence. I took my bowl and rinsed it out in the sink before turning back to her. Tara's eyes ran over my clothes. Her mouth opened like she wanted to say something. I looked down at my clothes, thinking I'd spilled milk on the shirt. Nope, clean. I looked back to Tara, an eyebrow raised. Tara gave me a tense smile. "The spots in the student lot are assigned at the beginning of the year." I shrugged. Parking on the street didn't bother me. "Got any suggestions?" I asked, hoping to ease the tension in the room. She tilted her head, her eyes narrowed. She seemed to be thinking. "I'd try by the tennis courts on Douglas. They're probably your best chance." With that, Tara picked up her bag and headed out the door. I sighed. I don't think Tara liked me. Oh well. I pulled on my jacket and bag, then I was out the door and headed across town. I took a deep, tired breath. It was the first day at a new school, again. I wasn't too worried about other people. I usually ended up in the library looking for a good book. However, this year I would be here all year. I could actually make a friend, maybe actually keep one. That would be new. I hadn't been able to keep a friend since I was 12 years old and Mom lost the house. It didn't take me long to reach the school. I shut off the navigation on my phone and found Douglas Street. Tara was right. I was able to park right next to the tennis courts, only half a block from what looked like the library. I parked, grabbed my stuff, pulled out my map, and started walking. Yeah, it was the library. Finding the mark for my locker, I started walking. The hallways were already full of people. Some started staring. I chalked it up to the red hair. It always drew attention. I found my locker right next to a tall boy digging through his own locker. I ignored him and dropped my bag onto the cement. I felt eyes on me as I spun the dial. I knew he was staring. The twisted side of me was tempted to turn and stare right back, but I held the impulse. "You're new," he stated cheerfully. His voice rich and smooth to my ears, like honey. After I had gotten the locker open, I turned and had to look up. He was a head taller than me. My head just reached his shoulders. He was wearing a pair of old jeans, a blue shirt, and neon green hoodie. When I met his eyes, chocolate was smiling down at me. Something about his smile was infectious. I had to stop myself from smiling back. I vaguely registered his square jaw, wide, full lips, and a straight nose. His hair was buzzed down to the sides but left long on top of his head. It wasn't too long, but long enough I could tell he didn't bother combing it this morning. But what struck me was the color. It was blue, a deep, bright blue. It surprised me enough that it took me a second to answer. "Yeah." I turned back to putting my gym clothes and sneakers into the locker, planning to come back before gym.
Is that your real hair color?
I sighed. I hated that question, but at least he wasn't asking if the carpet matched the drapes. I closed my locker before turning back to him as I pulled out my schedule and map. He stuffed a book into his backpack before leaning over towards me and stage whispered to me, "'Cause mine's not." This time I did smile. "Yeah, it's my natural hair color," I answered, running my eyes over his hair. "I kind of like yours, though." He waved his hand as he closed his locker.
"It's not done yet. I'm adding in some darker blue streaks."
He shrugged on his book bag, a lazy smile still on his face.
"I'm going for a Cookie Monster thing."
"I'm going to call you Cookie Monster from now on. You realize that, right?" I gave him my smart-ass smile. Impish, my dad had once called it. His face lit up with a big smile.
"Hey, I like that."
He snapped his fingers and pointed at me.
"But I get to call you Red. Deal?"
"Deal." I waited for a beat before adding, "That's way better than Pippi Longstocking." His eyes went wide as he opened his mouth. "Too late, you only get one," I chuckled as his face fell with disappointment.
"Ugh, fine."
A loud bell rang through the halls.
"That's the first bell,"
he announced, walking backward down the hallway.
"I'll see you later, Red."
He turned and hurried down the hall before I could say anything. He didn't seem so bad. Maybe it wouldn't be that hard making friends. I looked at my schedule on my map and started moving. Thankfully, the hallways were wide, so there wasn't a crush as everyone hurried to class. AP World Civilizations was in the 300 building, which luckily wasn't far. Finding the room, I walked into the filling classroom and found a desk in the middle against the right wall. It was warm in here, so I took off the jacket and hung it on the back of my chair. People were whispering and staring again. Oh, the joys of being the new girl. I pulled out a notebook and pen and just started doodling. It wasn't long before the teacher came in. Mr. Matthews was in his 50s, tall, thin, and with a head of white hair. He put down his bag at his desk and moved to the podium, his eyes searching the class. He smiled when he spotted me.
"We have a new student today, Alexis Delaney," he announced with a booming voice.
Everyone in class looked at me. I gave a small smile and a short wave. Mr. Matthews pulled a textbook off his desk and passed it to the girl at the top of the row. Everyone in the row passed it back down to me.
"There is a quiz every Friday on the chapter. I expect you to catch up."
Then class began. I mostly ended up taking notes off the PowerPoint projection. All in all, Mr. Matthews seemed rather nice. Class went quickly, and soon I was on my way to English. I walked into another classroom. This time a small woman was at a desk in the back of the classroom. She waved me over as I walked in. She was as tall as I was, with a pregnant belly. "You must be Alexis." Her voice was soft, her face sweet. "I'm Mrs. Hayes. Welcome to my class. We're reading Romeo and Juliet right now." I resisted the urge to groan as she pulled a book off her desk and handed it to me. "Here's your copy. I hope you'll enjoy this class." I thanked her and headed to find an empty desk. The whispering and staring started again. I was already tired of it. Annoyed, I pulled out my notebook again and started doodling. The rest of my classes went on exactly the same way. Nothing interesting happened the rest of the morning. Until my AP chemistry class. The chemistry classroom was really the lab. It had tall counters sticking out from the edge of the walls instead of desks, with tall metal stools to sit on. Mr. Turner was a tall man, probably nearer 40 than 30. His blonde hair resembled straw. He had a pleasant face, but his large nose took center stage.
"Alexis, I imagine,"
Mr. Turner said, not even looking up from his papers. He picked up a textbook and handed it to me.
"We move fast in this class, so you better catch up."
Then he looked up at the other kids who were all settling down, looking for something.
"Hey, Red!"
I turned my head immediately to find Cookie Monster waving his hand from the second table against the left wall. "Mr. Turner, we'll take her." The other boys at the table looked up surprised. "It seems Isaac is willing to accept you into their group." Mr. Turner gestured for me to move along. As I walked over, I thought I was seeing double for a minute. The boy sitting next to Cookie Monster had the same face, only his hair was black, straight, and reached his jawline. He was just as tall as Cookie Monster. His long-sleeved black shirt was tied against the muscles in his arms and chest. He was leaning against the table on his elbows. A silver pendant in the shape of a dragon dangled from around his neck. Cookie Monster and his twin were damn good-looking. "Hey, Cookie Monster," I smiled as I put my bag on the floor. The twin brother laughed, turning to his brother. "Cookie Monster, I like it." He teased his brother, enjoying himself. His voice was smooth and yet smoky. The mix was surprising and attention-getting all at once. The twin looked over at me, still smiling. "I'm Ethan, and thank you. You've just made my day." "No problem," I smirked back at him. "Like you needed something else to torture Isaac with," the boy to my left said, his voice a quiet timbre. He had been hunched over the table, his nose in his textbook when I walked up, so I hadn't gotten a good look at him. He was cute, his cheekbones and angled jaw. His chestnut hair was short, but had a wave to it that looked completely natural. He had emerald eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses. He was leaner than the other boys, but his shoulders were still broad with some muscle to it. His baggy shirt spelled the word nerdy out with elements from the periodic table. I instantly loved it. He turned those green eyes on me. "I'm Miles." His fingers began tapping on the table in quick staccato rhythm. He seemed tense introducing himself. "I'm Alexis." I gave him a friendly smile before reaching down into my bag and pulling out my notebook. "You're the new girl. I wouldn't have expected you to take a hard class like this," Miles said, his voice flat. I went still, my pen still in my hand. Isaac rolled his eyes. Ethan shook his head, laughing softly. "Oh man, Miles, you need to work on talking to girls," Ethan chided. "And people in general," Isaac added, sighing in frustration. Miles looked over at the twins. "What?" he asked, his brow drawn down, his eyes confused. Did he really not realize he had just insulted me? I ran my eyes over him again. Judging by the confused look on his face, he didn't. "I was in AP chemistry at my old school. I can keep up," I told him, grinning to let the others know I wasn't insulted. Mr. Turner called for everyone's attention. I turned on the stool toward the front of the class. I was taking notes when I heard Miles whisper behind me. What did I say? I held back my smile and kept writing. Miles really didn't seem to understand. "You basically implied you think she's stupid," Isaac whispered back. This didn't sound like the first time the others had to explain something like this to Miles. There was a long silence. I could practically hear the gears turning in Miles's head. "That's not what I meant." Miles's voice was even quieter this time. I ignored them as I listened to the instructions for the lab half of the class. Apparently we were separating hydrogen and oxygen from water with electrolysis. I remembered this experiment from my last school. Mr. Turner set us loose. The boys began setting up the experiment when I had a thought. Hold on. Are we using distilled water or do we need to add sodium hydroxide? I asked, wondering if I missed something. Miles's brows went up for a second, then he gave me a small smile. "Distilled water," he answered. Ethan and Isaac burst out laughing. "And you were worried she couldn't keep up," Isaac taunted Miles. Miles's ears grew red, his cheeks pink. "Actually, I did this lab 3 weeks ago at my old school," I said, smiling. "So technically you guys are behind me." The twins laughed. They kept teasing Miles through the rest of the class. I had just thrown my jacket back on and picked up my bag when Ethan stepped in close to me. He wrapped his arm around my back, his hand on my shoulder. "You have so made my week today, beautiful," he told me emphatically. I raised an eyebrow at his choice of words. Was he calling me beautiful or saying showing up Miles was beautiful? While I was wondering, he continued, "You need to sit with us at lunch." His voice had gone soft and smoky. It was toe-curling. Suddenly, Ethan stumbled forward. He went a couple steps and turned, glaring at Isaac, who now stood by me, his arm hanging around my neck. "No flirting with Red," he declared firmly, pointing at his brother. He leaned in close and whispered loudly, "Ethan is a huge flirt. Don't fall for his evil ways." Ethan smiled and spread his arms out to his sides, palms up. "I can't help that I'm the better-looking one, brother," he taunted, walking backwards toward the door. "And he's so humble, too," I said with fake awe. The guys burst out laughing. Even Miles was grinning. "Yeah, you're coming to lunch with us," Isaac announced, using his arm to pull me out the door and into the hallway. Ethan dropped back to the wall next to me. Between them both, I was feeling short. Miles brought up the back, staying close enough to hear. "Where did you move from, anyway?" "California. I got here yesterday," I told them, trying not to wince. Isaac's arm had moved from around my neck to the back of my shoulders right over a bunch of bruises. I was about to take his arm off me when Miles spoke up behind me. "Isaac, she just met you. Stop hanging on her or you're going to make her uncomfortable," Miles warned. He sounded distracted. Isaac winced and pulled his arm from around me. "Sorry, Red," he whispered. "No worries." I smiled up at him. Isaac was fun. There was no other way to describe him. He was just fun. "You don't want to be under there anyway. He has PE before chemistry," Miles called from behind us. I burst out laughing as Isaac turned to punch Miles in the shoulder. Miles took it, looking unrepentant. "Hey, I'm not that smelly," Isaac insisted with pride. "You're at the center of all the hot gossip running around the school right now," Ethan chimed in, changing the subject as he winked at a cute blonde girl as we walked past. "The rumor mill is going crazy." We turned down another hall and passed a courtyard between 4 of the buildings. "Oh yeah? What have they come up with?" I asked, actually curious. He tucked his hair behind both of his ears as he walked, showing 5 silver hoops running right up his earlobe. "The usual. You were in juvenile hall, you were expelled, drugs," Ethan shrugged. "Nothing original." He raised an eyebrow at me before adding, "There is contemplation floating around about whether your hair color is real or not, and whether or not you have a soul." I groaned and rolled my eyes. "Those aren't new," I told them as we went down a few cement steps. We'd reached the area outside the cafeteria. It was set up like the other courtyard, metal tables everywhere. Everyone seemed to stay outside, even with the overcast sky. I hate those questions. The guys stopped at an empty 4-sided metal picnic table. The boys sat down, Isaac and Ethan sharing a bench, Miles on the bench to the left of them. I sat down on my own bench next to Isaac, then opened my bag to pull out my lunch. I can understand why. Miles's voice was polite, while he narrowed his eyes at Ethan. Ethan held his hands in front of him, palms out. "Hey, just repeating what I heard." Ethan turned toward me as he opened his book bag. "So, how do you usually handle those?" I was still digging in my bag when I answered. "I usually say yes, the color is real." I pulled my lunch bag out and looked at the boys. For the other one, I smile sweetly, look innocent, and say, "No, I don't have a soul. Can I have yours?" They burst out laughing. That usually shuts them up. "Yeah, that'll do it." Ethan was the first to stop laughing. The guys started opening their lunch bags. Miles stopped and looked at me quizzically.
Why would you answer them at all?
I gave a half shrug as I opened my lunch bag. Most people aren't expecting me to answer or just asking to mess with me. So when I say that, they look scared and walk away. I pulled out my water bottle and pointed with it. They tend not to ask again after that. The guys chuckled. Isaac leaned into Ethan.
Can we keep her?
Isaac asked, smiling over at me. I winked at him while opening my bottle of water.
Sounds good to me,
Ethan replied, frowning at the bag of chips in his hands.
What sounds good?
A rich baritone voice came from behind Miles. I looked up. A rather tall boy was standing there, a backpack over his shoulder. He looked like your boy next door, but with model good looks. His high cheekbones and sharp chin belonged in a magazine. His sandy blonde hair was close to his head. His buttoned, long-sleeved shirt was blue and untucked over gray pants. His clothes didn't hide his muscles. The guy must have to work out pretty seriously for that body. I suddenly felt the need to work my ass off in gym later. Those blue eyes went to me, his face puzzled as he reached the table.
Keeping beautiful here,
Ethan explained, looking at his sandwich. Ethan put his lunch back in his bag and put it down in front of Isaac, then took Isaac's lunch bag.
Mom gave me your tuna again.
Yay, tuna. Isaac opened his bag happily, making me smile. The blond boy sat on the bench next to Miles. He reached over the table and held out his hand.
I'm Asher.
I shook his hand. Alexis.
Nice to meet you.
He seemed to just accept that I was here and staying. I liked that about him instantly.
So you're up for adoption, huh?
I held my hands out, palms up. I guess so. He gave me a warm smile as he pulled out his lunch bag. It was a good smile. It belonged in a toothpaste ad. I had to stop myself from giggling at the thought.
Don't let the mannerless twins scare you off.
Asher pulled a sandwich out of the bag.
We're not too bad.
Something tells me she doesn't scare easy, Miles said, a small smile on his face before taking another bite of his sandwich. Ethan and Isaac shared mischievous grins. I swallowed a bite before asking, How long have you guys known each other? Asher tilted his head, his eyes unfocused.
Since forever, we all grew up on the same block,
he answered, gesturing at the guys.
It's always been the twins, Miles, me, and Zeke. Well, then Zeke and Miles moved.
Where is Zeke, by the way? Miles asked, pushing his glasses up again. Everyone shrugged.
I was stuck fixing a carburetor someone else fucked up.
A deep, gravelly voice came from behind me, making me jump. I turned on the bench and looked up and up. He was giant, and not just his height. A black motorcycle jacket encased his broad shoulders. I could see a black thermal underneath that was tight against his muscles on his chest. When I finally saw his face, I had to stop my mouth from dropping. Oh, shit. He had a striking face, only much rougher and way scarier. His black hair wasn't very long, but it was rumpled, like he ran his hands through it often. His wide cheekbones, wide, a strong jaw that made his face attractive, but a much rougher and scarier kind of attractive. I was vaguely aware that black scruff covered the lower half of his face. Hell, he looked like someone you wouldn't want to run into in a dark alley. His sharp blue eyes were running over me, his expression confused. He stepped around my side of the table and loomed over the empty bench. I noticed the metal wallet chain going from his hip to his back pocket out of the corner of my eye. He was frowning down at me, looking intimidating as hell.
Who the hell are you?
He demanded, his voice hard. I was about to snap back at him when I noticed the bags under his eyes.
Zeke, you're being rude.
Miles shot at him. His voice had a bite to it. Zeke winced and ran a hand through his short hair.
Sorry, I'm just tired.
he offered in a normal tone. He dropped his bag and took the empty bench. His knees bumped my legs under the table, so I scooted over, giving him more room. "Hi, Tired. I'm Alexis." I smiled at him, hoping a corny joke would cheer him up or at least make him less grumpy. He snorted quietly, one corner of his mouth twitching as he opened his bag and pulled out his lunch bag.
"Zeke,"
he mumbled, before turning to the table and opening his lunch. Ethan's phone vibrated. Ethan pulled it, looked at it, and started smiling.
"Late night at the garage?"
Miles asked, putting his trash in his lunch bag. Zeke nodded.
"Yeah, and I have the physics test this Friday. Mr. Turner's really up my ass."
"That's what she said," Isaac and I interrupted at the same time. We looked at each other, both surprised at the other, then broke out giggling. There were a couple of other laughs around the table. Asher shook his head, smiling. Ethan laughed as he was texting. Zeke just ran his eyes over me like he was trying to figure me out.
"Great. Isaac has corrupted her,"
Asher observed, his voice laughing. "Nope. Sorry, hon. I came prepackaged this way." I gave him my smart-ass smile. Miles started talking to Zeke about some trig homework. I kind of blocked them out. I watched Ethan texting someone, then I looked around the table at the guys. Each of them was good-looking in their own way, and nice. Well, Zeke was a bit grumpy, but they seemed kind of fun. To be honest, I wanted to keep them. "So, is this like the hot guy table at this school, or what?" I asked, when there was a lull, eyeing each of them in turn again. I suddenly had all 5 pairs of eyes on me. "No, seriously, you're all ripped. Even Miles over there, though he's trying to hide it with the shirt that's too big."
"Oh, well, we all work out together,"
Asher offered. Ethan lifted his head from his phone.
"Isaac's in mixed martial arts training, so we all end up sparring with him. And if we are going to spar with him, we need to make him work for it."
"So, you all basically do MMA training?" I asked, looking at each of them.
"Yeah, I guess we do,"
Ethan answered for everyone.
"But Isaac's the only one who does any actual matches."
I looked over at Isaac, who was throwing his trash into his lunch bag. "What's your win-to-loss record?" I was going to be nosy. This sounded interesting. Isaac gave me a big, warm smile.
"I have 4 wins to 3 losses right now, but I can't fight again for a while,"
Isaac admitted.
"I got a concussion a few weeks back, and our mom won't let me get back in the ring for a few months. He's grounded for letting someone knock his head around. He can't go back until he learns not to do that,"
Ethan supplied in a stage whisper across the table. I chuckled as Isaac smacked his brother upside the head.
"Thanks, brother."
Isaac's sarcasm was thick. His cheeks tinged a light pink. Ethan just smiled at him. I leaned across the table towards Ethan. "Got any video?" Isaac groaned as the others chuckled. Ethan was beaming as he got up and came around the table to sit next to me. He brought up a video of the match as he explained who Isaac's opponent was. I watched as the match began. Isaac started out on solid ground, but then it started going downhill. It ended when Isaac took a knee to the face that ended the match. I looked at Isaac, wincing. His face was red and his mouth pursed together. Ouch. It was all I could think to say. Then I looked back at Ethan. "Now show me a win." Isaac just shook his head at me as I got Ethan to show me all Isaac's matches and filling me in on who he was fighting at the time. Isaac ignored his brother and me as we huddled around Ethan's phone. Everyone else went back to talking about schoolwork and upcoming tests. Eventually, Isaac checked his cell phone. "Guys!" he all but shouted across the table. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him. "Lunch break is almost over. I make a motion to keep red," Isaac announced to everyone. "A motion to keep me?" "Seconded." Ethan spoke up. I raised my eyebrows. They were actually voting. "Third," Miles added quietly. "Motion carries," Asher announced. pulling his cell phone out of his pocket.
"You're stuck with us now, sweetie."
I smirked at them. Suckers. They were the ones stuck with me.
"Phone numbers."
Everyone dug into their pockets, pulling out their phones. I followed suit. Isaac took my phone and handed it down to Miles.
"Do that thing where you share contacts so it doesn't take forever."
Miles pressed some buttons on his phone, then picked up my phone. I grabbed my lunch bag full of trash and got up. "I'm hitting the trash can. Anyone want me to take theirs?" I asked, watching as they all added my number to their phones. Every one of them held up their lunch bags. I rolled my eyes and took them to the trash can. I skirted around a group of people who threw away the bags. I was on my way back when I almost ran into Tara. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, her voice hushed. I pointed at the garbage can. "Throwing stuff away?" I answered matter-of-factly. Tara ran a hand down her hair, her eyes darting around us. "I don't want people to know we're related," she hissed at me before looking over her shoulder at her group of friends. No one was paying attention. Fine by me. I walked off, heading back to the guys' table. I have to admit, it hurt a little that Tara would feel that way. A very little part. As I was walking away, my twisted side really wanted to turn around, wave, and say loudly, "Goodbye, Cousin Tara." However, I had to live with her, so I kept a lid on the impulse. I was almost past the group when someone stepped in front of me, a boy with blonde hair and brown eyes with a nice face. His smile was friendly, but something about it rubbed me wrong.
"You're the new girl, aren't you?"
Before I could answer, he wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me into a different group of people across from Tara's friends.
"I'm Jason, and that's Hale. That's Brendan."
He went around the group, introducing names, but all I could focus on was the arm grinding into my bruises. I tried to step away, but he moved his arm to around my waist and yanked me back, his grip tightening. No, that's not happening. My face went blank as I looked him dead in the eye. "Get your arm off me before I break it," I said very calmly. I didn't like anyone I didn't know grabbing me. The twins had been a surprising exception. His smile disappeared and then reappeared as he ran his eyes over my body.
"Tell me, honey, does the carpet match the drapes?" he asked.
The guys in the group laughed. "Oh, you asshole," I warned him. I have attended a lot of different schools in the last 5 years, not all of them in good neighborhoods. After one horrifying incident, I took a self-defense class and a little kickboxing in LA. My focus was getting out of holds. I reached across my body with my left hand and grabbed hold of his thumb. I broke his grip and spun around him, taking his thumb with me so that when I stopped, his arm was in a lock behind his back. First, when a girl says let go, you let go. Second, don't be such an asshole. I all but growled at him. He winced before I gave him a shove. He stumbled into the other gaping boys. Other people around the courtyard were laughing and hooting. I didn't really care. Watching Jason, I backed away several steps. When I was sure he wasn't coming after me, I turned and smacked into a brick wall. Surprised, I started to stumble. Big hands caught me by my arms, keeping me on my feet. I looked up to find Zeke glaring at the guy who grabbed me. His face was like stone, his jaw clenched and his eyes starting to burn. I looked around him to see the other guys had also gotten up and had only been a few steps behind Zeke. None of them looked happy, even Miles. My heart melted in my chest. Had they been coming to help me? It was so sweet that I didn't quite know what to do or say. Jason was steady on his feet again. He was cursing, calling me a bitch, among other things. Miles's face went cold as he took a step towards Jason. Isaac grabbed a hold of him, stopping him. Oh, this could be bad. I had to defuse the situation. "Hi, guys," I said cheerfully as if I was running into them in the hall. I had 5 pairs of eyes on me instantly, Their faces began relaxing back to normal. "Did you guys finish with my phone?" I asked, stepping back out of Zeke's hands, not one bit intimidated by Zeke's size. Sure, really, I only just reached the middle of his chest. The guy was just huge.
"Yeah, Miles finished,"
Zeke answered, his shoulders relaxing. That seemed to be the signal for the others to relax as well. I stepped around Zeke and headed back toward the table, acting as if nothing had happened. The boys followed me. I picked up my cell phone and was putting it into the inside pocket of my jacket when Ethan pointed at Isaac.
"Remind me never to piss her off,"
Ethan announced. As the guys were laughing, the bell rang. I grabbed my bag and pulled out my map. The locker room wasn't that far away. That's when it hit me. Shit. I closed my bag and began to take off. "What's wrong?" Miles called after me. I turned and walked backward down the hall. "I forgot my gym clothes in my locker." I waved at them. "I'll talk to you guys later." I turned and ran. Thankfully, my locker wasn't far, and I was soon on my way to the locker room. Gym was as you'd expect. I got my locker, changed in a stall to keep anyone from seeing my back. Went to class. It was the usual boring stuff. I was back in my clothes and hurrying across campus to my art class when I heard a shout. "Alexis!" A baritone called down the hall. I stopped and looked around to find Asher moving through the crowded hall towards me. "Hey, what class are you going to?" I asked as we started walking again. Asher winced. "Art." He shifted his bag on his shoulders. "Me too." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Do you not like art class?" He was looking over his shoulder as if expecting to get ambushed any minute. "No, it's the way to art class I don't like." We dodged around a couple making out in the middle of the hallway. "Why is that?" Suddenly I felt that familiar chill down my neck. Only this time it was painful. I took a deep breath and looked around, trying to spot the pissed-off ghost. "There's a girl that walks by here and always has to stop to talk to me. She's really pushy. She's always trying to get me to do school stuff I don't want to do, you know? Like the student council," Asher explained. As he kept talking, I found her. She was about 100 feet ahead near a cement pathway to other buildings. Her long blonde hair was pulled back with braids. Her big blue eyes were watching the living. She wore bell-bottoms and a peasant blouse. My chest ached from here. Some ghosts were stronger than others, especially if they were pissed off. This girl didn't want to be dead. I could feel it from here. She was pissed off to a level I have never seen. I didn't want to get closer, but we had to pass her to get to class. "Hell, maybe she'll back off if I'm walking with you." I nodded as if I'd been listening. "No problem. Chick deterrent mode activated," I said, hoping I kept the strain from my voice. As we got closer to the ghost, my head started to pound. I could actually feel the waves of hatred from her. We were just about to pass her when a familiar voice called for Asher. Asher stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes closed. I looked around us to find Tara coming up the path towards us. Even though my head was pounding, I laughed. Tara was the pushy girl? Tara's smile dropped a bit when she saw me standing next to Asher, but she pepped it right back up when she got closer. "Asher, I see you've met my cousin Lexi," Tara began, surprising me even through the pounding headache. The dead girl had stepped closer to me, making it feel like a knife was being driven into my chest. Breathing was getting harder. I felt like shit. I had no other excuse for what I said. "I thought you didn't want anyone to know we're related." Tara's eyes threw sparks at me before turning pleasant again. The ghost started circling us. No one else felt a thing. "Oh, don't be ridiculous, Lexi," Tara chided, then turned her attention to Asher. "Asher, we really need your help on the homecoming board." At that point, I tuned her out. The ghost was behind me again, reaching out. My head felt like it was in a vice as Tara prattled on. I started hearing my pulse in my ears and wanted to throw up. We needed to move or I was going to be sick. I reached out and grabbed Asher's arm, tugging him in the direction we were going. When we started walking, I let go. Tara kept pace next to him. Unfortunately, so did the dead girl. I focused on moving and not listening to the memories of her life that kept trying to push into my head. I turned my head enough to look the ghost in the eye. Her eyes went wide. She realized I could see her. Her eyes narrowed as she reached for my face. I mouthed the word no, feeling it with everything inside me. I shoved the ghost back, her eyes furious. I turned back to the others. No one noticed anything odd. Tara had pulled Asher to a stop, so I stopped too. I felt the pressure in my face, then the drip onto my upper lip. Silently cursing, I pinched my nose closed. Tara was still talking. I was done. I wasn't going to just stand here and let the bitch of a ghost hurt me. But I couldn't leave Asher to Tara. Before I could decide what to do, Asher looked over at me. His eyes went wide. "Oh, man, Alexis!" He pulled his backpack around and pulled out one of those small tissue packages. He tore out a few and handed them to me. I put them to my nose and stopped pinching. "Are you all right?" He actually sounded concerned. He swung his backpack back around his back and took my arm. "We gotta take care of this, Tara. I'll think about it." He gave me a small tug as we walked quickly away. Tara mumbled under her breath. She was not happy. I didn't really care. My headache was disappearing the farther away from the ghost we got. When we got out of sight, we slowed down. Asher didn't look so worried now. He looked like he was holding back a laugh. "Did you just give yourself a bloody nose to get us away from her?" He let go of my arm as we continued down another hallway. "I'm not that good," I said in a nasally voice. Asher's smile faded away. He looked worried again. "Are you okay?" I nodded, waving my other hand. "Yeah, it just happens sometimes," I hedged. It's not like I could tell him the truth. I pulled the tissues away and pressed a clean spot back against my nose. Since we had gotten away from the ghost, it should stop quickly. "I don't care if it wasn't on purpose." He looked at me, his blue eyes sparkling. "That was the best save ever." I nodded, agreeing with him. At least my bloody nose was good for something. My nose had stopped bleeding by the time we reached class. I threw the tissue away and went to the sink. I used a wet paper towel to wipe off my fingers and under my nose. I turned to Asher, who nodded. "You got it all," he reassured me. Asher led me to a table with 4 other people around it. "Hey, everyone, this is Alexis. It's her first day," Asher announced as I sat down. Everyone nodded or waved at me, but ultimately went back to whatever they were doing. Class started, and the teacher did what was the usual for today, announce me as a new student. I smile and wave. Then we got down to business. Mrs. Archer had set up a bowl of fruit at each table and wanted everyone to draw it. Asher showed me where the supplies were. I picked up a pack of oil pastels that had all the colors I wanted. Then I went back and went to work. I'll admit I kind of ignored everyone around me, including Asher, as I worked with the pastels. I was absently wiping my hand on my jeans again, cleaning my fingers, when Mrs. Archer looked over my shoulder. "Oh, well done, Alexis," Mrs. Archer exclaimed loudly. Every head came up. I don't think she meant to get everyone's attention, she just seemed excited. "I love that you use the pastels here. You're the first one to touch them in ages." She pointed to the background of gray and streaks of white. "Beautiful blending. You have some talent here, Missy." I felt my face turn red as I bent back over my drawing. Asher leaned over and looked at my drawing. "That is cool," he said. I felt my face grow hotter. "Oh, now you blush?" Asher teased, sitting up straight. "You put a linebacker in an arm lock with everyone in school watching without a problem, but someone says you drew something pretty and you blush?" I lifted my left hand and flipped him off. Asher just chuckled. My face finally cooled down by the time he spoke again. "So, Tara Delaney is your cousin?" "Yep." "She calls you Lexi." "Yeah, my dad used to call me Lexi. It just sort of stuck. I always liked it, I explained, focusing on what I was doing.
Did she really not want anyone to know you two were related? He asked, using an eraser on part of his page.
That's what she said to me at lunch, I answered absently. I was focusing on a part of the bowl that wasn't looking right. It was the shading. It was off. I focused on trying to fix it.
And you're okay with that?
He asked, then grumbled and reached for the eraser again. I shrugged. If that's what she wants, then fine. It doesn't really bother me. I cursed. I'd messed up the shading even more. Before yesterday, I hadn't seen Tara in 5 years, so it's not like we grew up together or anything.
Then why did she announce it to me? He asked absently.
I looked up from my drawing long enough to glance at him. He was concentrating on his drawing, the tip of his tongue between his teeth. It was adorable, so I was smiling when I went back to my drawing. She has a crush on you, I informed him. I watched his head pop up out of the corner of my eye.
Why do you say that? He asked doubtfully.
I stopped drawing so I could explain it to him. She stops you every day, right? He nodded. Asks you to do stuff that would make you spend time with her? His eyebrows rose. Does she play with her hair around you? Does she find a reason to touch you? His cheeks were starting to turn pink when he bent down to focus on his drawing.
She does all of those things, he mumbled.
I went back to mine. How can guys be so clueless? That's flirting, I told him simply. I started working on the light spot on the apple. I was almost done with it when Asher grabbed my attention again.
I still don't understand why she told me you two were related if she said she wanted to keep it a secret.
I stopped blending to answer. She probably saw that I was sitting with you guys at lunch, and then I was walking with you to class, I explained before going back to my drawing. She probably thought I'd be her way in. Asher snorted.
That's not right.
I shrugged, wiping my hands off on my jeans. That's the way the world works, I muttered, going back to work. It was a while later when I spoke back up. If you want to date her, you can, you know. I felt like I had to make it clear that I didn't really expect him to pick a friendship with me over dating Tara. I personally didn't see a problem with both, but I doubted Tara would see it that way.
No, thank you. I don't like people who use other people, he answered, surprising me.
Tara was a cute girl who liked him. That was usually enough for most guys. I'd never seen that before. It wasn't long after that he dropped his drawing pad onto the table.
That's it. I give up,
he declared as he pulled out his cell phone. It made me curious. I reached for his drawing. He slammed his hand down on it and eyed me.
Don't even think about it.
Oh, come on. It can't be that bad, I offered, trying to reassure him. His blue eyes had a small sparkle in them as he looked down at me. That's when I really noticed his eyes. They were a mix of dark blues and lighter blues, with white flecks here and there. He really had ocean eyes.
Oh, it is,
he assured me, his voice over-dramatic. I bit back a smile. I can help you get better, I offered, now dying to see his drawing. Asher chuckled.
There's no getting better for me, Lexi. I can't draw, he admitted, his tone light.
Then why are you taking art if you don't want to get better at it? I was curious now.
It was the only elective class that had room in 7th period.
He shrugged, looking back down at his cell phone. I kept eyeing the back of his drawing. I'd go back to my drawing, but soon I was looking at the back of his again. I did this several times. I saw him grin down at his phone out of the corner of my eye.
It's just driving you crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, I said honestly. He lifted his head and smiled down at me. He reached out and flipped the paper over. It was awful. The bowl was lopsided, the fruit was out of proportion. Then on the edge of the bowl was a stick figure leaping to his death, then another one falling, and a big splat on the tabletop. I had to bite my bottom lip hard to stop myself from giggling. When I had control of myself, I pointed at the stick figures. I like the little guy." He laughed at me, shaking his head. "Do you want any help?" He shook his head, still smiling.
"I've accepted that I'm no artist, Lexi," he told me, his hand going to his chest. "I've made peace with it."
I smiled and went back to my drawing. Soon, I noticed him texting under the table. I didn't think much of it. He was done with his drawing where I was still adding layers to the grapes. When Mrs. Archer let us go for the day, I was more than ready to go. I was walking down the hall with Asher when I spotted Zeke and Ethan walking towards us. Zeke didn't have to dodge around people. He was big enough that everyone just got out of his way. But I don't think he realized it. He didn't seem to notice people moving away from him. They met us in the middle of the hallway. As Ethan and Asher talked about their homework, Zeke's eyes were on my face. His brow drew down. He reached out and swiped at my jaw with a calloused finger. He showed me his thumb. It had red pastel on it. I shrugged.
"Is this paint or blood?"
he asked, his deep voice demanding an answer. Ethan and Asher stopped talking. "Oil pastel, actually," I answered him cheerfully, refusing to be intimidated. Zeke's face relaxed as he wiped the color off on his black jeans.
"Yeah, she got all the blood off earlier," Asher told him, absently waving his hand. "Hey guys, did you know Lexi's an artist?"
Isaac stepped up to my right and rested an elbow lightly on my shoulder.
"We're calling her Lexi now?"
Isaac asked, looking around the group. I looked up at him and gave a half shrug. "That's what my family has always called me unless I was in deep shit," I offered. Isaac smiled down at me.
"She can draw?"
Ethan asked, bringing us back on topic. I got the feeling they were trying to not address the mention of blood.
"What blood?"
Zeke asked, his gaze going to Asher. Asher ignored him as he snatched my drawing from my hand and opened it up to everyone.
"Hey, Red, that's really great,"
Isaac spoke loudly. I think they were irritating Zeke on purpose by not answering his question. I was mostly sure I was safe from Zeke's wrath, but the boys probably weren't. On the other hand, it might be fun to push Zeke's buttons. It's not really good. I decided to go for it. I still have to add some texture to the orange, and the shading is completely messed up.
"What blood did she wash off, Asher?"
Zeke asked again, his voice getting louder. Isaac's head went up this time, his eyes darting from Zeke to me.
"What are you talking about, Lexi? This is pretty great,"
Ethan continued. He took it from Asher, rolling it up.
"In fact, I'm keeping it."
He tucked it under his arm and made to walk off with it. I darted across the group and snatched it out from under his arm. "No, you aren't. It's going in the trash." I was back in my spot by the time Ethan spun around with fake shock on his face. Miles walked up to stand on the other side of Asher, filling in the circle. His hair was wet, and he was just putting his glasses back on. "So, where are we going for homework today?" Miles asked us. Asher took the picture from me again and opened it so Miles could see.
"Look what Lexi can do."
Asher's voice gushed with pride. Miles looked over my picture, smiling. "That's really good, Alexis. You should enter something in the fair this year," Miles suggested, shifting his bag on his shoulder. "Is there a competition or something? I've never put my art into a competition before." Miles nodded, his emerald eyes meeting mine. "They have a cash prize for first place."
"If someone doesn't tell me why she had blood on her, I'm going to stuff someone in a locker,"
Zeke growled loudly, his eyes heating up, his hands clenching into fists. We were really getting to him. Miles raised an eyebrow at me questioningly. I winked at him. "The only one that would fit is Alexis, and I doubt you'd even consider it," Miles chimed in, a smile teasing at the corners of his mouth.
"Hey, beautiful, can you draw me a dragon with this stuff?"
Ethan asked me, his eyes full of mischief.
Guys, I think he's going to blow,"
Isaac cautioned beside me. "Sure. What kind do you want? Asian? Celtic?" I asked, rolling up my picture again.
No, seriously, guys. Isaac warned us again, his voice getting higher. I kept my eyes off Zeke and focused on Ethan. I think Asian, but with black and red colors, Ethan said before looking over at Zeke. His smile got bigger. I figured we'd irritated Zeke long enough. I looked up at him and almost stepped back. His face was hard, his jaw clenched, his hands were in tight fists against his sides. Don't get your panties in a bunch, I teased him, meeting his gaze. The other guys laughed. I got a bloody nose on the way to art class. Zeke seemed to relax all at once, his jaw unclenched, and he stopped frowning. All in all, he stopped looking scarier than his usually scary self. He looked over at Asher. Rumor is Jason's girlfriend is pissed as hell and looking for Lexi, Zeke announced. Shit, Asher is out for homework, Isaac groaned. Why's that? Jason's dating my sister, Asher explained with a sigh. Let's hit Miles's house. Miles raised an eyebrow at Asher. Don't you have football practice? Isaac asked from across the circle. Asher snorted. I'm skipping today. Coach Jones isn't going to like that, Miles pointed out. What is he going to do, not play me Friday? Asher snapped his fingers, fake disappointment all over his face. Aw, darn. Isaac and Ethan chuckled. My mom is having the floors waxed today, so I'm not allowed back in the house until at least 6 tonight, Miles announced as he scratched his nose. How about your house, Zeke? Zeke shook his head. Nah. Aunt Sylvia is working the night shift at the diner. She's sleeping right now. He nodded toward Isaac. Nope. Ethan and Isaac answered at the same time. Isaac explained. There's a lot of activity at the house right now. Everyone seemed to accept that as if it made complete sense. I can ask my Uncle Rory if you guys can come over to his house, I offered, already pulling my cell phone out of my pocket. But my cousin might be there. Who's your cousin? Ethan asked, tucking his black hair back behind his ears. Tara Delaney, Asher groaned. Everyone winced, and a couple cursed. Asher snapped his fingers, his face lighting up. No, wait. The student council is meeting today. Those meetings last until like 6. There were rounds of thank God, and that's a relief from the guys as I was texting Rory. Alexis. Rory? I made some friends today at school. Can they come over to do homework? I didn't have to wait long for an answer. Rory. Hey, how was school today? Any problems with the campus? I felt all 5 guys trying to read over my shoulder. I bit my lip, cringing at Rory's question. I pulled my cell phone a little closer to my chest. The guys started talking about homework. Alexis. 1 nosebleed, otherwise it's fine. Can my friends come over? Rory. How many? And are they boys or girls? Alexis. 5 boys, but they are really nice and have been looking out for me today. It wasn't technically lying. My phone rang. I winced. It was Rory. All eyes went to me as conversation stopped. Hi, Rory. You want to take 5 boys to the house without me there. His voice was very precise, as if he wanted to be very clear. Yeah, they offered to help me catch up in my classes, I offered, lying my ass off. Rory was silent so long I thought he hung up. I heard him sigh. If it were Tara asking, I'd say no, but I trust you not to do anything stupid, Rory admitted. I tried not to show how much that affected me by looking down at the ground between everyone. Are they with you now? Yep. Put me on speaker, Rory demanded. I looked up at the guys who were watching me. I pulled my phone away from my ear. Rory wants to talk to you guys first, I told them matter-of-factly, and hit the speaker button. Rory, you're on speaker. Before you go anywhere with my niece, I want names, full legal names, Rory demanded. They all hesitated. I looked to Isaac, trying to be encouraging. They started around the circle. Isaac Turner, Ezekiel Blackthorne, Ethan Turner, Miles Huntington. Asher Westfell. They all waited in silence as we heard typing. I suddenly got an idea of what Rory was doing. Rory, you're not... Damn right I am. His voice was harsh. You've had enough shit happen to you, so I'm going to make sure nothing else happens. I fought back tears as his words hit me right in the heart. No one really cared in a long time. Not since Dad died. Rory, I swallowed hard. You're still on speakerphone. There was silence. Yeah, sorry. He took a deep breath and let it out. Okay, you boys check out. No priors, no complaints. But I have a rule that if you break, I will bring down hell on your heads. I looked around the group. I saw mostly raised eyebrows, a couple open mouths. Zeke, however, looked like he expected this. Rory continued. No boys upstairs. There is no give on this. If you go upstairs, you will never step foot back in my house again. Does everyone understand? A round of yes and yes sirs went up. The boys were taking Rory seriously. Lexi, if there isn't enough food in the house to feed them, order some pizzas or something. There is money in the emergency jar on my dresser. He took a deep breath. I have to go. I'll see you later. Rory hung up. I tucked my phone back into my jacket in the tense silence. How did your uncle know we don't have records? Miles asked, his eyebrows raised. He's a cop. They all seemed to accept that and understand Rory a bit more. Come on, guys, let's get out of here. I looked around the now empty hall. Everyone else seemed to have gone home. Yeah, let's not run into Tara, Asher reminded them, which got everyone moving. I gave everyone my address before we split up. I walked back to my blazer and unlocked it. I was just climbing in when a car went by with Isaac half hanging out the window, waving. I shook my head and waved back. Isaac was nuts. Chapter 3. Even though I was one of the last to leave, I was the first to arrive at the house. I grabbed my bag and unlocked the door. The house was quiet. I had just finished taking off my shoes when someone knocked. I opened the door to find Miles standing there, his fingers tapping on his book bag strap. Come on in. I opened the door and let Miles close it behind him. He stepped just past the door, his eyes running all over the great room. I went to the kitchen and pulled out a water bottle. Want some water? Yes, please, he answered as he headed over to the dining table. I pulled out several cold bottles and brought them over to the table. Miles finally looked at me. About what I said in chemistry, I wasn't trying to say you weren't smart, he began, his cheeks and ears turning pink. Things don't always come out right when I talk to girls, or people in general. His fingers started tapping against his leg. Ethan and Isaac say that I have terminal foot-and-mouth disease. I smiled. I couldn't help it. He was so sweet, trying to apologize and say the right thing. Don't worry about it, Miles. I figured you didn't mean it that way. I kept my voice light since he seemed so nervous. His shoulders seemed to relax a little as he grinned. Is that why you haven't really been talking to me? Well, I don't usually talk a lot, but I also didn't want to insult you again, he admitted. I didn't like that he censored himself around me. I don't mind the occasional rude comment as long as it wasn't on purpose. How about you talk like you usually do, and if you do say something rude, I'll tell you, I offered. Miles smiled at me. I'd appreciate it. The loud roar of an engine started out in the street. And there's Zeke. The roaring got louder. I'd take his word for it. Can you let the others in? I'm going to pop upstairs real quick. Sure. I picked up my shoes on my way up the stairs. I was in my bedroom when the loud engine sound shut off. I peeked out my blinds just in time to see Zeke climbing off a motorcycle. I wondered what kind it was. I undid my belt and dropped that onto my desk. I also put my boots away and pulled my hair off my neck into a messy bun high on the back of my head. I heard the door open and close downstairs a couple times. As I was pulling my cell phone out of my jacket, it vibrated. I checked my messages. Isaac. Bringing food. What do you want on your sandwich?
I smiled to myself as I texted back what I liked. I got a winking smiley face back. I tucked my cell phone into my bra and headed downstairs. Zeke and Asher were looking out the French glass doors toward the lake. Miles was already at the table pulling out books. I was walking across the room with my book bag when Zeke turned around, spotting me.
"I think I know whose house we're hanging at this summer,"
Zeke announced, walking back to the table.
"Miles' house does have a pool," Asher reminded him as he kept looking outside. "Yeah, but that's a lake back there. It's better than a pool."
Zeke argued his point as he sat down and began pulling books out. "We have to get her uncle to trust us first," Miles pointed out as he opened his trig textbook.
"We will."
Asher sounded confident as he came toward the table.
"We're likable."
I smiled to myself. They were definitely that. "Ethan and Isaac stopped to pick up food, so we should probably start without them," I told them, starting to pull out my own books.
"Good. I'm starving," Asher said, rubbing his belly.
"Next time, just say so. We have food here," I chided as I got up and went into the kitchen. I opened the pantry and pulled out a couple bags of chips and a box of crackers. I put those on the table. The boys snatched them up like they were priceless.
"Thank you,"
they all managed before stuffing their mouths. I raised both eyebrows at them.
"Guys eat a lot,"
Asher explained before eating another chip.
"We require a lot of fuel,"
Zeke added after he swallowed his food. Miles opened up the crackers and ate less like he was starving. "How much do you guys eat?" I asked, sitting down next to Miles with my leg tucked under me.
"Varies, but generally 3 meals a day and constant snacking all the time,"
Zeke answered between bites. Asher nodded with his mouth full. Even Miles confirmed with a nod, his mouth also full. "Damn. So if I go for a chip, I might lose a finger?" The guys paused.
"We share. You just have to speak up fast before the food is gone,"
Asher explained. Everyone offered their bags or crackers. I smiled and shook my head. Just wondering if I had to watch my fingers. There was a knock on the door. I hurried over to answer it. Ethan and Isaac's arms were full of plastic grocery bags.
"Scoot, beautiful. These are heavy,"
Ethan grunted. I moved out of the way to hold the door open. Isaac came in behind his brother, his arms just as full, plus their book bags.
"I thought you guys were bringing food,"
Asher called over. Isaac snorted. "This is food, dumbass." The boys dropped the bags onto the table. Everyone opened the bags. Deli sandwiches were pulled out and passed around. Miles kept looking even after he got his sandwich. "Did Alexis get one?" he asked, standing up and looking through another bag.
"No, I didn't get the girl anything."
Isaac's sarcasm was so thick you could practically taste it. He opened the bag still in his hand and pulled out a sandwich. His voice was back to normal when he spoke to me.
"I got you your turkey on sourdough with veggies, Red."
"Thank you."
"Happy to."
Isaac and Ethan proceeded to dump the rest of the bags onto the table. By the end, there were candy bars, chips, and several sodas. I sat back down next to Miles and looked over the pile. "Okay, if I ate like this all the time, I'd be a blimp," I announced in awe. Zeke's eyes ran over me quickly.
"You're tiny. We're not,"
he stated matter-of-factly before opening his trig book.
Before I forget, everyone owes me $10 each,"
Ethan announced to the room as he sat in the chair to my right. Everyone pulled out their wallets. I was pushing cash out of my wallet when Ethan added,
"Except beautiful. It's her first day with us."
No one argued as they tossed their money down onto the pile. Ethan was picking it up when I noticed someone had thrown a 20 in. I smirked, but kept my mouth shut. Everyone ate while we worked through our homework. I ate half my sandwich and wrapped the wrapper up for later. I had just finished reading my World Civ chapter when I noticed Zeke rubbing his eyes with one hand. He kept blinking hard as if trying to stay awake. "Zeke, you want some coffee?" I asked, breaking the silence in the room. Zeke's eyes met mine, the corner of his lip twitching. What he needs is a nap. Miles looked up as he was pushing his glasses back up his nose. You've been working late every night the last week. Zeke ran his fingers through his hair as he answered. The garage has been slammed lately, but we're finally caught up. I have the next couple days off. He turned back to me. I would love any kind of coffee you have. I was about to get up when Ethan put his hand on my shoulder, stopping me. Man, go take a nap on the couch. I don't think I'd even trust you driving right now. Ethan's voice was worried. Zeke refused. As he was defending himself, Miles looked over at his homework. His hand darted out, snagging Zeke's notebook. Zeke, you multiplied 4 by 2 and came up with 9. Miles told him plainly, looking at him over his glasses. There's no point in doing homework if your brain is too tired to think. Zeke glared at him half-heartedly, and then he gave a big sigh. He looked over at me. Care if I crash on the couch? He asked, resigned. Go for it. He nodded his thanks and got to his feet. He was passing the table when Miles picked up his homework list. I'll do the rest of your homework, Miles told him, as if this happened all the time. Don't do physics. You suck at physics, Zeke called from the living room before he dropped onto the couch. I leaned over to Miles. Do you really suck at physics? I whispered. Miles shook his head. Not really. I just do it to mess with him, he admitted. I snickered quietly as I turned back to my books and pulled out my algebra. I was just starting the first problem when I heard a soft snore coming from the living room. I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my lips. It was kind of cute. Poor Zeke must be really exhausted. I pushed those thoughts to the back of my mind as I focused on my homework. At some point, everyone had put their phones on the table. The boys kept getting texts, which they ignored, but Ethan's kept vibrating. After what had to be the 20th time in 5 minutes, the guys all groaned and glared at him. For the love of God, man, make them stop, Asher pleaded, his face in his hands. Ethan just grinned and picked up the cell phone. Them? I asked. Asher nodded. Girls. I honestly think Ethan's cell phone number is on the wall in the girls' bathroom, Isaac chimed in. I couldn't help but chuckle at the image he had created. Ethan waved his hand dismissively. You're just jealous I'm the better-looking twin, Ethan challenged. All the guys groaned. Shut the damn thing off before I do it for you, Asher threatened across the table. Ethan gave a suffering sigh and then turned off his phone. We got back to work. An hour and a half later, I closed my chemistry book and rubbed my temples. You okay, Ollie girl? Asher asked, looking up from his own book. I smiled at the nickname. Brain full, I said in my most suffering voice. He smiled and closed his book, too. Yeah, I'm done for the day, too. Asher looked down the table. Everyone else started closing books. What about Zeke's homework? I asked Miles. I have it done, except for physics. Miles adjusted his glasses as he looked at the group. Who's waking Zeke up? Everyone immediately pointed at me. Surprised, I stammered, What? Why me? We have a theory that if you, a girl, wake him up, he might not wake up swinging punches, Miles explained, putting his books away. The others nodded in agreement. Apparently, they wanted to experiment with Zeke. Just touch his shoulder and back away fast, Isaac advised, stretching his arms above his head. I got to my feet and pointed at them. Fine, but if he hits me, I'm coming after all of you, I warned before walking across the great room. Zeke seemed dead to the world. His large frame took up the entire couch. One muscled arm was over his eyes, blocking out the light. I debated the best way to wake him up. I decided to try saying his name first. Zeke, I called in a soft voice. Nothing. He didn't even budge. Zeke, I called louder in a sing-song voice. He mumbled something in his sleep and shifted onto his side, facing the back of the couch. I took a second to look at him. He was the most relaxed I'd seen him. He didn't look so big and intimidating right now. I debated my next move. Isaac said, touch his shoulder and back away. I looked behind me to find the guys standing a couple feet from me. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Screw this. I really didn't want to get hit. I quickly put my hand on his shoulder and hip, then gave Zeke a hard shove. He rolled off the couch and landed on the floor with a big thud. The guys burst out laughing behind me. Zeke half sat up, holding himself up on one arm. His blue eyes were wild as he looked around. When he saw me, he figured it out.
"Why the hell did you do that?"
he shouted, getting to his feet. I pointed behind me to the other guys who were laughing hysterically. "They were making me wake you up," I explained with a shit-eating grin on my face. "They also said you usually woke up swinging." Zeke's gaze went to the guys. Ethan was doubled over, holding his stomach. I didn't want to take the chance of getting hit. Zeke's gaze came back to me. He rubbed a hand along his jaw.
"Good call,"
he agreed. Then he turned to the others.
"You chicken shits. Next time, one of you have the balls to wake me up."
That sent the guys into another round of laughter. I rolled my eyes as Zeke walked around the couch. "Miles finished your homework," I began, not bothering to wait till the guys calmed down. "All that's left is physics." Zeke nodded as he stretched his arms over his head. His shirt rode up, showing off a bit of his skin. I turned away and headed for the kitchen phone, trying hard not to think about that glimpse of hard abs. "I'm ordering dinner. Does anyone want to stay?" "Yes," they all said at once. I had to bite back a smile. I found the menu for the pizza place. "What kind do you guys want?" I asked, bringing the cordless phone to the dining room where they were all sitting while Zeke did his homework. Everyone shot off something different. I had to slow them down. Nevertheless, the order turned out to be 4 pizzas with all different toppings. After I had ordered, I went into Rory's bedroom and found the jar. I took the amount I needed, stuffed it into my pocket, and then came back out. I sat down next to Asher, putting my feet on the chair and wrapping my arms around my knees as everyone started talking about the coming football game and how close homecoming was. Ethan and Isaac talked about dates for the dance, while Zeke asked why they even wanted to go. I joined in the conversation whenever I felt like it. It was easy hanging out with the guys. They were fun and nice. I don't know how else to describe it. We all seemed to fit like puzzle pieces. At least I hoped I fit. Before I could start worrying about it, the front door opened. I looked over my shoulder, fearing Tara had come home. Rory stepped through the door in his street clothes, carrying several plastic bags. His eyes swept over the group, then rested on me. I smiled at him, letting him know I was fine. "Hey, Rory, I already ordered pizza." The guys stopped talking. It was suddenly awkward.
"Tara's eating over at her mom's tonight,"
Rory announced as he walked to the kitchen and put his bags down on the counter before coming over to the table.
"Hello, boys,"
he greeted. Not exactly cheerful. There was a round of hellos. He looked me dead in the eye.
"Anyone go upstairs?"
"Nope," I answered. "We've been doing homework. Zeke's just finishing physics." Rory's eyes went to Zeke since he was the only one with books still out. He nodded again. He took a deep breath.
"I remember physics. It was a bitch."
Everyone chuckled.
"So, who's who here?"
Rory smiled. It felt like the room exhaled as everyone introduced themselves to Rory. He sat down and started talking to the guys. No interrogating, just talking, learning about them and their hobbies. Asher played sports. Ethan was in a rock band. Isaac liked skateboarding and MMA fighting. Miles liked to mess with computers, and Zeke worked at a mechanic's garage. By the time the pizza got there, everyone was laughing at a story Isaac was telling. Asher went with me to the door and helped carry the pizzas. Ethan ran into the kitchen and brought out plates. I brought out drinks and napkins. Everyone ate and talked. It felt good. All of it felt natural, like we'd been doing it for years. When dinner was over, the boys cleaned up while Rory pulled me aside.
"Nosebleed. Fill me in."
It was clear he wasn't kidding. We were in the corner of the dining room, and the guys were cleaning up in the kitchen. It was on my way to art class, I began whispering, crossing my arms over my chest. There's a really pissed-off girl along that path. From the looks of it, she's from the 60s. She was probably stabbed in the chest, maybe the lung. I kept it short and to the point. I didn't want the guys to overhear us. Speaking of the guys, I looked over Rory's shoulder to see them all cleaning up. However, Miles kept sneaking glances our way. I looked back to Rory.
Do you need to go back tonight and deal with her?
I shook my head immediately. Some ghosts want help, others want to cause as much suffering as they can. She's the latter. Rory sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I'll try to find another way to that class tomorrow. I'll avoid her. It should be fine.
If you say so, he agreed. But if it gets worse, let me know.
I nodded. A quick check-in was all Rory wanted. That I could handle. Rory turned and walked to the kitchen.
Anyone see the football game yesterday?
Everyone shook their heads except Asher.
Come on, I've got it recorded.
I smiled to myself as we all moved to the living room. Rory took the armchair near the door. Asher sat in the one to the left of the couch. Ethan and Miles sat on the floor. Zeke sat at the corner of the couch, while I sat on the other side. Isaac nudged my shoulder.
Scoot over, Red. You're the only one safe from him right now.
Isaac stage whispered.
Damn right she is,
Zeke mumbled. I scooted over and sat in the middle. Isaac wasn't as big as Asher or Zeke, but he took enough space that my shoulder was pressing against Zeke's arm. Everyone was debating about what football player was better when Zeke lifted his arm and rested along the back of the couch. I went still. Then I peeked at him out of the corner of my eye. He was leaning his head on his fist, his elbow on the arm of the couch, his eyes on the screen. It didn't seem like he was hitting on me, just getting comfortable. I looked up and realized the motion had caught Rory's eye, too. He looked at Zeke's arm a long time. Then he went back to watching the game, probably coming to the same conclusion I did. Ethan looked around at me, behind him, then scooted back and leaned against my legs, his hair covering my knees. As we watched the game, I realized I was running my fingers through Ethan's soft, thick hair. He didn't seem to mind, so I kept doing it. Then the twisted side of me wondered what he would look like with braids. I smiled to myself as I slowly put braids in his hair. It was thick enough that when I started at the top, he didn't even notice it. Soon I had the top of his head covered in braids. Then I sat back and looked around for something else to do. I was looking at the boys on the floor, wondering how much it would cost to buy some bean bags when Rory seemed to read my mind.
If this becomes a regular thing, we're going to have to get another couch,
Rory announced. The guys chuckled.
We usually end up changing houses every day,
Asher offered. Then he tilted his head.
But this summer you might be stuck with us.
Rory chuckled. It was around 7:30 when he paused the game. He turned to everyone, looking serious.
Look, boys, I know I probably seem a bit overprotective of Lexi, he began, the tension seeming to run out of his shoulders. But she's my only niece, and I'll be damned if I'll allow anything else to happen to her.
I felt eyes on me. Thanks, Rory. That's not going to cause any questions. No, not a one.
You're good kids, so you boys are welcome here any time.
He snorted before continuing.
And I'll rest easier if you guys keep an eye on her at school.
Almost all the guys nodded. Ethan and Isaac exchanged smirks. I can take care of myself, Rory, I managed through clenched teeth.
I know that, but having some backup never hurts,
he told me before speaking to the group again.
All right, boys, it's getting late and Lexi still has some physical therapy to do,
Rory announced. I groaned, closing my eyes. Physical therapy, my ass. I had to lay down with ice on my back. No one else grumbled as they all started getting to their feet. Ethan reached up to run his hand through his hair. His fingers caught.
What the?
I couldn't hold it. I burst out laughing. So did Zeke and Isaac, who had watched me the whole time. Asher turned, a big smile making its way across his face.
Oh, you look so adorable, Ethania,
Asher taunted. Ethan was grumbling as he began pulling out the braids. The other guys chimed in with their taunts as Ethan tried to find the rest of the braids. Giving up, he got to his feet as the boys kept taunting him. He turned and glared at me with his dark eyes. I just kept giggling.
Oh, beautiful. This means war.
He pointed at me, his face pink. Bring it, I challenged. His eyes narrowed, his broad lips half grinned at me.
Oh, I will.
Everyone said goodnight and thanked Rory for dinner. When they were gone, the house suddenly seemed quieter. Rory turned to me.
That's a good bunch of boys.
I like 'em, I shrugged, looking back to the TV. Reality set back in. It'd be nice if they stick around.
What do you mean?
He asked, his head resting on his hand, his elbow on the arm of the chair. You know what's going to happen, I told him, my voice resigned. They'll be my friends until I can't hide the sight anymore. Then, poof, they'll be gone. It had happened time and time again, at every school I'd ever gone to. I would make friends and it'd be great, until they caught me talking to a ghost they couldn't see, or my nosebleeds one time too many. If they find out, they leave. Some believed me, some thought I was lying. Other people thought I was crazy. The rest thought I was a freak. It always happened. It was only a matter of time.
You just met those boys today and you're already thinking of them not being your friends anymore?
Rory pointed out, frowning at me.
You can't go through life thinking everyone is going to leave you, Lexi.
I shrugged at him. Haven't been wrong yet, I pointed out. Rory sighed deeply.
Those boys might surprise you,
he offered. I gave him a small smile. I hope they did. I pushed it to the back of my mind, not wanting to deal with it right now. Can I take a shower before we do the ice? I want to avoid Tara in the morning.
Yeah, hurry up though.
I got to my feet and hustled up the stairs. I grabbed my jammies and went into the bathroom. Before stepping into the tub, I turned in front of the mirror and looked at my back. Long strips of blood blisters covered my back, with black and deep purple mixing in both, along the strips of red, and some off in other places. I sighed. With my pale skin, when I bruised badly. The image of my mom's face as she came at me flashed through my mind. I pushed it away quickly, not wanting to remember. I took a long hot shower and got into my Star Wars jammy bottoms and a black cami. Then I trudged downstairs. I had laid down on the couch with my cell phone in my hand. Rory put a towel on my back, then the ice. I hissed at first at the weight, but when the cold finally seeped through, it felt great. I had my head turned toward the TV with the game playing. How long? I asked, already hating this position.
20 minutes,
Rory answered, putting a timer in front of me. No, how many more days do I have to do this for? Rory sighed.
A couple more weeks, then we'll mix in heat if the bruising isn't healing.
I groaned miserably. Memories of my mother coming at me flashed through my mind. The feel of the belt hitting me. I pushed the memories away, focusing on the TV. It was constant. Memories coming to the surface from that night, me pushing it away again. I really hated this. I was vaguely aware when Tara came home. That is, until she started demanding answers from me. What were you doing talking to Asher Westfall? Tara snapped above me. All I could see of her was her black leggings. I was making friends, I pointed out, like it was obvious. And, walking to class. You embarrassed me in front of him, she accused me. The timer went off. I sat up and picked up the ice packs. I'm confused, Tara. I looked up at her, my brow drawn in mock confusion. Didn't you tell me an hour before that you didn't want anyone to know we're related? Rory's head turned as he frowned at Tara. Then you see me walking to class with Asher, and all of a sudden I'm Cousin Lexi?
Tara, is that true? Did you say that to her?
Rory asked, his voice hard. Tara turned and whined at Rory. She's not going to be popular, Dad. She's already got the most popular girl in school gunning for her. Tara turned back to me and narrowed her eyes. She twisted Jason Miller's arm behind his back, then shoved him in front of everyone. Tara tattled. Fair enough. I tattled on her first. Rory turned his frown onto me.
Explain,
he demanded. I sighed. This guy Jason wrapped his arm around me. I told him to let go, I explained, keeping it simple. Instead, he wrapped his arm around my waist and asked me if the curtains matched the drapes. Rory's face became hard. I continued. So I broke his hold and did an arm lock on the guy. I told him he was being an ass and pushed him into his friends. Rory's frown had disappeared as I spoke. Now he was smiling.
Good girl,
he told me. I winked at him. He went back to watching football. Dad, Tara scoffed. Rory looked up at her blankly.
I'm not going to punish her for defending herself, he told her plainly. She told him to let go. He didn't. So she made him. Perfectly justified.
Tara's mouth dropped. Then she turned back to me, her eyes calculating. Dad, she tried to stop me from talking to Asher today, Tara complained, all but stomping her foot in her tantrum. We were standing there talking, and she tugged him to start walking. I had to tug him to stop. Then she gave herself a bloody nose to get me away from him. I looked over at Rory and met his gaze. He inclined his head towards me. He understood what happened.
The nosebleed wasn't about you, Tara,
he told her plainly, turning back to the football game.
Lexi has always gotten a lot of nosebleeds.
Tara looked at him like he was insane. Then she crossed her arms and glared at me. She seemed determined to get me in trouble for something. She's hanging out with a bunch of boys. One of them is Zeke Blackthorne, that really scary guy. He's a total bully. Rory shrugged.
He didn't seem so bad,
Rory said absently. I winced. Tara's eyes went wide. You met him? She asked, stunned. Rory didn't notice the can of worms he had opened.
Yeah, I met all of them. They were nice kids,
he said dismissively, still watching the game. Tara looked at me, her eyes wide. Asher Westfell was here? Yeah, we all had dinner. I got up and took the ice packs to the freezer to put them away for tomorrow. I turned and found Tara blocking my way out of the kitchen. You have to tell me when Asher is here. She actually ordered me. I scoffed at her. I'm not going to help set you up with my friend. Her mouth pinched and her eyes narrowed. Your friend? She huffed. You're just the new girl, Alexis. Soon enough, they won't even be talking to you. That hurt. I admit it. It really hurt. Because she was probably right. Even if they did want to be my friends, when they found out about the site, they'd be gone anyway. Night, Tara. I walked around her and went upstairs. I turned off my light, then climbed into bed, miserable. Tara's comment shook me. I was just wondering if they'd even talk to me tomorrow, when my phone vibrated on the desk. I reached over and picked it up. Zeke.
Why do you have physical therapy?
That was it. No hi or how are you. Straight to the point, Zeke. I didn't want to tell him, especially after Tara had rattled me. So I asked him something I doubt he'd answer. Alexis, why do you wake up swinging? He was silent so long that I thought he'd never answer. Then my phone vibrated again. Zeke.
Not every family is a good family.
My heart sank. I knew exactly what he was saying. Just because someone is your parent doesn't mean they give a damn. Hell, my own mother couldn't care less about me. I was invisible as long as I was able to keep food on the table. and when I couldn't. I pushed those memories away as another text message came in. Zeke.
Why do you have physical therapy?
I bit my lip, trying to decide how to answer. I wasn't going to lie. He'd been honest with me. Alexis. Not every family is a good family. I thought that would be the end of it, but my phone vibrated again. Zeke.
That's why you moved into your uncle's?
It wasn't a question, not really, so I didn't answer. He sent another text. Zeke.
Are you okay?
I bit my lip. His simple question shook my control. I took a deep breath to stop the tears from falling. I didn't want to deal with it, not yet. So again, I was honest but vague. Alexis, I'm alive. Zeke.
Some days alive is the best you get, but there's always tomorrow.
I smiled at that. Underneath the rough and scary, Zeke had a soft spot somewhere. Zeke.
Night.
Alexis. Night.
Chapter 4. I woke up twice that night, both times with nightmares. So when the alarm went off, I wasn't happy. At least I got to sleep in an extra half hour since I showered last night. I got out of bed slowly, my back stiff. I rubbed my eyes. I felt like I hadn't slept at all. I got up and headed to the bathroom. Surprisingly, Tara wasn't in it this morning. I opened the medicine cabinet and found a small bottle of ibuprofen. I took 2 and then quickly washed my face. After brushing my teeth, I took the bottle with me. By the way my back felt, I was going to need it. Now more awake, I dressed the way I felt today. Dark boot-cut jeans, an olive long-sleeved thin sweater with a black cami on underneath. The neckline on the sweater was low, but the cami kept the girls covered. I brushed my hair, leaving it down and only pulling the front back into a small clip at the back of my head. I did my usual sunscreen and makeup, then I grabbed my jacket, making sure I had my wallet, cell phone, and keys before heading downstairs. Thankfully, I found a metal travel mug. I turned the coffee maker on and made my lunch. My cell phone vibrated in my bra. I pulled it out to find a text from Miles. Miles. Picking up coffee today. What would you like? I texted back, smiling. It looks like Tara was wrong about them. My mood lifted from dour to just tired. Alexis. Mocha with 2 espresso shots, please. I had stronger coffee coming. That alone got me out the door. That and the coffee in my hand. By the time I reached school, I had already drank half of my mug. I finished it before I even reached my locker. I turned the corner, and there they were. All 5 of them waiting for me. Ethan in all black again. Asher looking classic in another button-down shirt and wool coat. Zeke wearing his black clothes, wallet chain, and his motorcycle jacket. Isaac in his blue hoodie, gray jeans, and white shirt. I spotted Miles, sweet, wonderful Miles, in his T-shirt with a chemical compound written across his chest and gray hoodie, who had my coffee in his hand. I made a beeline for him. Morning. He greeted me cheerfully, handing over my coffee. I took it and hugged him tight. His body became rigid, his hands hovering over back uncertainly. You are my hero for the day. My voice was muffled. My face was in his blue hoodie on his shoulder. He smelled like wintergreen. No problem? Miles' voice trailed off. I felt him looking to the guys for help. I smiled, gave him one last squeeze, then stepped back. Hell, if coffee is all it takes for a hug, I call tomorrow. Isaac called, raising his hand. A few of them chuckled at Isaac. I ignored it and went to open my locker. With how my back felt today, I wasn't going to be lugging all my books around all day.
You okay, Red? You look as bad as Zeke did yesterday.
Isaac asked. I waved his concern away, still not awake as I put my bag on the ground and pulled out my chemistry book. I'm fine. I just had nightmares all night, I said absently, before I took another deep drink of coffee and put the book in the locker. I was debating my World Civ book when Asher spoke up.
Jessica's on the warpath today, he warned, stepping up to the other side of my locker.
I ignored it and put my World Civ book in the locker, too. That should make my bag light enough for me today. I also put the empty travel mug in for good measure. What is she bitching about? I asked, as I closed the locker, turned and realized they all looked serious.
Jessica's the most popular girl in school for some reason,
Isaac explained. Asher nodded and met my eyes.
She believes some bullshit story Jason came up with about you hitting on him,
Asher continued, holding my gaze.
I explained to her what really happened, but brain power was never my sister's strong suit.
He scratched his jaw as he continued.
She can destroy your reputation here before you even have one.
I snorted. I don't really give a shit what people think about me, I told him bluntly. I really was too tired for drama this morning. I took a drink of coffee before gesturing around the circle. Does my reputation really matter to you guys? They all shook their heads. The twins were smiling. Zeke did his almost smile thing. We thought you might. She might make it harder for you to get along with girls, Miles chimed in. I sighed, trying to find a way to explain how I felt about this. If the girls here are so spineless that they can't think for themselves, I don't want them as friends, I told them bluntly. I gestured at them again. Besides, I've got you guys. I'm good. All the guys smiled. Zeke smirked.
See? This is why we kept you. You think like a guy,
Ethan declared, wrapping his arm around my back, jarring me. I winced as he hit a particularly nasty bruise on my back. My hands actually shook from the pain. I just smiled back at him, hoping no one had noticed. The bell rang and the group split up. I couldn't move yet. I had to give my back a minute. I was looking at the ground, focusing on breathing, when a pair of motorcycle boots came into view. I bit the bullet and looked up. Zeke's eyes ran over my face, assessing.
You okay?
He asked. His eyes bore into mine, demanding an answer. I put on my best smile. Peachy, I lied. He looked at the lockers over my head.
The twins are affectionate with everyone,
he began. He tilted his head down, meeting my eyes.
If you don't want them touching you, just need to speak up.
I felt my eyes widen. Was he serious? I have never had a problem speaking up in my life, I told him honestly. You should have seen some of the notes from teachers in grade school. Motormouth was mentioned, often. The corner of his mouth twitched.
Just checking.
He ran his eyes over me again before taking off down the hall. Zeke had noticed the wince. Damn, he was observant. I needed to be more careful around him, and right now I was too tired to figure it out. God, it was too early for drama. I was on my way to Algebra 2. My mind was finally awake, though my body was still tired. I was going to make it through the day and take a nap this afternoon. Hell, maybe I could bribe one of the guys to do my homework. I had put Asher's warning out of my mind and was simply walking down the hall when a shout rang out. Then another. Hey, new girl. That had to be me. I turned to find a tall girl with the same blonde hair as Asher striding toward me with fire in her eyes. I sighed, reminded myself about my temper, and waited. People backed up, creating a ring around us. Jessica was pretty but had too much bubblegum pink lip gloss on. She was wearing a white crop top, even though it was cold this morning. Her big gold hoop earrings shined at me. She stopped within a few feet of me, towering over me, two of her friends standing on either side of her. Oh, a show of force. I barely managed to keep my face straight. Yes? I asked, keeping it polite. Her eyes flared at me. Keep your hands off my boyfriend, bitch, She spat. I really wasn't in the mood to deal with this. Your boyfriend put his hands on me and I made him stop. I shrugged, feeling my hair slide down my shoulder. Tell your boyfriend to keep his hands to himself and we won't have a problem, I added. Again, my voice reasonable. Jessica took a step forward, and I swear she did a head bob. Jason told me what happened, how you came up to him, flirting and touching him. She ran her eyes over me, then back to my face. Acting like a slut? This was Asher's sister, so I tried again to make her understand. Asher was there. Ask him what happened, I offered. But she was coming at me hard, yelling, getting in my face. Yeah, I wasn't going to back down and crawl away. And to be honest, it seemed like that was what she expected. I was very aware of the surrounding crowd. I even saw a few cell phones out filming. Great. He's lying to cover for you, she snarled. All right, I had enough. I opened my arms to her palms up. Then what the hell do you want? I asked, more of my anger slipping through the more I spoke. Asher told you what happened. I told you what happened. You don't believe it? I shook my head, not caring that I was almost shouting now. She needed to learn that she wasn't scaring me, and I had to make her realize it. What are you hoping to do coming at me like this? What? Do you want to fight? Fine, I stated. I put my bag down, pulled off my jacket, which I dropped onto my book bag. I stepped closer to her, waiting. Jessica's eyes grew wide. Had no one done this before? Had no one ever just pushed back? Then she looked pissed as she stepped back away from me. I'm going to make your life here hell, she snarled. I felt my face go blank, my eyes go dead. You don't know a damn thing about me, Jessica. My voice was flat and honest as I kept eye contact with her. I pushed it. I had to make her understand something very simple. You don't intimidate me, and you sure as hell don't scare. Her eyes flashed at me. I continued. So knock yourself out. It's not going to make a bit of difference to me. She pursed her lips before storming off her heels, clicking down the hallway. The crowd parted for her in stunned silence. When she was gone, I turned back, bent over, picked up my jacket and book bag. The circle was starting to break up since there wasn't going to be a show. It was quick and bloodless, the way I preferred it. I just hoped Jessica got the message. If you come at me, I won't back down. I straightened up and sighed. Zeke was leaning against the wall with Asher standing next to him. Both were watching me. I felt awkward walking up to them. After all, I did just tell Asher's sister to pretty much fuck off, though Asher had the biggest smile I'd ever seen. That was beautiful, Asher told me happily. I've wanted to see Jessica taken down a peg for a long time. Happy to help. Surprised, I didn't know what else to say. I've got 10 on it being on YouTube before the end of the day, Zeke said, an actual grin spreading across his face. I'm not stupid enough to take that bet, Asher said. I shook my head. I didn't know what to think about that. I looked up at Asher. Do you think that will be the end of it? Asher tilted his head, thinking, I don't think she'll come at you directly like that again. He was smiling again. No one's ever stood up to her before, but we probably haven't heard the end of this. Oh well, let her knock herself out. The late bell rang overhead. See you guys at lunch. I waved to them before heading off to class. I figured that the rest of the day would go back to normal. However, halfway through algebra, people were showing phones to each other and sending looks my way. Damn, Zeke had been right. It hadn't even been an hour, and it looked like the video had gone viral through the school. I ignored it the best I could. It wasn't easy. The quiet girl with brown hair that sat to my right leaned over. Did you really stand up to Jessica? She whispered. I looked up from my book at her. Her brown hair was straight to her shoulders. She had a sweet face that was clear of makeup. Her fingers were twisting in her lap like she was anxious about something. I just made a couple things clear to her, that's all. I whispered back, keeping my voice friendly. She smiled, and it changed her face completely. She was pretty, but you wouldn't know it since she kept hiding in her hair. "Wish I could have done that when you came at me," she mumbled, picking up her pen. "Jessica went after this girl, too?" It got me curious. "She goes after girls like that a lot?" She nodded, sucking on her lower lip. "All the time," she said quietly. I snorted at that. Jessica wasn't a pissed-off girlfriend. She was a drama queen. "She even goes after some of the boys sometimes." That really caught my attention. I abandoned my classwork and focused on her. "Goes after them how? Yelling? Screaming?" The girl nodded her eyes, unfocused for a couple of seconds. "That, and she'll slap them. Once I saw her slap her brother across the face during lunch. I'm pretty sure my eyebrows disappeared into my hairline. I reassessed. Jessica wasn't a drama queen. She was a fucking bully who used drama as an excuse. Then why didn't she hit the other girls? I knew the answer before I finished asking myself the question. Because they could hit her back. That fucking bitch. My temper surged. She hit guys because they couldn't hit her back, without getting in deep shit. I looked over at the girl next to me and smiled. I held out my hand to her. "I'm Alexis." The girl's eyes lit up as she shook my hand. "I'm Laura." Her hand shook a little in mine. She seemed very nervous, even timid. Jessica going after her was ridiculous. I tore a piece of paper off the corner of my page. I wrote my number down and handed it to her. "If she comes after you again, call me, and I'll take care of it." I didn't even have to think about it. It was clear to me this girl was too shy and timid to stand up for herself. Or, if you're bored or something. Laura's face lit up. When she smiled, she was even prettier. "Okay." Soon algebra was over. I said goodbye to Laura and headed toward chemistry. That's when it hit me. Did I just make another friend? I was going over the conversation in my head as I moved through the halls. I decided that I had. I was smiling as I walked into chemistry. The boys had already beaten me to the table. They were leaning over, looking at Isaac's cell phone. My smile disappeared. As I stepped up to the counter, I heard my own voice coming from the phone. "I see you've heard," I announced, mildly annoyed. Isaac was beaming, Ethan laughing. Miles was his usual quiet self. "Heard, seen, and watched about a dozen times," Isaac answered joyfully. "That was the best thing I've seen in years." "You did handle her rather brilliantly," Miles chimed in. I sat on my stool and dropped my bag. The curiosity had me asking, "What do you mean?" Miles adjusted his glasses before answering. "Jessica relies on fear to get her what she wants. You telling her she doesn't scare you took away any power she felt she had." I thought about it for a minute. Was he right? Is that what happened? Looking back at the whole scene with that in mind, I realized he was right. "That wasn't my plan," I explained. "I was just telling her the truth." A smile made its way across his face, turning his cute face handsome, his emerald eyes sparkling. He really should smile more. "And that's why it was epic." I shook my head, not knowing what to say as I heard Isaac playing the video again. "Oh, this is my favorite part." The teacher clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention, and then class started. Miles ended up taking Ethan and Isaac's cell phones so they would stop watching the video. After class, Miles handed them back as long as they promised not to use them in class. Both boys grumbled in agreement. We were talking about Ethan's band practice that night when we reached the courtyard in front of the cafeteria. It was jam-packed with other students. "What the hell?" Ethan asked, looking at the crowd. "Is our table even open?" Isaac asked, shading his eyes. He pointed.
Yep, there's Zeke and Asher. They've managed to hold the table.
It wasn't hard to see Zeke and Asher. They towered over everyone else in the crowd. We headed into the crowd. We ended up going single file, Isaac in front, me in the middle, and Ethan taking up the back. It took a while, but we broke out of the crowd at the table. Zeke and Asher moved their bags so everyone could sit down. I shared a bench with Miles. Zeke was on the bench to my left. Asher shared across from me with Ethan, and Isaac had taken a bench for himself. "What's with the crush?" I asked, pulling my lunch from my bag.
"That's your fault," Asher said, getting his own lunch out. "After you told off Jessica this morning, everyone's here hoping to see more."
I rolled my eyes and opened my lunch bag. "That's not going to happen."
"We know that, but they don't,"
Isaac pointed out before biting into his sandwich. We did our best to ignore the crush around us, but every once in a while someone would be trying to pass someone else, and one of us would get bumped. I was in the middle of telling them about meeting Laura when someone knocked into Asher again, making him spill water down his shirt. I was fed up. "Let's go eat somewhere else, guys. This is ridiculous," I suggested. Everyone agreed and gathered their stuff. Asher stood up straight and looked over the crowd. He pointed in a direction.
"That's the fastest way out,"
he announced. We all started moving again, single file. Somehow the crowd had gotten worse. I reached out and grabbed a handful of Ethan's jacket, trying not to lose them. Ethan reached back, took my hand, his rings biting into my fingers as he kept pulling me through the crowd. When we finally got free, he let go.
"Next time we need to put her in the middle,"
he announced to the guys.
"We almost lost her in the crowd."
Everyone looked at me. "It's not my fault I'm short," I told them simply, stepping further away from the crush.
"At least you got the cute thing working for you,"
Isaac offered. "Damn right I do," I said, my head held high. The guys were laughing as we started walking down the hall.
"Where are we going?"
Ethan asked as he pulled his sandwich from his bag and started eating it. "How about the library?" Miles suggested.
"We can just walk and eat,"
Asher offered.
"Who wants to walk and eat?"
Ethan asked. 4 of us raised our hands.
"Majority rules, we walk."
I pulled out my water bottle and took a drink. "So how did this voting thing start?" I asked, looking down the line as we walked shoulder to shoulder down the mostly empty hallway.
"I think when we were 8,
Isaac answered.
"We all kept wanting to do different stuff and we'd get into fights over it. When we broke a vase at Asher's, his mom made voting a rule for us."
Zeke shrugged.
"We've been doing it ever since."
"Oh, I need to see kid photos of you guys. I bet you were all adorable," I told them, unable to help smiling at them. To my astonishment, every one of them blushed a bit. Oh, this was going to be fun.
"No, never. Not in a million years."
Zeke denied me immediately. I was so going to find those photos. "Oh, I so am," I snickered. "Anyway, what's the plan for homework tonight?" Asher changed the subject, his cheeks still pink.
"Not my place. Sylvia is still sleeping,"
Zeke told us.
"Miles?"
"Still decorating," Miles answered.
"Asher?"
"Jessica has girls coming over," Asher supplied.
"Ethan?"
"Not if you actually want to get work done," Isaac supplied.
"Lexi?"
"Tara is very aware that Asher was over last night, so she'll be around," I warned them. "If you can deal with her." Everyone groaned. "There's always the county library," Miles offered.
"I call the library,"
Isaac announced. Everyone agreed. "Good, because we have chemistry tests tomorrow, and I've had about a day and a half to study for it," I complained. "Oh, and algebra and world civ." The guys winced in sympathy. "Chemistry isn't bad. It's a 10-question quiz, and they're the ones from the back of the book," Miles reassured me.
"What about English?"
Asher asked, looking down the line at me. We're reading Romeo and Juliet, I grumbled. I understand it's a masterpiece of theater and everything, but please knock me out for that class. The guys chuckled. Wait a minute. I thought all girls liked those tragic love stories, Isaac asked as we turned down another hall. I guess I'm weird, I shrugged. I prefer a good happy ending to a story. There are enough tragic ones in real life. That makes sense, Miles offered. What's the training schedule look like this weekend? Zeke asked. Isaac emptied his water bottle. I've got training tonight at 7, then Sunday if any of you are joining me, Isaac offered up. I'll take Sunday with you, Zeke volunteered. Isaac nodded. I'll take tonight, Ethan chimed in. We just need to get our homework done first. We turned another corner and were walking by a group of girls. They were giggling and pointing at us. I ignored it. They were probably checking out the boys. I heard she's already slept with half the football team, I heard whispered from their group. What a slut. I doubted anyone else heard it, so I ignored it and kept walking. It was clear Jessica was working the gossip mill, but even I thought that was fast. However, Asher stopped and turned around. The others stopped a second later. What? The others asked, confused as to why he stopped. Asher looked at me, his eyebrow raised, asking without words if I heard them. I heard, I told him simply, then started walking again. The guys followed. That doesn't bother you? Asher asked, like he found it hard to believe. What did we miss? Ethan asked, looking down the line at both of us. Those girls back there were calling her, well, names, Asher informed them, his eyes going to Miles. They were saying I'm a slut, I supplied, dropping my trash into a trash can as we walked by. Zeke cursed under his breath. And that doesn't bother you? Asher asked, obviously finding it hard to believe. I know I'm not a slut. You guys know I'm not a slut. I shrugged and tried to explain. Those girls don't mean anything to me, so why would I care what they think? Those kinds of rumors can bring out some pervy guys, Zeke warned. Then they'll be really disappointed, I chuckled, my twisted side finding the situation funny. A couple of them chuckled. Zeke was frowning. I rolled my eyes as the 6th period bell rang. I'll see you guys at the library. I'll see you in 7th period, Asher, I called over my shoulder. I heard several see you laters. Gym was normal, except the line for the stalls were so long that I said fuck it and changed by my locker. With my hair down, no one noticed my bruises. Yay for thick hair. I made sure to stuff some tissues into my pocket before I left the locker room, foreseeing a nosebleed coming. I really needed to find a better way to art class. I met up with Asher and I asked him, Is there another way to art class? He frowned and shook his head. Not that I've found, and believe me, I've tried, he informed me. Great. Daily torture. I sighed. Have you tried just telling her no? I asked as we headed down the path. Asher started rubbing the back of his neck. I don't want to be rude, he said, grimacing. I rolled my eyes. It's not rude to tell her you're not interested in doing those activities she wants you to do, I offered. If it was me having this problem, would you think I was being rude by just telling some guy that I didn't want to join some club of his? I stopped talking. It was up to him how he wanted to deal with Tara. I was just along for the ride. We headed down the walkway, Asher looking around for Tara, and I looked around for Ghost Girl. That familiar chill went down my neck, only this time it was like a finger touch running down my skin. The pain hit me hard and fast, driving the air from my lungs and forcing me to stop. Ghost Girl was walking down the path toward me, a strange grin on her face. My hand went to my throbbing chest. I glanced to Asher. He hadn't noticed because he had spotted Tara. My heart raced as he took a deep breath and started forward again. I followed. Please don't leave me alone with her, he asked out of the corner of his mouth. My head was pounding as Ghost Girl was following Tara. "You got it," I answered, hiding the pain from my voice. By the time we reached Tara, my stomach was rolling. What the fuck? Had Ghost Girl been feeding off someone? How did she have this much energy today? I concentrated on breathing through the pain. "Asher, hi," Tara greeted cheerfully. Her eyes darted to me, then back to Asher without saying a word to me. She began pulling pieces of paper out of her binder. "I brought you copies of the plans for homecoming. I would really like your opinion." "Tara, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to help with any of this stuff," Asher told her, surprising me. I might have looked at him, but I was too busy trying to breathe around the hot, burning spike that felt like it was being driven through my chest, right over my heart. She stood across from me, her memories starting to pour through my head. I saw her death in my mind. My heart grew heavy. I felt the pressure in my face a second before the first drip on my upper lip. Absently, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my tissues. I put them to my nose, hoping we could go soon. "I'm just really swamped with football and work right now, not to mention homework," Asher was explaining to Tara when Ghost Girl reached out and touched my neck. Pain tore through me like lightning, from neck to toes. I glared at her with everything I had. I mouthed no at her. She was pushed back instantly, the nerve pain easing up, allowing me to take a more normal breath again. Ghost Girl was pale, her skin shining as if she was sweating. She kept backing up. She had nothing left. I blinked hard, becoming more aware of what was going on. Tara was glaring at me before she smiled up at Asher. "All right, I understand. You're too busy to help now." Tara gave him big eyes and a small smile. Shit, was she going to cry? Oh, nope. She was pulling the girl card, looking sweet and hurt. "Maybe you could help with winter formal and prom next semester?" Before he could answer, Asher looked over to me. His brow drew down as he frowned. "Lexi, is your nose bleeding again?" he asked, his rich voice concerned. My head still pounding, I nodded. He ran his eyes over me, his face worried. He reached out and took my arm. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up." He gave me a small nudge to get me moving. "I'll think about next semester, Tara," he called over his shoulder, his gaze still on me as we passed by Girl Ghost. I felt a surge of blood and cursed as I pinched my nose shut. I walked faster, trying to get away so the burning pain in my chest would stop. By the time we turned to the corner, my tissues were soaked. Seeing this, Asher pulled his little pack of tissues out of his bag and handed them to me. I added some to my nose. The further away from Dead Girl we got, the less my nose bled. "Seriously, Lexi, what's with your nose?" he asked, still frowning. I tried to figure an excuse that would explain this. "It's kind of a medical thing," I hedged, checking to see if my nose had stopped bleeding. Thankfully, it had. I went to the sink in class with Asher one step behind. "What kind of medical thing?" he asked, grabbing a dry paper towel and handing it to me. "It's nothing serious, it just gives me nosebleeds and makes me sick once in a while." Warming up to the lie I was creating, this might just work. Asher frowned at me, then backed off the subject as we went to our table. During art class, Asher thankfully seemed to forget about my nosebleed as I tried to help him with his drawing of a vase, but he always ended up drawing stickmen leaping to their deaths. I eventually gave up. Chapter 5. Before heading to the library, I stopped at a gas station for a big bottle of water and a couple of those tissue packs. I needed to stop using Asher's tissues. I made sure to text Rory, telling him where I would be. The county library wasn't a huge library, but it looked big to me. I noticed on the Riverstone walls outside that there was a sign that said, "No climbing." It made me grin. I walked into the big room, noticing that there were comfy armchairs here and there, scattered into corners, creating reading nooks. It didn't really look like a library. If it weren't for the bookshelves, it would look like a coffee house. It was big and cozy all at the same time. I spotted the guys at one of the bigger tables and headed over. Isaac sat at one end of the table. Ethan and Miles sat on one side, Zeke on the other. I sat across from Miles next to Zeke and started pulling out my books.
"Heard you got another nosebleed today,"
Zeke announced in his gravelly voice. I narrowed my eyes at him.
"Asher said it's some kind of medical thing."
He looked over at me, his eyes demanding answers. "You guys gossip just as much as girls do," I shot back as I opened my World Civ notes to study. Isaac and Ethan chuckled. Miles adjusted his glasses and ran his eyes over me. Before he could ask me any questions, I changed the subject. "How is it you guys can stay out late on school nights?" They all looked at each other for a second before looking back down at their books. "Asher's dad is usually out of town on business," Miles began, his fingers tapping out a staccato rhythm again. "Right now, my mother is on a redecorating spree, so she doesn't want me in the way." He shrugged, all but burying his nose in his textbook. That didn't seem right to me, but before I could even think to ask, Ethan spoke up.
"We can't do anything we want. Our mom's a teacher at the grade school, and she's usually stuck grading papers after school. We always have to check in, but she knows our friends and knows that we're not interested in doing anything too stupid."
Isaac nodded in agreement. They didn't mention their dad, and I decided not to ask.
"My Aunt Sylvia works nights at the diner in town."
Zeke shrugged as he turned a page in his physics book.
"As long as I check in and stay out of trouble, she pretty much lets me do what I want."
Everyone was avoiding looking at me. That's when I understood. They didn't usually have anyone at home most of the time. They stayed together all evening to keep each other company. I felt the wall I kept around my heart crack a little more. Shit. "Feel free to come over any time, guys," I offered, keeping my voice light. "It'll annoy the crap out of Tara." Chuckles ran around the table. We all got to work studying. I focused on my World Civ for the first hour. I had moved on to chemistry when I noticed Ethan shifting out of the corner of my eye, wincing. I looked up from my book and watched him trying to stretch his lower back while staying in his chair. "Ethan, are you okay?" I asked. He was still grimacing when he answered.
"Yeah,
He closed his eyes, grunting in pain. Isaac's head snapped up, his face serious. He ran his eyes over his brother like he was examining him.
"It's just an old back injury."
Ethan looked down at his bag on the floor and scowled at it. He closed his eyes and sighed, sounding resigned.
"Brother, could you—"
He didn't even have to finish the sentence. Isaac reached down, picked up Ethan's bag, and put it on the table for him.
"Thanks."
Ethan opened a pocket on his bag and pulled out a water bottle, then a prescription bottle. He poured out one large white pill, then swallowed it quickly.
"Oh, ibuprofen, how I love you,"
he grumbled as he put the bottle back into his bag. He pushed his bag into the middle of the table. What did he do to his back? For once, I wasn't going to ask. Ethan didn't seem okay with the situation. He went back to his homework. I went back to my chemistry.
"Muscle spasms?"
Isaac asked quietly.
"It's fine."
Ethan all but growled at his brother.
"You're not going to training tonight."
Isaac's voice was firm. It was strange to hear from Isaac.
"It'll be fine,"
Ethan hissed at his brother.
"I just forgot to take my noon pill."
Isaac dropped it. It was a while later when Asher showed up, freshly showered. He dropped into the chair at the end to my right. "How did practice go?" I asked, opening my math book.
"Fine. Coach was angry I skipped yesterday,"
Asher informed us as he pulled one of his books out.
"He made me run more suicides as punishments, and it wiped me out. What did I miss?"
"Oh, nothing. The guys were just telling me all your most embarrassing secrets," I told him, my voice sincere. His head shot up and looked around the group with wide eyes. The other guys snickered. Asher narrowed his eyes at me playfully. "They wouldn't. I have too much dirt on them," he assured me before he opened his book. "Okay, you and me, we need to talk soon," I told him earnestly. Asher smiled, then everyone got back to work. A half hour later, I was in the middle of my algebra homework when I felt it. That damn chill down my neck. I lifted my head slowly and looked around. There was a dead woman walking down an aisle of books, looking at them sadly. I could almost see the waves of distress rolling off her. I didn't want to help her, but she came closer. I felt her emotions running through her. Grief, loss, and confusion poured over me. She didn't know she was dead. My head started to ache. I couldn't not help her. Fuck. I put my pen down and made a show of stretching my arms. "I'm going to stretch my legs, maybe find a book to take home," I told the guys as I got out of my chair. No one asked questions as I moved off into the shelves. The closer I got to her, the more my head throbbed. I was guessing she died from head trauma. I met her halfway down an aisle. "I see you," I whispered to her. She turned to me, relief sweeping over her face. "Thank goodness," she said, her eyes running over the shelves. "No one seems to be listening to me." The pain in my head spiked, making my stomach roll. I gestured further into the stacks and stepped around her. I stuck my hand out as the world spun. I blinked hard and focused on getting further out of sight. When I found a corner, I took a step back from her, and the world stopped spinning. Definitely head trauma. I looked up at the woman. She seemed sweet. She looked like she was in her 30s when she died, her brown hair up in a messy bun held together with pencils. She wore a long, dark tweed skirt and a blue cable-knit sweater with a white blouse on underneath, the Peter Pan collar showing over the sweater. "What's your name? Who are you?" I asked, as my head began to throb with my pulse. She licked her lips before answering. "I'm Lily Mason. I'm the librarian here, but no one seems to be listening to me," she told me before pointing at a section of books. "Nonfiction isn't supposed to be back here. It's supposed to be on the east wall, and—" She began listing off the changes that had occurred since her death. She really had no idea she was dead. Fuck. I sat down in an armchair and pulled the tissues from my pocket. "Tell me about yourself," I asked, my head already throbbing. Lily Mason told me everything. She told me about her love for books, how she wanted nothing more than to sit and read for hours uninterrupted. She told me about her dreams of making this library the best in the area. That was all she wanted. She didn't care if she had a family or kids, just her books. I listened to her for as long as I could. My head felt like it was raw. All her memories were pouring in. I had been holding tissues to my nose for 15 minutes when I couldn't take it anymore. "Lily, honey, you're dead," I told her in a nasally voice. She looked surprised and then quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not. I'm here trying to get things done," she insisted. I resisted the urge to groan. My stomach was rolling and I didn't have much time left. I pointed to a book someone had left on a table. "Grab that book," I ordered. The pain wasn't with my pulse anymore. It was constant. Lily went to the table and tried to pick up the book, her hand passing right through it. She looked up at me, stunned. My heart ached for her, but I was running out of time here. "Your body is gone, honey, but you don't have to be stuck here." She looked like she was going to cry. My stomach rolled. I was going to need a trash bag. "Lily," I got her attention. Tears were falling down her face. "I don't know what's in the next part, but everyone I've ever seen cross had a look of pure joy on their face," I explained. I had to close my eyes as the world spun. "Really?" Lily's voice shook with uncertainty.
Oh, please, God, cross over, please. I swallowed hard as I opened my eyes and met hers. I felt more blood begin pouring from my nose. I grabbed more tissue, trying to save my sweater. Really, I told her, my voice muffled behind my hand. If there is a heaven, Lily, wouldn't yours be better than this? With books you could actually read, touch, and smell? She nodded, her eyes eager. How? She asked. My head spiked, my vision fading for a moment. Just let go of this world, I explained, my voice soft and muffled. You're the one keeping yourself here. She nodded before looking around the library one more time. Tears were still falling down her cheeks as she started to disappear. Thank you, she whispered, just before she was gone. As soon as she finished fading away, I ran. I didn't have time to walk. I ran through the stacks, my stomach already rebelling. Not yet, not yet, not yet. I ran into the alcove with the bathroom doors, barely noticing that the guys spotted me diving through the door. I ran to the closest stall, dropped to my knees, and threw up. I was sick over and over, blood streaming into the bowl from my nose, eyes streaming with tears, my head exploding. The world spun as I tried to breathe between bouts of sickness. Finally, I had nothing left. I held my hair back in one hand and fumbled for the toilet paper with the other. When I was sure I wasn't throwing up again, I flushed the toilet and sat back on my butt, my back against the stall wall. I held more tissue to my nose and used my other hand to clean up my face. I felt weak, drained, and wobbly, so I just sat there, focusing on breathing as my stomach stopped cramping. I had to keep changing out my tissues. My nose didn't want to stop bleeding. I was there a long time. When my nose finally stopped bleeding, I threw the tissue into the toilet and slowly got to my feet. I went to the sink, washed my hands, and looked in the mirror. My already pale skin looked even whiter, my skin clammy. Dry blood had crusted around my mouth and chin. A few drops stained my sweater. Great. Feeling shaky, I washed my face and used the paper towels to dry. I felt weak, like one breeze would knock me over. I knew I needed to go home. What was I going to tell the guys? Food poisoning would work, right? People get food poisoning all the time, right? I took a shaky breath and headed back out into the library. I felt the guys' eyes on me instantly. I walked with my eyes on the floor, the shelves anywhere but at them. When I reached the table, they didn't waste time.
Red, you look like shit,
Isaac informed me.
You okay, beautiful?
Ethan sounded worried.
What happened?
Zeke demanded.
Are you feeling all right?
Miles asked gently.
Did you have another nosebleed?
Asher asked directly. I shook my head as I started packing up. Nah, I'm fine. I must have got a bad burrito at the Quick Stop, I told them, keeping my voice matter of fact, though I couldn't even look at them when I said it. I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to head home. I took my jacket off the back of my chair and pulled it on, swallowing against another wave of nausea. I noticed they were watching me like hawks. Miles's face was suspicious as his gaze ran over me.
I can drive you home, Red,
Isaac offered, already getting out of his chair. Ethan was nodding in agreement. I waved for him to sit back down. No, it's fine. You have training tonight. Besides, I'll probably be fine now after puking my guts out. I picked up my bag before anyone else could offer to drive me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I turned and walked away. I was only a few feet away when I heard them talking.
Did anyone else notice the blood on her sweater?
Miles asked, his voice quiet. The others say they did. How much longer was I going to be able to hide this? When I got back to the house, I never even made it upstairs. I reached the couch and dropped. What felt like a second later, Rory was shaking me awake. No. Huh? I asked, sitting up, still half asleep.
Rory's hands grabbed my face and forced me to look at him. He was trying to open one of my eyelids when I finally woke up. I'm fine, I snapped at him. My head throbbed, and my stomach churned with the motion. It was a heartbeat before his hands let go of my face. I blinked my eyes open. The living room was dark except for one lamp.
What happened?
Rory demanded, his face hard.
Tara's upstairs, swearing you came home drunk and passed out on the couch.
I snorted and immediately regretted it. My face ached. I lay back down with my eyes open so Rory wouldn't freak out again. I ran into that girl ghost again today. She was being a real bitch, too, I told him, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Then we all went to the library and I ran into a dead woman there. I groaned as I sat back up, putting my feet on the floor. I helped her move on, got a real bad bloody nose, and got sick. Rory turned until he was sitting normally on the couch next to me.
How did you cover for that?
He asked. I smiled painfully. I told them I got a bad burrito at the Quick Mart. Rory snorted. Asher was asking about the bloody noses today. I told him it's a medical condition that crops up now and then.
You think that was a good idea?
His voice was full of doubt. I rubbed my fingers against my forehead, trying to ease the pain. It's better than the truth, I told him honestly. This way they'll at least hang around a while longer.
Lexi,
Rory began in his lecturing voice, but before he could get started there was a knock on the door. Rory frowned at me before he got up and answered it.
I bring chicken soup.
My head snapped up so fast I got dizzy. Ethan was standing in the doorway, a big plastic tub in his hands with DVD cases on top.
And movies with minimal gore.
Rory smirked and gestured for him to come in. Ethan tossed the movies to me and then headed into the kitchen. What are you doing here? I had never been more surprised in my life. Ethan was banging some pots and pans in the kitchen.
Beautiful is sick. We make beautiful better,
he told me, his smooth voice calling from the kitchen. Rory was still smirking when I looked over at him, not knowing what to do.
It's what friends do, Lexi,
he informed me gently. I couldn't wrap my head around the fact he was here. What about training? I asked. Ethan came back over and held out the videos for me to pick one.
Isaac said he could spar with one of the other fighters tonight.
Ethan shook the videos in front of me to get me to pick. I picked a superhero movie. As Ethan went to put the movie on, there was another knock on the door. Rory's brow furrowed as he got up and answered it. Miles was standing there with a plastic bag in his hand. His ears went pink as he held it up. I brought some medicine that might help Alexis feel better, Miles offered uncertainly. Rory smiled a big smile and gestured for him to come in. Miles made a beeline for me. He sat down to my right and dug into the bag. Are you still nauseous? He asked, pulling out a white box which he started to open. A little, just when I moved too fast, I told him, still in shock to see them. Miles pulled out a round tablet still in its wrapper. He handed it to me. "Chew that. It'll stop the nausea," Miles ordered. Miles ordered me. Still in shock, I opened it and chewed it. It tasted like cherries. I was still looking at them like they were from another planet when there was another knock on the door. Rory started chuckling as he got up again to answer. Asher was there with a big plastic bag in his hand. I only saw him walk in because Miles was asking if I had any other symptoms. "A headache, body ache," I answered, bewildered. Miles pulled out a bottle of painkillers and began to open it. That's when a big, fluffy, emerald green blanket landed in my lap. Then Asher dropped down next to me. I looked at him, confused, holding up an edge of the blanket. He shrugged. "When my sister is sick, she uses a big fuzzy blanket." Asher gestured at my blanket-covered lap. "So you get a big fuzzy blanket." My mouth dropped open to say something, but nothing came out. I was still trying to grasp this. The guys were here? There was another knock on the door while I was still looking like a stranded fish. Rory was laughing as he leaned his head back. "Come on in," Rory shouted, enjoying himself way too much. I turned to see Zeke closing the door behind him, a couple of grocery bags in his hands. He opened them and began listing what he brought absently. "I've brought different kinds of clear sodas and some crackers." He didn't even bother to look at me. He just headed into the kitchen area. Ethan turned and spotted Asher. "Spot stealer," Ethan accused, before heading back toward the kitchen. Asher just smiled at him. I finally found my voice. "What are you guys doing here?" I all but shouted. I was really out of my depth here. They were really here. "It's what we do when one of us is sick," Ethan called from the kitchen. "We show up and bring you things to make you feel better," Miles continued, adjusting his glasses. "We bring movies and blankets to keep the sick one on the couch, and if it's Zeke, we all sit on him to keep him there," Asher added, like this was perfectly normal behavior. "I heard that," Zeke shot back from the kitchen. "We bring Mom's chicken noodle soup, which is the best thing in the world," Ethan informed me as he came around the couch, and he handed a bowl to me carefully, which Asher took so that Miles could hand me the painkillers. "And we keep you company," Zeke announced as he stepped around the couch and handed me a glass of gold liquid. I looked around at them all, completely and utterly dumbfounded. They came because I was sick, and they wanted to make me feel better? It was that simple for them. I felt a whole section of that wall around my heart crumble. Emotions tore through me as I looked at Rory, speechless, tears filling my eyes. Rory just smiled understandingly at me. Tara saved me from embarrassing myself by coming downstairs. "What's with all the noise?" Tara's irritated voice trailed off. I quickly took the Tylenol, using the soda to wash it down, more to give me a moment to compose myself than for the actual pain. Asher took my glass and handed me the bowl of soup. He was very pointedly not looking up the stairs where I assumed Tara was standing. "What is everyone doing here?" Tara asked, her voice suddenly becoming friendly. "Beautiful is sick, so we're here to smother her back to health," Ethan declared, before turning and sitting on the floor between Miles and me. Zeke took the armchair on the left. Ethan's hand touched my shoe. Then he looked down at my feet. "You're still wearing shoes?" Ethan groaned. I didn't even get to answer. Ethan started taking my boots off. Ethan tossed them over to Zeke, who caught them and set them on the floor. "We have a strict no shoes when you're sick rule," Asher pointed out, stretching his arm across the back of the couch. "I see that," I stuttered, still in a daze. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tara walk slowly to the bottom of the stairs. "We also have a pajama policy," Asher informed me. His gaze ran over my sweater, coming back to my face. "But we'll let you slide since it looks like you just came home and passed out." "I just got her up a minute before you boys started showing up," Rory admitted, smiling. Asher nodded, then looked back at the television. Ethan hit the play button. "Hey, I brought that big tub of soup from our house if anyone's hungry." Ethan waved his hand toward the kitchen. "We ate at the diner after Lexi took off," Asher admitted before looking down at me and frowning. "Eat your soup, woman." I gave him a small smile and started eating. It really was amazing chicken soup. "In that case, I'm getting a bowl," Rory announced as he got to his feet. Tara followed him to the kitchen. I took a second to look around at them all. I was sick. They thought with food poisoning, so they came to keep me company and take care of me. "You guys are pretty amazing, you know," I told them honestly. I'm just glad I kept my voice from cracking. Most of them shrugged. A couple waved a hand dismissively as they watched the start of the movie. "We're family, it's what we do," Miles told me absently. They really didn't know just how incredible that was to me. I ate my soup, covered in my blanket, surrounded by people that actually seemed to care about me. It wasn't long before I fell asleep again. Chapter 6. I woke up the next morning still on the couch. I groggily looked around until I found my cell phone on the coffee table. I shut off the alarm as soon as possible. I sat up and put my feet on the floor, then rubbed my hands over my face. I tried to remember what happened after I ate that awesome soup. I remembered everyone talking, and that was it. I must have passed back out. I vaguely recalled snuggling into someone's shoulder. I hope I didn't drool on them. Those guys were incredible, and they really didn't even know it. I wanted to do something to thank them. I quickly made a group text asking them all for coffee orders before heading upstairs and taking a shower. I had just put on my usual black underwear and bra when my phone started vibrating. I picked it up to find drink orders coming in. Then it occurred to me I didn't know where to meet them. Alexis: "Where do you guys want to meet this morning?" Miles: "Where do you park? You'll need help to carry." Alexis: "I can manage. Just where do you guys want to meet?" Zeke:
"At your locker?"
Asher:
"How about at our usual table?"
Alexis: "I vote table." Isaac:
"Locker."
Ethan:
"I don't care."
The conversation went on like that till I finally called it. Alexis: "I'm bringing coffee to the table. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to put some pants on." There was a long silence. I was about to put my phone down when it vibrated again. Ethan:
"Beautiful wins because she's pantless."
Asher:
"Yeah, pantless girls always win."
Zeke:
"Agreed."
Isaac:
"You cheat, Red."
Miles: "Ignore us and get dressed, please." I smiled to myself and pulled on my dark bootcut blue jeans, gray V-neck shirt, and a royal purple plaid that I left unbuttoned. I did my usual morning routine and put my hair back in a loose braid. I pulled on my jacket, making sure I had everything. I made my lunch, grabbed my bag, and was out the door early. I picked up the coffees and was extremely grateful the coffee drive-thru had good holders. I was carrying in my bag and the coffee when I realized I could see my breath. It was so cold this morning. I was surprised to find Miles, Asher, and Zeke were already there at the table. "Morning." I put the coffees on the table and pointed out what was what. "How are you feeling this morning?" Miles asked, as he looked through the coffees, finding his. "I got 8 hours of sleep. I'm the best ever," I told them cheerfully. It was true. I usually never felt this good in the morning. Hell, my coffee was even decaf.
"Good. You look a lot better this morning," Asher said, as he picked up his coffee.
"Thanks for coming over to take care of me, guys." I felt my face turn red as I kept my eyes on my coffee. "You didn't have to, but I really appreciated it." I forced myself to admit to them. I cleared my throat before changing the subject as fast as possible. "So, how annoying was Tara?" Zeke and Miles chuckled. Asher groaned. I looked up to see his face pained.
"She kept trying to get Asher to talk to her,"
Zeke answered me, his smirk on his face.
"He answered her, but he kept his answers short."
"Then one of us would change the subject or ask Asher something," Miles admitted, smiling his small smile.
"I suffered for you, Allie,"
Asher declared, pointing at me. I walked over and hugged him around the waist. He gave me a squeeze. Vanilla and cinnamon filled my nose. Hence the coffee. I stepped back, smiling. He was smiling back at me when a blur bashed into me.
"Red!"
Isaac shouted as he practically tackled me. I would have fallen if it weren't for Isaac lifting me up around the waist and swinging me in a circle. I barely managed to save my coffee. Isaac put me back down, his arms moving to a hug.
"Sorry I wasn't there last night. How are you feeling?"
I hugged his arm across my chest, smiling. Isaac was so sweet. Ethan strolled up at a normal pace. "Much better, thanks." I leaned my head back against his shoulder. Asher was just telling me about Tara last night. I felt Isaac laugh as he gave me a squeeze before letting go.
Oh yeah, Tara wasn't happy,
Ethan said as he stepped around me to grab his coffee.
She probably thinks you're trying to steal him away, especially after you fell asleep last night,
Isaac said, smiling as he drank his coffee. What do you mean? I asked, looking around the group, my heart racing. Did I say something weird in my sleep?
After you fell asleep on the couch, you kind of ended up sleeping against Asher's shoulder,
Miles informed me before taking a sip of his coffee. I let out the breath I had been holding. Snuggling Asher in my sleep? That I could deal with. I looked over at Asher, who looked a bit uncomfortable. Did I drool? I asked him seriously. A couple of them chuckled.
No drool,
Asher assured me.
Tara really didn't look happy when we left,
Zeke informed me, smirking. I sighed. There was going to be backlash from this. Oh well, nothing to be done about it now. I'll deal with it later. The morning bell rang. See you guys at lunch, I called over my shoulder as I headed toward class. My day went on as usual, though there were more whispers and insults as I walked through the halls today. When chemistry was finally over, I was more than ready to call it a day. We were talking about the chemistry test as we reached our usual table. Asher was just getting there himself.
So how did you guys do on your tests?
Asher asked as he sat down next to Ethan on the bench to my left. Isaac sat next to me, our backs towards Jason and his friends.
I'm sure I did all right,
Miles mumbled. Isaac laughed.
You were done with that test in 10 minutes. You spent the rest of the time rechecking everything,
Isaac accused him. Miles' ears went pink as he shrugged.
How about you, Allie girl?
Asher asked, pulling out his lunch bag. I think I passed, and with only 2 days to study, I'll take it, I told him emphatically as I pulled out my own lunch. In fact, I did so well I'm thinking about ditching the rest of the day. Any takers?
If you ditch, they call your house,
Zeke announced as he dropped onto the empty bench across from us. Every time? He nodded as he pulled out his own lunch. I cursed. It would have been nice to avoid increasingly bitchy ghost girl today.
You don't want to get grounded this weekend,
Ethan informed me.
My band's playing at Vagabond on Saturday night.
Vagabond? Ethan nodded, then seemed to realize I didn't know what he was talking about.
It's a club in Dulcet that lets the 16 to 20 crowd in on Saturday night,
Ethan explained, opening his water bottle.
There isn't much to do around here for us, so they let us in on Saturdays, so we have something to do besides party. They always have live music those days.
Sometimes the music is pretty good, Isaac admitted, before biting into his sandwich. It did sound like fun. Ethan leaned forward and gave me serious eye contact.
You have to come. You don't get a choice,
he ordered. I held back a smile. Of course I'm going. I want to see your band play, I admitted. I really wanted to hear that smoky voice of his sing.
What else are we doing this weekend?
Zeke asked before biting into his sandwich. Miles raised a finger before he finished swallowing his food. There's a small meteor shower coming in tonight that I wanted to see, Miles announced. Care if I come with you? I've never seen a meteor shower, I asked, not wanting to bother Miles. That's perfect, he told me, a small smile on his face. Because I was going to ask to use your dock to watch it tonight. I smiled at him and took a drink of water.
I'm working tonight,
Zeke announced. Everyone groaned. Zeke shrugged.
If I work tonight, I get tomorrow night off, and I can go with to see Ethan's band.
Well, that's okay then, Ethan admitted, finishing his sandwich. I'm working Sunday and Saturday morning, Asher admitted. No one seemed to groan at this. Apparently, only working nights was groan-worthy. Where do you work? I asked, putting my trash in my bag. I work at the indoor rock climbing center here in town. Asher pointed at me. You should come by Sunday. I'll give you a free lesson. Sounds good to me. Yeah, you'll probably end up rock climbing with us this summer anyway, Isaac told me matter-of-factly. Might as well start learning. I'll give it a shot. The guys smiled. Zeke smirked. The meteor shower comes in around 9 tonight, so what do you guys want to do until then? Miles asked. I'll be back from the game by 9, Asher told us before taking another drink of water. You guys can just come over. We can watch movies and have dinner, I suggested, putting the lid on my water bottle. Sounds good to me, Miles agreed. Me too, Isaac said. Me 3. Ethan chimed in. Asher rolled his eyes at them before meeting mine. I'll be there late-ish, away game tonight, Asher said. I'll save you a plate, I offered. He gave me that big, handsome smile. We went to debate what movies to watch tonight. I was insisting on Monty Python and the Holy Grail when my cell phone rang. Curious, I pulled it out and answered. Hello? Alexis, this is Laura. A girl's soft voice rang in my ear. Hey, Laura, how are you? I asked, completely surprised by the call. I had just seen her in math a couple hours ago. Remember when you told me to call you if Jessica Westphal went after another girl? Laura's voice was anxious and getting louder. Yeah? What's going on? I asked, my voice hard. The boys stopped talking, all their attention switching to me. She's got a freshman girl cornered in the bathroom. She's just tearing into her. Laura's voice was getting panicky. I got up and grabbed my bag. Which bathroom? I asked. I swung my bag over my shoulder. The girl's out by the quad at the 200 building. I knew that bathroom. I'll be there in a second. I hung up the phone and pointed at Asher. Your sister's about to get her ass kicked, I warned him, my voice hard. I took off at a jog. The boys caught up quickly. They had longer legs. What's going on, Allie? I turned a corner and ran down the hall. The boys kept pace. Jessica has a freshman cornered in the bathroom, I snapped over my shoulder as we passed the 100 building. Is she hitting her? Isaac asked, not even breathing hard. If she is, she's going to get hit back in a minute, I warned Asher as we reached the hallway I wanted. Laura was standing outside the bathroom door, pacing. When she saw me jogging toward her, her face relaxed with relief. Thank God. None of the other girls will do anything. They're just watching, Laura yelled to me, her hand shaking. I didn't bother to stop jogging. I dropped my bag as I headed for the door. The bathroom was almost packed. I shoved the door open and started elbowing my way through the crowd. I wasn't gentle about it. I finally reached the edge of the girls. Jessica towered over a girl not much bigger than me. She stood cornered against the wall and the closed door of the handicap stall. She was sobbing, her face red. You're a complete waste of space, Jessica sneered. You might as well just kill yourself and get it over with. Oh, hell no. Furious, I strode across the pink-tiled bathroom and grabbed Jessica by the back of the neck. I didn't stop moving until I had her pretty face pinned against the pink-tiled wall. She tried to push off the wall, but I pressed my weight against her back, keeping her there. I took a deep breath and managed to find my calm. Barely. I looked over to the crying girl and gave her a friendly smile. Hi, sweetie, I'm Alexis. I kept my voice cheerful and friendly, like I wasn't pinning a bitch to the wall. Jessica's hands reached back to claw at my hands. I barely noticed. I want you to walk outside. There is a girl named Laura waiting with my 5 friends. I need you to tell the tall blonde guy what happened today and what Jessica said to you. Okay, sweetie? The girl's eyes were wide as she nodded. She quickly grabbed her bag and hurried through the crowd and out the door. That's when my voice changed. What the fuck is the matter with you people? I shouted, anger boiling through my veins. You're just fucking standing there as she's terrorizing someone?
That's fucked up to a level I've never seen. The girls in the crowd shifted. Some of them blushed, and some looked ashamed. Get the fuck out of here. The girls started going out the bathroom door. When the bathroom was empty, I turned to Jessica. I'm going to let you go, and I'll step away, I told her calmly. Then I did as I said. I took a couple steps back from Jessica, staying in a defensive stance. Jessica pushed herself off the wall and turned her face red. You fucking bitch! No, honey, you're the fucking bitch in this scenario, I snapped, my voice hard. You had her cornered in a bathroom telling her to kill herself? I spelled it out, clearly for her, so there would be no way she couldn't understand. I don't know what your fucking damage is, but you need to fucking deal with it and stop taking it out on other people. She looked at me like I was a bug under her shoe. It's none of your business what I do, she snarled, stepping up to me. Oh yeah, this was going to get ugly. I stepped up to her until I was in her face too. I was aching to hit her. Her eyes went wide for a second. You're right, it's not. Until you start taking it out on other people. I pointed to the corner where she had the younger girl cornered. That was sick and fucked up. I kept eye contact with her, my voice growing hot with my temper. You pull that shit again? We'll be back here again, just you and me. Do you understand? I waited a couple heartbeats before I stepped back and away from her, not turning my back. I needed to get away from her or I would smash her face into the mirror. Jessica laughed. What are you going to do? Tell everyone to find you if I misbehave? She taunted, her voice condescending. I smiled at her coldly. If I have to, yeah. I pointed to the corner. To prevent this type of shit, I'll be happy to. I turned to walk away. I was almost to the door when she spoke up again. Stay the fuck away from my brother, Jessica warned me. I stopped and bit my lower lip, trying to keep my cool. I turned back to Jessica, who was still glaring at me. Oh yeah, speaking of your brother, I began, feeling my voice going cold. If you ever hit Asher across the face again, I'll hit you. Her eyebrows went up in surprise. Just so we're clear. The sound of the bathroom door opened. I heard big feet on the tile. What the hell, Jess? How could you do that to someone? Asher was yelling across the bathroom. I turned and walked out the bathroom door, leaving Asher to deal with his sister. The boys were still waiting outside. Laura and the girl were still there. The girl had calmed down and was wiping her face with tissues. Asher's, no doubt. You okay? I asked, not quite knowing what to say to her. I deal with the dead, not really the living. She nodded, taking a deep breath. Thank you. I felt my face turn red, and I knew the guys noticed. No problem. I looked over to Laura, her arm around the other girl. Do you know who her usual targets are? Yeah, she makes the rounds with the same people, Laura informed me, adjusting her glasses. Can you get my number to them, please? I asked, taking the plunge. I wasn't going to hurt Jessica unless she started hitting people, but I wasn't going to sit idly by like those bitches in the bathroom. I fucking couldn't. A smile spread across Laura's face, turning her pretty again. Yeah, I can do that. She looked down at the smaller girl. Come on, I'll take you home. Laura offered the younger girl. She just nodded, her eyes glazed over. I watched Laura walk her around the corner before going to pick up my bag. Lexi, you're bleeding, Zeke pointed out. I looked down to see the backs of my hands covered in scratches from Jessica's nails. I pulled out some tissues from my bag and wiped the blood away as my adrenaline rush disappeared. My hands were shaking as I tossed away the tissues. That's when I looked up, my face warm. Beautiful. We heard you yelling at those girls from out here. Ethan began, a huge smile spreading across his face. That was awesome. I felt my face start to turn red.
I really wish we had a camera in there. That would have been great to have on video.
Isaac sighed wistfully. My face grew hotter.
Talking to Jessica without a crowd was a great idea, Miles offered, his eyes running over me. I felt my face burning as I looked around for anything else to talk about.
You're blushing,
Zeke stated, a smirk spreading across his face. All four of them were smiling.
Alexis blushes when someone compliments her about something she's done,
Miles observed, his head tilting.
Oh, a new game.
Isaac's voice was entirely too happy about this.
This is going to be fun,
Ethan added, his eyes sparkling. I was saved by the bell for 6th period. I just turned and walked away, my face on fire. The rest of school went as expected. I didn't bother changing in a stall again. No one really looks around in the locker anyway. It's kind of an unspoken rule. I was on my way to art class, grateful that without Asher or Tara here today, I wouldn't have to stop near the dead girl. Just a quick walk by. It should be a piece of cake. I was just stepping out onto the pathway when it hit me. Pain shot through my body, sharp and stabbing in the middle of my chest. I gasped, almost stumbling. I had to stop for a minute just to get used to the feeling. My head was throbbing as I looked up. Ghost Girl was standing in the middle of the path, feet apart, her head tilted. The grin on her face sent fear through me. Where the hell did she get this kind of power from? She couldn't get this much power from pulling energy from the students at the school. So where the fuck was she getting it from? I started forward, her rage like a wall in front of me. I began to push through it. It was like wading through waist-deep mud. My head throbbed. I felt the blood on my lip. I pressed my tissues to my nose, my heart racing. The closer I got to her, the more she pressed in on me. Her memories started slipping through my mind, threatening to push me out. Terror, raw and consuming, ripped through me. I stopped pushing. I stepped back, then kept going. I turned away from the dead girl and got the hell out of there. I wasn't going to make it to art class today. I couldn't get past the dead girl without risking her jumping me. I pulled out my cell phone and headed straight to my truck as fast as I could without drawing attention. My hand was shaking as I held the tissues to my nose.
You should be in class,
Rory answered. I looked behind me to see if Bitch Ghost was following. She wasn't. My heart was still racing. We have a fucking problem, I snapped, my voice shaking.
What's wrong? What happened?
Rory demanded, his voice hard. Somehow Bitch Ghost got a whole lot of fucking juice. I spotted my blazer as I passed the library. I can't get past her to get to art class without her jumping me.
Get your ass home now,
Rory ordered. I reached my truck and opened the door. Already headed there. I climbed in, my hands still shaking, my stomach in a knot of fear. I didn't want to get jumped. I didn't want to die. I don't know how to deal with her, Rory, I admitted, shutting my door. I sat in my truck and was terrified for my life.
Go home, do some research, look for a way to deal with the problem.
The way he phrased it told me he wasn't alone. I was nodding emphatically as I answered. Yeah, sounds good. Research. I'll look for a way to get rid of her. I hung up the phone, my chest tight. I knew Bitch Ghost wasn't around, so it was all me. Fuck. I took a deep, calming breath as I buckled my seatbelt. I can figure this out. Yeah, I can figure this out. I swallowed hard as I started the truck. Just because every other woman in my family died from getting jumped didn't mean I was going to. I pulled out onto the street and headed home. I kept taking deep, meditative breaths, reminding myself to slow down and breathe. Stop sign. Shit. I missed it. I checked my mirrors and saw no one else on the road. Thank God. I focused completely on driving home. I made sure to stop at every stop sign. I obeyed every law. When I pulled up to the house, I hurried. I shut off the truck,
grabbed my bag, and ran to the door. When I got there, I realized I had left my keys in the truck. I growled at myself and ran back. When I finally got inside, I ran straight into the kitchen and grabbed the salt shaker. I opened it, poured it on the counter, and began to rub it onto my skin. I don't know why I did this. I wasn't being possessed or jumped, but I wanted the salt on me anyway. I slipped some into all my jean pockets. I sprinkled some in my hair, even went so far as to slip a little in the cups of my bra. Once I knew I was covered, I finally started to calm down. Taking deep, calming breaths, I just pushed the rest of the salt on the counter into the trash and then put the lid back on the shaker. I walked back to the door, my mind a bit clearer now that I was calming down. I grabbed my bags and headed up to my room. I dropped my stuff and started my computer, still taking deep, calming breaths. As soon as I could, I started looking for ways to get rid of a ghost in a public space. It was a couple of hours later when I heard someone knocking on the door. Curious, I went downstairs and answered. Miles, Isaac, and Ethan were all standing there, their arms full of stuff. Shit, I had totally forgotten that the guys were coming over.
"Hey, beautiful. Will you please tell my brother he's a tool?"
Ethan asked as he walked into the house with a guitar case across his back. Isaac was a step behind him with plastic grocery bags and video games in his hands.
"Red wouldn't do that, would you, Red?"
Isaac asked, heading towards the couch. "You're a tool," I announced, smirking. Ethan and Miles burst out laughing. I looked at Ethan. "Why is he a tool?" Miles stepped into the house, a brown cardboard box in his arms.
"Because he still listens to country music,"
Ethan replied, looking at his brother like Isaac had disappointed him. I laughed as I closed the door. When I turned around, Miles's gaze was running over my face.
"Are you all right, Alexis?" he asked. "You look paler than usual."
"Oh, yeah. I just had to kill a spider upstairs," I lied, hoping they'd buy the girly thing.
"You're afraid of spiders?"
Isaac asked, his face stunned.
"I thought you didn't scare easy, Red."
I ignored Isaac and tried to look into the box Miles was holding. "What did you bring?" I asked. Miles tilted the box so I could see inside. I saw wires and controllers. "A PS4. We're gaming tonight." Miles smiled at me before heading to the TV to set it up. "Video games? I never really played them before, but if that was what the guys wanted to do, I'd give it a shot." An hour later. Oh my God, this is so fucking awesome. How the hell didn't I know how fun video games were? I was so focused on making my character beat Isaac's to a pulp that I didn't notice when Rory came home.
"Lexi!"
Rory's shout finally got my attention. I looked up at him, wincing. My character promptly died on screen. Isaac raised his arms in victory.
"Hell yeah!"
Isaac shouted. "You technically didn't win. Rory got her attention, so no win," Miles informed us. I looked at Isaac. "Ha ha," I taunted, then turned back to Rory, who had an odd look on his face. It was half angry and half "what am I going to do with you?" It was an odd look. I got to my feet and handed my controller to Ethan. "I've got something for you upstairs, Rory." He nodded his eyes on the boys playing their game. I stepped around Miles and headed upstairs. I tapped my computer to get it to wake up. Rory closed the door behind me. I tucked one leg under me and sat down in my desk chair. "Okay, I found a couple things that might get rid of Bitch Ghost." I showed him the store I found online. Something called tar water. It's supposed to pretty much keep malevolent spirits or things away. I turned back to Rory, who had sat on my bed, but it's back-ordered for 2 months at least. Apparently the tar this person uses isn't that easy to get anymore. Rory pulled out his wallet and handed me a credit card.
"Order it anyway. That will come in handy."
I quickly ordered the tar water and handed the credit card back. The second thing is really just information. I turned towards him again. I came across a website about natural barriers, which everyone has. It basically says the more energy thrown at you, the more these barriers degrade. I shook my head. I wasn't even sure I was getting accurate information. From that, I had a thought. What if Bitch Ghost isn't getting more juice, but it just seems like it because my barriers are degrading? I finished with a question. It made sense to me, but I really needed a second opinion. Rory thought about it for a few moments.
That sounds possible,
he agreed as he narrowed his eyes at me.
What can you do to get your barriers back up?
I shrugged. He wasn't going to like it. Pretty much stay away from anything that can throw energy at me. I sighed. I have to stay away from her for a while, which shouldn't be hard since it's the weekend. If I can stay away from the dead for a couple days, it should help bring up my barriers. I hope. I wasn't 100% on it, but it's the only thing I've found so far. Rory looked me in the eye, his face stern.
No dead this weekend. You hear me? I don't care if they are in the house, he ordered me. No dead. Understand?
I nodded. I understand, I answered, and then pushed my luck a bit. Can I still hang out with the guys? Ethan's band is playing in Dulcet tomorrow night, and Asher wanted to give me a rock climbing lesson at that indoor center on 5th. I gave him my sweetest, please let me do this face. Rory snorted.
Yes, but you see a ghost, you go the other way, he declared.
I saluted him. Aye, aye, Captain. He shook his head, laughing.
You're such a smartass.
A couple hours later, Rory was out picking up dinner from the local Italian restaurant when I gave up trying to beat Miles at the racing game. I went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water and noticed Ethan out back on the patio. He had his guitar out and looked to be writing down notes. Curious, I grabbed a couple water bottles and slipped out back. Oh, it was chilly out here. Ethan didn't seem to notice it as he frowned down at his notebook, bobbing his head to notes only he could hear. I smiled, watching his mouth moving, singing silently. I stepped into his view and his head snapped up. His chocolate eyes found me as he gave me a half grin.
Caught me, huh?
Ethan sighed, putting his guitar on the seat next to him. I walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Do you ever stop working? I asked, sitting down across the patio coffee table from him. He shook his head.
On music? Never. You can always do better.
He leaned forward, one elbow on his knee as he reached for his notebook. What are you working on? I asked, leaning forward, trying to take a peek. He snatched his notebook up fast.
Just some song,
he mumbled, his cheeks tinting pink. I smiled. It was so cute when the guys blushed.
It's not really that good.
I settled into the corner of the patio sofa, making myself comfy. How long have you been working on it? Ethan opened his bottle of water and took a drink before answering.
6 months,
he told me, looking everywhere but at me. Some of his hair came out from behind his ear, hiding one eye from me. I raised an eyebrow at him. 6 months, and he was still working on it? Can I hear it? He looked up at me with the deer-in-the-headlights look on his face. He swallowed hard. I had never seen Ethan look insecure about something, but I was sure I was seeing it now.
I still don't think it's very good,
he told me, shaking his head. It was strange seeing him like this. He always seemed so confident. Then again, everyone had something that meant a lot to them. I had my art, and Ethan apparently had his music. Are you nervous about tomorrow night? I asked, before taking a drink of my water. He nodded, his gaze on the patio cement.
Yeah, it's our first bigger than what we've been playing venue,
Ethan admitted as he began to twirl one of his silver rings.
There's a lot riding on tomorrow.
He licked his lips as he looked out at the water again. He was really anxious. "Are you playing your band's songs or covers?" I asked, hoping that if I got him talking, he'd relax enough to tell me about his music. He looked back over at me, that half smile on his face.
"We're still doing covers. Some Breaking Benjamin, some Seether, some other hard rock."
His eyes started to sparkle a little.
"It depends on where we are playing, really. Eventually, we'll figure out our own music, but for now..."
He shrugged. As he kept talking, he got more animated. His eyes lit up and his face relaxed. It made me want to hear more. "Tell me about your band." That was all it took. He told me about his bandmates, what they each had a talent for. Ethan's was guitar and singing. I could see that with just his speaking voice. He was worried about writing songs. Even though they were still playing covers, we talked about all of it, and through every word and gesture I saw how much he truly loved music, how passionate he was about the right tone for a song, the right notes. When he finally relaxed enough, I asked him, "Can you play something for me? A cover you guys play?" I didn't really want to wait until tomorrow to hear him sing.
"Beautiful,"
he began groaning. "I'm going to hear you tomorrow anyway." I shrugged and looked out at the water, acting like I wasn't as interested as I was. He thought about it for a few heartbeats, then sighed. He reached over and picked up his guitar.
"One song,"
he told me firmly, his cheeks turning pink. He settled and took a deep breath, his eyes on the table between us. He started playing. I recognized this song. Breaking Benjamin's "Give Me a Sign." I was smiling as he played. Then he sang, and my mouth dropped. I barely managed to cover it by playing with my lower lip. His voice was amazing. That smooth, smoky voice went a little low, rolling over my ears and making my toes actually curl. He slowed the tempo down by just half a beat so he could use his voice in the best way. I won't lie, his singing mesmerized me. All I could do was sit and listen. When he was done, he put his guitar back in the case. His face was red as he avoided looking at me. I closed my mouth and dropped my hand. "Ethan." My voice was soft, simply because I was still trying to think after hearing him. Ethan finally looked over to me, his body tense again. "You could sing the worst songs ever written, and they will line up around the block to hear you sing them," I told him honestly. I met those warm eyes and told him the truth. "Ethan, your voice is fucking toe-curling. You're going to make it in music with a band or without. It doesn't matter." Ethan smiled at me a little uncertainly.
"You really think so?"
I nodded emphatically. "Oh yeah, you're going to do phenomenal." I took a deep drink to cover how much that voice had affected me. Seriously, I wanted to roll around in silk sheets with that voice.
"Thanks, beautiful."
Ethan's voice was steady again, sounding more like him.
"I really needed to hear that today."
"I will listen to you sing any time," I assured him, before I let him get back to work and headed inside to try again at beating Miles. When Rory came back, everyone came to the table to eat. I got tense when Isaac went to use the salt shaker and found it empty. Rory shot me a knowing look. I played it off as one of those things that just happens. Everyone bought it, and the conversation went on as usual. Miles told Rory about the meteor shower tonight, how he hoped Rory wouldn't mind if we used the dock out back to watch it. Rory smiled and told him to come over any time. Tara called Rory asking to spend the night at a friend's house. Rory said yes. Soon after, I got a text from Asher. He was going to take a shower before coming over because, and I quote, "I stink to high heaven." We were playing video games again, this time with Rory taking a turn, when Zeke texted Isaac to bring him food at work. I made Zeke up a plate, and the twins headed off to deliver. It was getting close to 9 when Miles and I headed out to the back and sat on the dock. Asher had finally made it over. Apparently they won the game. Rory was asking Asher about it as he ate the dinner I kept for him. So it was just Miles and me out on the dock looking up at the sky. It was freezing. I could see my breath. I really needed to start wearing hoodies under my leather jacket. I was sitting with my head tilted up, looking at the stars, when Miles broke the silence. "Do you know anything about astronomy?" he asked. I heard his fingers tapping in that staccato rhythm against the dock. Poor Miles. He always seemed so uncomfortable around me. "I know our solar system, and that our galaxy is called the Milky Way. I know what a light year is," I began, searching my brain for information. "And that there are other galaxies out there. That's about it." "It's pretty cool if you think about it," he began, his voice warming from polite to friendly. "Our galaxy is 1 million light years across, and we have photos that prove there are other galaxies out there." I saw him adjust his glasses out of the corner of his eye. "The closest galaxy is Andromeda, and that is 2.5 million light years away." I whistled. "That's big," I said. He chuckled. "It's enormous. The space out there could be infinite," he said. I looked over at him to see him smiling. He kept looking up as he lifted his hand. He held his forefinger and thumb barely apart. "And we're just this little dot in all of that." I looked back up at the sky, trying to imagine all that distance out there. "That sounds really lonely when you think about it," I admitted quietly. Getting a crick in my neck, I laid down on the dock. I crossed my arms under my head. "Well, statistically, there has to be other life out there somewhere." Miles shrugged. "It's probably really, really far away, but it's probable." We were quiet for a while as I thought about that. More life out there. A different species of thinking beings. And probably more dead I would see. I smiled at myself, imagining trying to move on an alien soul. Miles gave up and lay down next to me on the dock, tucking one arm behind his head. "Did you know that since the stars are so far away, that by the time the light reaches us, the star has been dead for years?" Miles's soft voice turned silky. I'd never heard his voice like this before. It was soothing, and at the same time made me want to bite my lip. Yeah, a good voice does something for me, so sue me. I was thinking about what he said, though. All those stars out there were dead? "Well, when you say it like that, it's not so pretty anymore," I said, my voice quiet. "Why's that?" "It kind of takes something away from it, knowing that they're dead." I kept my voice soft, not really knowing why. "Nothing lasts forever, Alexis," he told me softly. "Don't I know it?" I whispered under my breath, looking at a big clump of stars across the sky. "What do you mean?" There was something about Miles and that voice. He soothed something ragged inside me. I felt calm, peaceful laying here next to him on the dock. It's the only reason I answered at all. "People," I licked my lips. "People don't last forever. They either die or just leave." We were quiet for a while. "Does that take away from the time you had with them?" he asked, his voice still a silky timbre. "Doesn't it? You know it's going to end, so what's the point if it's not going to last?" I had to bite my tongue to keep control of the emotions this conversation was bringing to the surface. "Just because something will end doesn't mean you can't enjoy it while it lasts." Miles gestured toward the stars. "Most, if not all, of those stars are already dead. Does that mean I shouldn't look at them? That I shouldn't enjoy the fact they existed?" I don't think we were talking about the stars anymore. I was fighting back tears, so I bit down on my bottom lip hard. It didn't work. If I did that, those stars would have lived and died without anyone appreciating them. He sighed. And that would be a travesty. We laid there quietly as I thought about what he said. I was expecting the guys to leave me if or when they found out about the site. I worried about it every night before I went to sleep. It was in the back of my mind when I was with them. It shadowed everything we did together, all the fun we had together. It was always there. Maybe Miles was right. Yeah, the guys might bail on me in the end, but that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy their friendship while I had them. I just couldn't let them in too far. I gave Miles a small nudge in the arm with my elbow. "You're pretty smart, you know that?" I kept my voice light and soft. I saw him smile out of the corner of my eye. "Book smart, yes, but people smart, not always." He scratched his nose. That thinking just sounded very familiar to me. "Who did you get your answer from?" I asked, looking over at him. He smiled a bit. "Several psychology textbooks," he admitted, his ears getting pink. I chuckled quietly as I looked back up at the sky. I felt him shrug next to me. "A friend was having a hard time and I needed some way to help." "So you went and found one?" "Yes." He took a deep breath before continuing. "There's usually an answer out there to any question you could have. You just have to know how to find them, or where to find them." I smiled to myself. "So, you memorized the textbooks?" He snorted. "Not intentionally," he admitted, his voice still silky soft as it slid through my ear. "If I read something or see something, I can just remember it perfectly." "A photographic memory?" "For places and things, yes. For books, if I read them. I remember every word and can access that information at any time." His voice lowered to a whisper. "It's kind of weird." I felt a large chunk of the wall around my heart crumble as I smiled to myself. Miles didn't know what weird was. "Not weird, Miles. Unique," I whispered back to him. "You are unique, and that's not a bad thing in a world full of carbon copies." We were quiet for a while. "Thank you, Lexi." "Thank you, Miles." We were still laying there in comfortable silence when the back door opened. I didn't bother sitting up to see who it was. Big feet walking on the dock made it move under me. I knew it was the guys. "Did we miss it?" Isaac asked, sitting down behind us. "Not yet. It's not an exact science with meteor showers," Miles said, as he lifted his arm and checked his watch. "They should be getting close, though." Someone sat behind me. I tilted my head to see Asher upside down. I gave him a smile, then looked back up at the sky. It wasn't long before I felt fingers playing with my hair. I smiled, knowing it was Asher. A streak of light ran across the sky. "Here we go," Miles announced. I kept my eyes on the sky as I blew into my hands. "Where are your gloves, beautiful?" Ethan asked from behind Asher. "I didn't know I needed to have any," I answered honestly. "I was from California. This was winter weather to me, not fall." "I'm buying you some gloves," Ethan sighed. I smiled to myself as I watched more light streak across the sky. I knew hanging out with the guys would end, but I decided to enjoy it while it lasted. We sat there in silence watching the meteor shower late into the night. Chapter 7.
"Lexi!"
"Hmm?"
"Lexi, wake up!"
Rory's voice brought me out of my comfy sleep. I opened my eyes to find Rory standing in my bedroom doorway. He was grinning down at me.
"The boys are downstairs. They're going hiking. Something about scouting out new rock climbing spots."
I rubbed my eyes and stretched on my side. That sounded pretty fun to me. "Tell them I'll be down in like 10 minutes. I put my feet on the floor and ran my hands through my hair. It was a mess. I had forgotten to put it back in a braid last night. Rory shut the door as he left. I went to my closet and found a pair of old blue jeans and an old faded black Aerosmith shirt. I pulled on an old pair of boots and grabbed a hoodie. I was headed down the stairs, trying to pull my hair back when I heard laughing.
"Damn, Red, you've got serious bed hair."
Isaac's voice was cheerful this morning, and loud. It was too early for this. I stuck my tongue out at him as I finally tied my hair back. I looked over at Zeke, Ethan, and Miles. Oh yeah, Asher was working this morning. Everyone was wearing old faded clothes for the hike. "Before we go anywhere, you need to feed me," I warned them grumpily.
"We're picking up coffee and breakfast on the way."
Ethan was practically bouncing on his toes. I was pretty sure he already had his coffee this morning. I shrugged, and we headed for the door.
"Hold on,"
Rory shouted. We all turned and watched Rory walk out of the kitchen.
"What path are you hiking? How far are you going, and when will you be back?"
Zeke answered all his questions. Then we were all piled into the back of Zeke's old '97 black Jeep Cherokee. Soon I was downing my breakfast sandwich happily. "So, why didn't I get any warning about this morning?" I asked, before taking a deep drink of my coffee.
"I thought someone had already told you,"
Miles admitted, before biting into his sandwich.
"I told Ethan to do it,"
Isaac chimed in.
"You did not. You said you were going to tell her."
Ethan shot back. Isaac gave Ethan a shove, which knocked him into me. I saved my coffee, barely. Ethan shoved him back.
"No fighting with her right next to you."
Zeke barked at them over his shoulder. The twins stopped instantly. Isaac leaned around Ethan and looked at me.
"Sorry, Red,"
Isaac offered. I glared at him. "You're lucky you didn't kill my coffee," I told him in a menacing voice. The guys chuckled. Soon we were pulling off the road to a marked trailhead. When I climbed out, some of the guys were already opening the back of the Jeep. Zeke pulled out a big pack and pulled it on. He clipped the straps across his chest. The straps didn't look comfortable. They were a little tight against his chest.
"Shit, I'm going to need a new pack this summer,"
Zeke grumbled as Ethan pulled on his own pack.
"Good, then I can have your old one,"
Isaac chimed in. I just shook my head at them. It wasn't long before we were walking along the trail. The woods were beautiful, full of reds, oranges, and yellows. There was even some green here and there from the pines. I wish I had thought to bring my sketchbook. Then again, the guys probably wouldn't have stopped long enough to let me draw anyway. "I'm going to have to come back out here with my sketchbook," I announced. My fingers were actually twitching to use my pastels.
"Not alone,"
Zeke called back from the front of our line. I rolled my eyes. Over the next couple of hours, the guys told me about their rock climbing trips over the years. Isaac told me a story about Ethan losing his grip, dropping, and swinging right into the rock face. That set Ethan off on a story about Zeke grabbing a weak ledge. The ledge crumbled, and he dropped 8 feet to the ground. Zeke only admitted that it hurt. The boys explained how rock climbing works, what kind of stone you want to find, and what happens if you make a bad decision. You drop, and if you had a bad anchor or belay, you die. This did not deter me a bit in wanting to try it. Eventually, we reached a rock face that ran a few hundred feet up to the top. "Wow, that's high," I said lamely.
"That's kind of the point."
Zeke chuckled before turning to the other guys. They began talking about possible routes and handholds. Were there any cracks for handholds? The more they talked, the more I started to see the rock face the way they did. It was a challenge. I decided then and there that I was rock climbing with them this summer. Well, if they were still around. At some point, Isaac stepped away from the guys as Zeke was pointing out an overhang on the left that Asher might want to try climbing. Isaac began climbing up the wall without any gear. He was about 8 feet up when I started to get worried. If an 8-foot fall hurt Zeke, then it had hurt Isaac too. Guys, Isaac's climbing." I actually pointed at Isaac's back. Everyone looked up and cursed. Well, except Miles. Miles never cursed.
"Isaac, get your ass back down here,"
Zeke barked, his voice hard, his face pissed. Isaac waved a hand dismissively at us. He climbed another few feet. My heart started racing.
"Isaac, you have no gear on. Get your ass down," Ethan shouted, his face stormy. "It's an easy climb," Isaac called down to us. He moved to the left towards the overhang. "Don't even think about it, Isaac," Miles shouted, his voice turning cold. Miles, mild, sweet Miles, was getting angry too. "I'm going after him," Zeke growled. The guys stepped in front of him. "You can't get him down without gear, Zeke," Miles said, his voice so cold it sent shivers down my spine. "It's not like you can carry him down." Isaac had reached the overhang. He was looking for a handhold when I got an idea. "I'll get him," I told them quietly, my eyes still on Isaac. I knew they were looking at me. They probably thought I was crazy. "You're not touching that wall, Lexi," Zeke growled. I smiled wickedly. "It'll only take a few feet," I reassured him before I stepped closer to the wall. "Hey, Isaac, I'm coming up," I shouted. The boys went still behind me. "No, you're not, Red," Isaac shouted down, his head now turned toward me. I stepped up to the wall and looked for a handhold. "You said it's an easy climb," I shouted back innocently. "If that's true, then I can probably do it." I found a hold and grabbed it, my fingertips scraping against the stone. I put my foot on another ledge and boosted myself up. I looked for more holds. "Someone fucking stop her," Isaac shouted, his voice demanding. I found another hold and another spot for my foot and lifted myself up. "I'm not going to piss off, beautiful," Ethan answered Isaac, realizing what I was doing. I moved up another hold. "Zeke," Isaac shouted. I couldn't tell, but I think he was coming closer. "I've learned that Lexi is stubborn. If she wants to hurt herself, that's on her," Zeke declared, his voice indifferent. I smiled to myself. "Miles, damn it!" Isaac shouted. I looked up to watch him making his way back along the route he'd taken. "I don't go around grabbing girls, especially without permission," Miles shot back. I smiled at the wall as I hoisted myself up a little more. I didn't know how high I was, but I trusted that if I was getting past the guy's reach, they would grab me off the wall. I found another handhold and pulled myself up. "Lexi," Ethan coughed. He was telling me not to go any higher. I nodded my head, so they knew I heard. I was pretending to look for another handhold when I heard Isaac cursing. I looked up to see him making his way down the rock face. "Don't you dare move an inch, Red," Isaac growled as he found handholds that brought him down beside me. "But I thought it was an easy climb," I asked, pretending to be confused. His face was furious as he reached a hand out to my back. "It's not," he snapped, looking down at where I was on the wall. He seemed to realize I wasn't that far off the ground because he started climbing down again. "Don't you fucking move." I kept still as I watched Isaac climb down the last 6 feet or so. He dropped to the ground and looked up at me, his hands wrapped around to my hips, his fingers biting into my skin. "Come down a bit so I can get you," he ordered, his voice boiling. Oh boy, Isaac was pissed. I reached down with my left foot, and feeling along till I found that foothold, I felt around, and I found the handhold I had used before. I moved my foot and hand at the same time, hitting both holds right. I looked for the next foothold and handhold, then moved on to those. Isaac's hands slipped up to my waist before he pulled me off the wall and against his chest. I was dangling for a moment before he put me down on my feet. He turned me roughly towards him and got in my face. "Don't you ever fucking do that again," he growled, pointing at me. "You don't have any gear on. You've never even had a lesson." He took a breath, then growled at me again. "You understand?" I swallowed hard at the anger on his face. I nodded, satisfied he got the answer he wanted. He turned on the guys. "What the hell were you guys thinking?" You just let her start climbing?
All the guys shrugged.
Lexi is going to do what Lexi is going to do,
Zeke explained calmly, his arms crossed over his chest.
Yeah, we can't stop her if she wants to do something,
Ethan added, looking innocent. Miles just shook his head.
Next time, stop her,
Isaac shouted. Though the volume of his voice was starting to lower as he calmed down, Isaac reached back and wrapped a hand around my arm.
Come on, Red. You're staying next to me so I can keep an eye on you,
he grumbled, giving me a tug as he began walking back down the trail. When Isaac's back was turned, Zeke gave me a thumbs up. Ethan grinned at me, and Miles started laughing quietly. I winked at them as I followed Isaac, trying my best not to smile. One of the guys gave me a bottle of water as we headed back down the trail. We were maybe halfway back when that chill down my neck. Really? Fucking really? I'm out in the fucking woods, and of course there's going to be a ghost. I sighed as I looked around for it. I spotted her watching us on the trail. She had long blonde hair, blue eyes. She was wearing a bloody flannel shirt and slashed jeans. She was screaming at us. "Come on! Can't one of you find me?" she was crying as she pushed her bloody hair out of her face. Any annoyance I had disappeared as I watched her. Shit. "Hey guys, I've got to, find a tree," I announced, my eyes on the ghost. The twins chuckled. Everyone stopped walking.
Go 100 feet off trail,
Zeke informed me as he took off his pack.
How does a girl do that in the woods, by the way?
Ethan asked, curiously. I laughed as the other boys groaned. I'm not going to explain it to you, I shot over my shoulder as I headed off trail. I made eye contact with the woman and tilted my head that she should follow me. Her eyes grew wide before she followed. My head started throbbing. My body felt torn up. Across my chest, my head felt crushed. I don't know how she died, but it wasn't easy. I walked until the others were out of earshot before turning to her. Who are you? The relief on her face was so great that my own head spun. Shit, she was way too close. My head started throbbing. My name's Karen Malone. I just want someone to find my body, she told me in a rush before continuing. A bear got me a couple of weeks ago, I think, and no one has found me. Please help me. I was afraid of that. I had the guys with me now. I couldn't go body hunting. Could I? How far away is your body? I asked, debating. Not even half a mile. I'm maybe 150 feet off the trail, she assured me. Fuck. I was going to do this. I knew I was. You're going to have to show me. And I was going to have to come up with some reason to get the guys in her direction. I will. It's just a right at the next trail split, then a little further. Okay, let's go. I'll think of something to tell the guys, I mumbled, heading back toward the trail. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me, she gushed. Oh, I do. That's why I'm doing it, I whispered grumpily before stepping out onto the trail. Everyone got up and we started walking again. Karen stayed next to me the whole time. She told me about her life. She had been a university student here on a little weekend vacation when she somehow got between a bear and its cub. The bear didn't like that. Then she told me about her family. She was an only child. Her parents were still alive and would be devastated if she wasn't found. She just wanted them to know what happened to her. I nodded along, trying to keep up with the guys' conversation and Karen's chatter. My head was throbbing. Karen's memories started slipping in. It was an hour before we reached the trail split. Here, we need to go right, Karen announced anxiously. My mind raced to find some reason to go down the other trail. Anything besides, hey, there's a dead body this way we need to find. Otherwise, this girl's soul won't move on. I finally just settled on curiosity. Hey, what's this way? I asked, stepping down the right side of the split. The boys stopped. Zeke pulled out the map and checked the trail.
That connects to a longer trail around the mountain.
I looked over my shoulder at the guys. Let's check it out, I offered lightly. Come on, guys. This ghost is killing me. We won't go too far. All the boys shrugged and we headed down the trail. Yay, for being the only girl in a group of boys. When you wanted to check something out, they were willing to go with you. We started walking again, the boys talking back and forth. I couldn't focus on their conversation now. My head was throbbing in time with my pulse, and there was that pressure in my face. I had tissues out and against my nose before the others noticed. Come on, Karen. Where's your body? This fucking hurts. It was 15 minutes later when Karen ran ahead of me and pointed off into the trees. I'm just off the trail here. Her voice was desperate. Shit. I waited until I was next to Karen to stop. Sorry, guys, I need to go again, I announced, hating to use the excuse. The guys groaned. Hey, I got that tiny girl bladder. It's not my fault. A couple of them chuckled as I followed Karen off the trail. My stomach was starting to churn. Blood was still coming out my nose. I still followed Karen. The smell hit me first, rotting, sweet, and thick on my tongue. I had another 10 feet to go to reach Karen. As I got closer, the smell got worse. I tried not to think about what I was smelling. When I reached Karen's body, I braced myself and looked down. She was destroyed. Her body was bloated, black liquid seeping from what was left of her abdomen. Her face was destroyed. Her skull was exposed, her jaw broken. Karen came too close. Her memories of being mauled poured over me. Her pain, her fear, the feeling of her death. I was going to be sick. Thank you, she said to me as I turned and started puking. The boys must have heard me because my name was being called. I couldn't answer as I threw up again. I felt Karen move on. Yay. Great for her. I was too focused on breathing between puking to care. Hands grabbed me. Someone pushed and held my hair back from my face.
We've got you, beautiful.
Ethan's voice was to my right. An arm wrapped around my waist and forced me to move away from the body. They thought that was what was making me sick. Oh, if only. But it was nice of them to try. It wasn't long until I finally stopped puking. When I stood up straight, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The twins' hands steadied me till it passed. I wiped a shaking hand across my mouth. Isaac handed me my dropped water bottle, and I started washing my mouth out. I was on my third rinse when someone mentioned calling the police. Call Rory, I managed with my voice shaking. I reached into my back pocket and held my phone up. Someone took it from me. My head was killing me too much to care who right now.
I'll call him. Get her back on the trail,
Zeke ordered as he swiped his finger across my phone. Ethan and Isaac each had a death grip on one of my hands as they walked me back to the trail. They let go when we were out of the brush.
Red, your nose is bleeding,
Isaac told me. I pulled more tissues from my pocket and pressed them against my nose. My headache was starting to ease up when Zeke and Miles came back down to the trail.
Rory wants to meet us at the trailhead,
Zeke said as they reached us. Everyone got to their feet. Miles's eyes went to the tissues in my hand. He frowned. I just turned away and headed down the trail after Isaac. I really didn't want to answer questions right now. An hour later, I was sitting in the front seat of Rory's truck, a blanket around my shoulders. I didn't understand why I needed a blanket, but Miles had been insistent. He muttered something about shock before walking away from me. There was an ambulance. Someone from the Forestry Service had shown up, along with several other cops. Rory was standing in the door, blocking my view of everything happening at the trailhead.
Lexi, what the hell happened?
Rory asked, his eyes narrowing on my face. A dead girl found me, I admitted quietly. Rory cursed. She begged me to find her body so her parents would know what happened to her. Rory shook his head at me, his brow drawing down.
Lexi, your heart's too big for your own good, he said. You said no ghosts for the weekend. Now here we are with a dead body.
I was in the woods hiking with the guys, I pointed out. How was I supposed to know there would be a soul out here? Rory sighed, frowning again.
What did you tell the boys? He asked.
I smirked up at him. I said I was curious about a trail, and we walked down it for a bit. Then I said I had to pee. I shrugged. Karen Malone led me right to her body. Rory nodded.
Uh-huh. Now why did you start puking?
I wrinkled my nose at him. He was way too observant. She was standing too close. Her death memories kind of filled my head, I admitted. Rory sighed and stepped back so I could get out of the truck. Apparently he got the information he wanted.
Zeke's going to take you guys home. I want you resting for the rest of the day.
Can I still go watch Ethan's band play? I asked, my voice close to pleading. Rory snorted.
Yes, you can.
Rory waved Zeke over.
Take her home and make sure she gets some rest, even if you have to sit on her.
Damn it. Zeke would actually make me rest. Zeke smirked at me. He was enjoying this entirely too much. I glared at Rory, who just smiled down at me. He knew exactly what he just did. Zeke reached out, took my arm, and tugged me towards the others at his Jeep. That was low, Rory. Real low. Zeke didn't sit on me, but the twins might as well have. Isaac and Ethan snuggled up next to me on the couch and wouldn't let me get up until they had to leave. Isaac wanted to get some things done before heading out to the club tonight, and Ethan had to go set up. Miles was quiet all afternoon, typing away on his cell phone with a frown on his face until he headed home soon after the twins. Zeke refused to leave until Rory was back. When Rory walked in with a pizza in his hand, his eyes found me on the couch and Zeke in one of the armchairs. I glared at Rory. He burst out laughing. Zeke headed home to take a shower and change before we headed out to the club. I ate dinner quickly, then headed upstairs. I took a shower and went into my bedroom to get ready. I turned on my computer and started listening to my favorite going out songs as I got ready. I walked to the closet and threw it open. What to wear? I smirked at myself. I pulled on a pair of black bootcut jeans, a black scoop-neck shirt, and my trusty black combat boots. It was going to be hot in the club, so I might as well dress for it. I was doing my makeup when there was a knock on the door. Come on in. I focused on my eyeliner and didn't look behind me. I heard you're going out tonight with your friends. Tara's voice stunned me. I finished with making my eyeliner darker than usual before turning around and answering. Yeah, Ethan's band is playing tonight. I watched Tara as she looked around at my room. There wasn't much to see. I didn't have any pictures or posters to put up. Tara seemed to want to ask me something, but she was stalling. When she stayed silent, I started on my eyeshadow, giving myself smoky eyes for the night. I finished one eye and was doing the other when I got tired of waiting for Tara to ask her question. What do you want to ask, Tara? She gave a soft sigh. I was just wondering where you and your friends were going, Tara asked, without making it sound like a question. I shrugged. I don't know. They're driving tonight, I hedged. I didn't want Tara to show up and ruin Asher's time tonight, but I also didn't want to tell her I didn't want her to go. I was putting on my mascara when Tara spoke again. Lexi, I like Asher. I think we could be good together if we had a chance to get to know each other. Tara's voice was honest and vulnerable. It was weird. I sighed as I finished with my lashes and turned around. Honey, Asher's not looking for a girlfriend right now, I tried to explain gently. He's having trouble with his sister. He's always busy with work and football. I wanted to get her to understand. He doesn't have time for a girlfriend right now. Tara was looking at the floor for a while. I felt bad having to tell her, but I didn't know what else to do. I checked the time. I needed to hurry. The guys would be here in a few minutes. I was pulling out my deep red lipstick when Tara caught my attention again. "But he has time to go out with you?" she snapped bitterly. I raised an eyebrow at her. "A friend that is a girl is not a girlfriend, Tara," I told her patiently. "I require a lot less time and effort." I snorted. "Besides, I think the guys sometimes forget I'm a girl." I put on my lipstick. It was a good deep red with a bit of dark to it. Combined with my hair and skin, it looked great. There was a knock on the front door. I turned to find Tara still in my room. Hell, I had to give her something. If you want my advice with Asher, ease back until at least football ends. Don't flirt with him. Just try to get to know him as a friend.
"Lexi, the boys are here,"
Rory called up the stairs. Tara had a strange expression on her face, like I had said something offensive. Hell, I give up. I put my wallet in my back pocket and my cell phone in my inside jacket pocket. I gestured for Tara to leave my room before me. She stopped outside in the hall. "I've never been friends with a guy before," she said, sounding confused. Shit. Guys are fun. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow if you like, but right now I have to go, I told her gently, closing the door behind me. She looked thoughtful as she nodded and disappeared into her room. I let out a breath. That was weird. I hurried downstairs and found Isaac, Miles, and Zeke waiting. Isaac was wearing blue jeans, a black and white shirt with some graphic I couldn't make out, along with his trusted blue hoodie. Miles was wearing his usual jeans and a black shirt with an extremely complex equation written across his chest in white, along with his green hoodie. Zeke just looked like Zeke. Black jeans, black shirt, motorcycle boots, though his hair was still wet from his shower. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Did you even change your clothes?" I asked doubtfully. He smirked as he looked down at his outfit.
"Yeah, these are clean,"
he told me simply. I couldn't help but grin. I laughed at Rory to find him frowning at me. "What's my curfew?" I asked, wondering what the frown was for. Rory sighed.
"Midnight."
Rory looked at the boys.
"Keep an eye on her for me."
The guys nodded. I rolled my eyes. Then we were out the door and in Zeke's Jeep. I could have gone around to the other side, but I wanted to play with Asher, so I opened his door and climbed over him to the other side. Isaac followed me. While Asher just laughed as I crawled over him, he groaned under Isaac's weight.
"Hell, Isaac, how much do you weigh?"
Asher groaned. Isaac sat up in the middle.
165, and it's all muscle, baby.
Isaac chuckled. "That's right, sweetie, you own it," I told him, my voice proud. The boys laughed as we headed out to Dulcet. I told Asher about Tara, asking about where we were going. I also told him I advised her to back off, at least until after football. He said he was getting me a present. I asked for rock climbing lessons. His eyes lit up as he agreed. The radio was starting to go static, so instead of interrupting Zeke and Miles's conversation, I slipped off my belt, wedged myself between the front seats, and played with the knobs until I found one that worked. It wasn't until I was sliding back that I realized I had just shoved my breasts practically into Miles's face. I winced as I sat up. "Sorry, Miles."
"I'll live,"
he assured me. I burst out giggling as the others looked at me questioningly. I only shrugged and refused to answer. Soon enough, we were at Vagabond. We climbed out and got in line. The club was a big warehouse-like building. Not as big as the clubs in the city, but it looked like it would work for a town this size. I followed Zeke after I paid my cover. I was surprised the club was so packed. I quickly snagged Zeke's belt so I wouldn't get lost in the crowd. He reached behind him, took my hand in his, and pulled me with him through the crowd. I felt a hand snag my other wrist. I looked behind me to find Isaac holding my other wrist. Zeke somehow managed to find 5 spots at the bar. I believe glaring was involved on his part. I hopped onto my bar stool and ordered a soda. It was warm in here, so I took off my jacket and slipped it under my butt. I watched Isaac disappear into the crowd. Asher leaned over to me.
"I heard about today,"
he began. His ocean eyes met mine.
"Good thinking getting Isaac to come down."
My face warmed under his gaze. "I'm just glad it worked," I told him, before turning to pay for my soda. I turned back and took a sip. The band walking out onto stage cut off all other conversation. Ethan was in his usual all-black, only tonight he wore a black tank top. It must be hot under the lights. My stomach was in knots for him. I bit the corner of my lip, nervous. The band got into position, and Ethan took the microphone.
"He's nervous,"
Asher commented. I nodded. I leaned over to him. "Yeah, but once they hear him sing, the crowd will go crazy," I said over the crowd. Asher nodded. Then they started to play. The crowd cheered. They recognized this song. I watched the girls around me as Ethan began to sing. Jaws dropped, toes curled, and absolute devotion was created. It was everything I thought it would be. I all but jumped up and down on my stool in happiness. Zeke looked down at me like I had lost my mind. I crooked a finger at him. He leaned down so I could talk into his ear over the music. "Look at the girls' faces." Zeke straightened and looked around. Zeke smirked. He saw it too. They were into the second song when everyone started swaying on the dance floor. Zeke got my attention and gestured for me to stay here. I rolled my eyes at him. He shook his head and walked into the crowd. Everyone was dancing in the middle of the club, and I was tired of sitting still. Ethan's voice was rolling through the bar, and it made me want to move. I tapped Asher's shoulder. He leaned down to hear me. "You're dancing with me," I told him flat out. No question about it. I wanted to dance, and Asher was stuck with me. He smiled down at me, and we headed out into the crowd as fast, hard beats started up. I danced with Asher, moving with the music, though I made sure not to get too close. After all, I wasn't dating the guy. The dance floor was crowded, and soon enough, Asher saw someone he wanted to talk to. He leaned down and told me he was leaving. I nodded and kept dancing. I looked back over to the guys and found only Zeke and Miles standing there. I caught Zeke's eye. I crooked a finger at him, asking him to come dance with me. He shook his head and mouthed the word no. I looked over at Miles and crooked a finger at him. He also shook his head, and he gave me a warm smile. I shrugged and went back to dancing, surrounded by people. A hand moved around my waist, a body pressed against my back. I pulled my arm off and turned around. Wow, he was cute. A head taller than me, he had broad shoulders and great eyes. I dropped his arm and raised an eyebrow at him. He gave me a smile. It made me smile back. So I danced with the guy. Not the way he wanted me to. I didn't even know him. We danced until the band needed a break. He smiled down at me and held out his hand.
"I'm Marcus. I go to Dulcet High School here."
I shook his hand and smiled. "I'm Alexis. I go to Spring Mountain."
"I've never seen you here before,"
he said in the quiet of the club. "I just moved to town this week," I admitted. He nodded. He pulled out a flask and took a drink. That was ballsy, drinking in the only bar around that would let in underage kids. He was going to get himself kicked out. He held it out to me, offering me some. I shook my head. He put the cap back on and put it back in his pocket. I looked over to see Zeke talking to a tall girl with purple hair, and Miles was on a couch talking to a couple guys I recognized from school. I had no clue where Isaac or Asher had gone. Club music blasted through the speakers. Marcus gestured, asking me to dance. I nodded. I wanted to dance, and he seemed okay, though I didn't like the drinking here. We danced to the club music, jumping with the crowd. Then a slow song came on. Marcus had taken another hit from his flask when he reached out and pulled me closer. What the hell? Why not? No one else was going to dance with me. I kept my body from pressing against his as we danced. Thankfully, the band came out and they started up again. I stepped back away from Mark, turned and watched Ethan start to sing again. Damn, that boy was good. I was swaying to the music when Marcus pressed his body up against me again, his arm going around my waist again. Okay, he's not getting it. I pulled his arm off and turned around again. I shook my head. He gave me a nasty look and waved at me dismissively before going deeper into the crowd. At least he got the message. I headed off the dance floor back to where my jacket was and waited to order a bottle of water. Hey, Red. Isaac popped up beside me, making me jump. He ran his eyes over me, his question clear on his face. You okay? Yeah. I gestured over my shoulder at the dance floor. I just got rid of some touchy guy on the dance floor. For a second, I thought you were him. Isaac frowned and turned, resting his back against the bar. I ordered water from the bartender. When I finished paying, I turned to see Isaac watching the dance floor. I nudged his shoulder. Which one? He asked. I rolled my eyes. Don't worry about it. I already took care of it. I opened my water bottle and turned around to stand next to him. Where have you been? Isaac grinned, his gaze still on the dance floor. I saw a girl I know from school. She's always had a boyfriend, though. He gestured toward a table near the door to the bar. I saw a couple blonde girls and didn't know which one he was talking about. I heard a rumor this week that she was single now, so I'm taking a shot. Next slow song Ethan does, get her on the dance floor, I offered. Ethan's voice will do most of the work for you. Isaac's face spread into a wicked grin. You're a genius, Red. Isaac turned to the bartender and ordered a couple sodas. Now we need to find you someone. Got any friends that we don't hang out with? I asked, only half kidding. I missed having a boyfriend. Someone who made my heart race and my stomach flutter. Isaac seemed to be actually considering it. He winced. Nah, no one good enough for you, Red. Isaac paid the bartender and picked up the sodas. Aw, thanks, Cookie Monster. I smiled over at him. He winked at me before heading off towards the booth with the blondes. I sat down on my jacket and watched Ethan perform. Any sign of nerves seemed to have vanished once they started playing. My phone vibrated in my back pocket. I pulled it out and checked it. Asher. Where are you? Alexis. At the bar, where you all left me. I smirked as I hit send. The guys really had kind of ditched me, but I couldn't blame them. There were girls here that they could hit on, and I wasn't one of them. My phone vibrated again. Asher. I'm sending a friend your way. I'm sitting with a bunch of couples, and he's the odd guy out. Alexis. Are you trying to hook me up? Asher. Not really. All the girly giggling is irritating him, so I told him to find you. The least girly girl I know. There was only a couple seconds before my phone vibrated again. Asher. And if you two hit it off, would that be so bad? Let me know what you think when he gets there. I shook my head and smiled at my phone. Asher, what am I going to do with you? Sorry, are you Lexi? A husky male voice rolled over my ears from my right. I looked up and I had to stop my mouth from dropping. He was so freaking cute. His strong chin accented his angled jaw. Coupled with high cheekbones, it gave him a boyish charm that made my heart race. His brown hair was a little long on top and kind of sticking all over the place. He was wearing a gray Henley long-sleeve shirt with a couple buttons undone. The guy had muscle. Not like Zeke, but it was there. I vaguely realized this because I was still looking at those dark blue eyes. Damn. It was only a couple heartbeats before I pulled myself together and answered him. "That's me." I gave him my best smile. "And you're Asher's friend?" He nodded and pulled a sleeve further up his forearm.
"Yeah, I'm Dylan."
His husky voice was like fog and chocolate in my ears. It was so unfair. I gestured for him to take the stool to my right. "Have a seat. Just give me a second. Asher wanted me to text him when you got here." He sat down and ordered a soda while I texted Asher back. "Alexis." "He's here. You are the best friend ever." I quickly put my phone away and started talking to Dylan. "So you're the other odd man out tonight, huh?" I offered, trying to get him talking. He chuckled as he paid for his soda.
"I guess so."
He looked down at me, his gaze measuring.
"Though I don't remember seeing you around before."
"I moved here this week," I shrugged, turning a bit on my stool so I didn't have to keep turning my neck. "So how do you know Asher? And if you have any embarrassing stories from his childhood, don't hold back on the details." He burst out laughing. It was a good laugh, one you'd hear and look around for whoever it belonged to.
"We've played football together since we were kids. Well, till my family moved over here."
He was still smiling as he turned on his stool toward me.
"I do have some stories, but he has just as much on me, so stories are a no-go."
I gave an exaggerated sigh. "I'm never going to hear anything good," I grumbled. He chuckled. "So what do you do for fun around here?" He thought about it for a couple heartbeats.
"Outdoor stuff, really. Hiking, skiing, climbing. We're a very outdoorsy area."
His eyes ran over my face.
"You are going to need to invest in sunscreen this summer."
I laughed. "Are you kidding? I'm going to be buying it by the case," I told him matter-of-factly. "Or maybe the flat. Which do you think will get me the better price?" He had a great smile.
"Probably the flat, but then you have to store it all,"
he pointed out before taking a drink. "Ah, good point. The case it is." He smiled again and started talking. We talked about his surfing trips to Hawaii with his family, music, school. We even talked about my artwork. Everything I learned about him I liked. We had talked for a good hour before he gestured to the dance floor.
"Want to dance?"
he asked awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. It was so fucking cute. "Sure, let's go." I hopped off the stool as he stood up. He was a head taller than me. Perfect height for dancing. He took my hand, which of course immediately started tingling, and led me through the crowd to a spot on the dance floor. We just got there when the band changed into a slow song. We both started laughing. I gestured back at the bar. "Want an out?" I offered, still laughing. He smirked down at me and shook his head. He used my hand to pull me closer. One of his hands went to my lower back, while mine disappeared into his.
"I think we'll survive."
He bent his head down a little so I could hear him better, his chin brushing the back of my jaw.
"Besides, with our luck, when we got back to the bar, it'd change back."
"Then if we came back out, it'd go back to a slow one," I snickered. He chuckled in my ear. My heart was racing, my back and hand tingling from his touch.
"Yeah, better just to ride it out,"
he sighed. I smiled and tried not to get too close to him. I didn't want to scare him off. We had a few heartbeats of silence. I wanted to keep him talking. I couldn't seem to get enough of that voice. "So what is it about surfing that you like?" His voice was low in my ear. Oh, shit. My stomach did that low flip as goosebumps ran over my arms and down my back. I hoped he didn't notice.
"It's quiet, peaceful when you're out there. It's just you and you're bored looking for the next wave."
His voice poured into my ear. I bit my bottom lip. That was not fair. "Yeah, just you, you're bored, and the sharks that want to eat you." I pointed out, trying to distract myself. He chuckled in my ear, making me smile.
Sharks don't really want to eat you, he offered.
I could hear his smile in his voice.
When there is an attack, it's usually because the shark thought the surfer was a seal.
His chest brushed against mine. Did he step closer? Yes, he did. I couldn't stop smiling as I kept my gaze on his chest.
You should try surfing sometime. It's fun.
Nuh-uh. I have this rule. Don't go where I'm not at the top of the food chain, I told him seriously. He chuckled in my ear. He moved our hands to rest on his chest. I bit my lip again, my stomach doing a different kind of hard flip low in my belly. Okay, yeah, I missed having a boyfriend.
Sweetie, you're so small, you're not at the top of the food chain now.
I burst out laughing. My face grew warm.
A bunch of us go out the coast in the summer. It's all arranged by the town. There are chaperones, separate hotel rooms for girls and guys. You should come.
He was talking like we were going to still see each other in the summer. I wasn't going to count on that, but it wouldn't be so bad if he were right. Promise I'll come back? I asked, completely serious. He chuckled.
Yes.
With all my limbs attached? He kept laughing.
Yes, with all your limbs attached,
he assured me, still laughing. What about toes? We haven't talked about toes. He laughed even harder, pulling me against him more. He rested his forehead on my shoulder as he continued to crack up. It's a legitimate concern of mine. I like my fingers and toes, I continued, smiling. I noticed Asher out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head to see him on the dance floor with a leggy brunette. When his eyes met mine, he smirked at me. I winked across the dance floor at him. When Dylan lifted his head, his face was pink from laughing. His deep blue eyes met mine.
I promise I will personally guard your limbs, your fingers, and your little toes, he assured me sweetly.
I felt myself melt a bit. Okay, more than a bit. Okay, I'll see what I can do, I agreed begrudgingly. The slow song stopped. I stepped back and let go. A faster song started. Dylan leaned down to my ear again.
I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I nodded. I'm getting water. Do you want one? I felt him nod against my cheek. We split up on the dance floor. He headed to the restroom. Apparently, the restroom was in the back right corner of the same wall as the bar. I walked to the bar with a big, stupid grin on my face. Dylan was pretty damn cute. He was nice and had a damn good voice. I reminded myself not to get too excited about it. Nothing would probably come from it. The bar was busy, so it took a bit to get 2 bottles of water. I had put my wallet away and was picking up the water bottles when a hand ran from my back down to my ass. I dropped the bottles, took the hand off of me, and spun around. Marcus was crowding close to me. I threw his arm at him. He didn't seem to notice.
Hey, baby, missed me yet?
His voice was slurred, his eyes running over me. Ew. Just ew. Back the fuck off, I told him clearly, my voice hard.
Don't be like that.
He put one arm on each side of me, resting on the bar, his whiskey breath in my face making my stomach roll.
I'll treat you better than that other guy ever could.
That's it. I was done. Back the fuck off, I repeated myself, louder this time, as I shoved him away from me. He moved back a step. He really was much bigger than me after all, and I only wanted him to back up. His face twisted.
Fucking cock-teasing bitch,
he spat. His hand shot out, hitting me in the middle of my chest, hard. I fell backward. My back slammed into the edge of the bar. Agony ripped through me as I dropped hard on my right side and right hip, my eyes watering from the fire running through my back. I gasped for air, my body shaking from the hit to my spine. A big black blur hit Marcus across the face. He went down hard. Zeke was on him again in a heartbeat. I was trying to relearn to breathe as Zeke pounded his fist into Marcus repeatedly. I couldn't move. Not yet. My back was still trying to kill me. I kept taking deep breaths and trying to get through the pain. Zeke kept wailing on Marcus.
"You think you could put your hands on her, you fucking piece of shit?"
Zeke was shouting, among other things. By the time I could move, Miles was kneeling next to me, his face worried, his eyes running over me looking for any sign of injury. I waved him off and sat up. Miles helped pull me to my feet. It fucking hurt. I watched Zeke still hitting Marcus. Before I could start worrying, Asher and Isaac bolted out of the crowd and grabbed Zeke's arms. They pulled him away from Marcus. Zeke struck out with a boot nailing Marcus in the gut before he was out of range. Miles picked up Zeke's jacket and handed me mine. He gently wrapped an arm around my back. His hand was warm against my ribs. I was still trying to process what had just happened. Zeke had just beaten Marcus to a bloody pulp. Yeah, the guy hurt me. And yeah, I kind of liked that he was now unconscious on the floor, but I didn't like that Zeke was still fighting Asher and Isaac as they pulled him through the stunned crowd. That was starting to scare me. This wasn't the controlled Zeke that I knew. Miles gently helped get me moving through the crowd, my back still throbbing. It hurt to just breathe from it. But we needed to go now, so I moved, following in the wake of the other guys. We stepped outside into the quiet of the parking lot. Zeke was still cursing. He wanted to go back in there and finish the guy off.
"Are you okay?"
Miles asked, probably not for the first time. His emerald eyes ran over my face again.
"What happened?"
"That guy grabbed my ass and blocked me against the bar," I explained, watching the guys pin Zeke against the Jeep, his arms behind his back. They weren't hurting him. It looked like they were only holding him until he calmed down. I told him to back off and he didn't, so I pushed him, I admitted, as we started walking towards the Jeep. He shoved me back. My back hit the bar. I hit the floor. Miles frowned as he watched how carefully I was walking. I took a deep breath and forced myself to walk normally. It fucking hurt.
"Do you want me to take a look?"
Miles asked, his voice warm and silky again. No, I'll be fine. He just knocked the wind out of me. I really didn't want any of them to see my back, especially right now. We needed Zeke to calm down, not go on a killing spree. By the time we reached the Jeep, the pain had mostly faded from my back, and I was walking normally again. Isaac and Asher were taking turns trying to calm Zeke down. Zeke was still cursing and talking about ripping that guy's head off.
"Allie, are you all right?"
Asher asked, still pinning Zeke to the Jeep. "Yeah, I'm okay," I answered, distracted, as I watched them hold Zeke calmly. I bit the corner of my bottom lip.
"Someone want to tell us what the hell happened?"
Isaac shot over his shoulder, his face red as he struggled to hold Zeke in place. Miles repeated what I told him. This just had Zeke straining against the others again. Isaac looked over at Asher.
"How do you know someone hurt her?"
Isaac grunted. Zeke gave a jerk. The boys were forced to adjust their grip and slam him against the Jeep. It rocked with the force they put behind it.
"Nothing else gets Zeke this pissed off,"
Asher hissed, using his body weight against Zeke's shoulder. Asher looked at me over his shoulder and tilted his head towards the Jeep.
"Go ahead and get in the Jeep. This might take a while,"
he managed, between clenched teeth.
"Jeep's locked,"
Isaac groaned. The boys cursed. Well, except Miles. Asher gave Isaac a look. Isaac immediately began shaking his head.
"Nuh-uh, no way,"
Isaac declared. "I'm not looking for keys near his junk with him this pissed off."
"Miles?"
Asher called over his shoulder. "I'm with Isaac on this one. I think we should wait until he calms down," Miles admitted. I rolled my eyes and handed Miles my jacket. "I'll do it," I announced, stepping closer to Zeke.
"He usually keeps them in his right pocket," Miles offered.
I stepped up behind Zeke and touched his back lightly. He jerked hard against the guys.
"It's Lexi!"
They all snapped at him. Zeke seemed to hear them and stopped jerking. "Zeke, it's just me," I told him calmly. His head turned, trying to see me over his shoulder, but he couldn't. I was too short with Isaac's shoulder in the way. I ran my hand over his back so he could feel where I was. I stepped closer, biting my lower lip again. "Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I'm just looking for the keys to the Jeep. The guys want to get out of the cold." He seemed to hear me because he stopped fighting the boys. Feeling more confident that he knew I was there, I stepped closer, slipping in a bit between Isaac and Zeke. I ran my hand along the hard line of Zeke's waist to his right front pocket. I reached into his pocket and felt around for the keys. During my fumbling, I felt something else besides keys, but I was trying to ignore that. My fingers snagged at the keychain and pulled them out. Zeke was completely still, his forehead on the roof of the Jeep. He was taking deep, even breaths and slowly letting them out. Miles walked me to the other side of the car. My eyes never left Zeke.
"Get in the car, Lexi,"
Miles told me gently, his voice firm.
"He's going to need a few minutes."
I slid into the back seat. Miles got into the front, started the car, and started the heater for me. Then he was out again, shutting the door behind him. The guys were talking to Zeke, telling him repeatedly that I was fine, that I just had the wind knocked out of me. I winced at my lie. My hands were still shaking from hitting the bar, but there was no way I could tell them that, not with Zeke this angry. It was a while before Zeke was allowed to step back from the Jeep. I bit the corner of my lip as he began pacing in the parking lot. The guys watched him silently. Eventually, everyone got into the Jeep. Miles took the driver's seat. Zeke took the front. Asher and Isaac slipped in back with me. Zeke's eyes ran over me once before he looked out the windshield, his jaw clenching. This was all my fault. I shouldn't have danced with someone I didn't know. I should have stayed next to one of them all night after that ass on the dance floor. The ride back to Spring Mountain was tense and quiet. Zeke's gaze never left the road the whole way back. Shit, he knew it was my fault. My chest tightened till it was getting hard to breathe. When the guys dropped me off, Asher reminded me about my lesson with him in the morning as I was getting out. The boys said goodnight. Zeke didn't say a word to me. My stomach was in knots as I walked up to the front door. The guys waited until I was inside before driving off. Well, I royally fucked that up. Chapter 8. In the morning, my mind was still on last night. How pissed off Zeke had gotten. How it was my fault. I even sent Zeke an apology text as soon as I woke up. I got no response. So when I headed over to the indoor rock climbing center, I wasn't in the best mood. Asher had said to dress to climb, so I was wearing black capri yoga pants, a sports bra, a navy blue t-shirt, and an old pair of black sneakers. I walked into the center and found Asher immediately behind the counter. He was wearing a bright blue tank shirt that showed off the muscles in his arms and chest, and brought out the blue in his eyes. When he spotted me, his smile reached his eyes. "Allie girl, you ready to climb?" he asked, coming around the corner to meet me. I gave him the best smile I could manage and shrugged. His smile disappeared. His brow drew down. "What's wrong? Do you not want a lesson today?" "No, I do. I'm just still a little grumpy about last night," I admitted. I really did want to learn how to climb, but I just couldn't seem to focus this morning. Asher crooked his finger at me. I walked to the counter. "What size shoe do you wear?" 8. Asher disappeared behind the counter. He came back with a pair of shoes in his hand. He walked around the counter and led me to a set of benches. He gestured for me to sit. I did. "That fight wasn't entirely about you, Allie." Asher began gesturing for me to take off my shoes. I bent down and untied them as he kept talking. "You know, Zeke has a temper, and he's usually very good at controlling it." I nodded as I pulled my shoes off. He handed me the pair in his hands. They had very thin, hard bottoms. Zeke has what's called a trigger. He has a couple. I stopped putting on the shoes to look at him. He looked like he was trying to decide something. But one of his biggest ones is a guy hitting a girl. He sees that and he loses all control. He rubbed the back of his neck as he continued. It would have happened even if Zeke had never met you before. He would have knocked the guy out and backed off. But Zeke knows you, so it set him off in a big way. He wouldn't even look at me in the car last night, I reminded him, feeling ridiculously girly at the moment. After he gets triggered, he doesn't look at anyone. He doesn't talk to anyone until he's ready again. He has a really hard time afterward. His eyes narrowed on my face. He doesn't blame you for what happened, Allie. No one does. That guy had it coming. I smiled at that. I agreed completely. Okay, it wasn't completely my fault. I could deal with that. Any other triggers I should avoid? I asked. Asher sighed and thought about it while I put on the shoes he gave me. Yeah, don't come up behind him and touch his back, he said. I winced. I had done that last night too. Asher noticed. It's really not as bad as the hitting trigger. He only jumps and spins around. Okay, no touching his back, I assured him. Anything else? Besides waking him up? Nothing you need to know about, Asher hedged. I raised an eyebrow to let him know I noticed. He gave me a half grin. He was keeping his mouth shut. I took a deep breath and let it out, feeling much better. Okay, now show me how not to kill myself. Over the next couple hours, Asher taught me about anchors, belays, and the safety equipment needed to rock climb. He taught me several knots and drilled me on them relentlessly. Soon enough, I was in a harness and trying to climb the 5.7 wall. The beginner's wall, he said. Beginner's wall, my ass. The wall went up 40 feet. I was climbing alone since Asher was down below acting as my belayer, holding the slack from my line in case I fell. The center wasn't busy today, so I was alone halfway up when I had to stop for a second. Are you sure this is the beginner's wall? I shot down at him, holding tight to my handholds. Asher chuckled at me. The expert wall is 60 feet high with a lot of angles and overhangs, Asher shouted up at me. I groaned at what he was describing. Ease up on your grip, Allie girl. You only want enough pressure to keep you there. I immediately loosened my death grip on the hard handholds. I started moving again, finding handholds that were comfortable for me to grab and pulling myself up. I climbed several more feet, my arms starting to burn. I paused again and made the mistake of looking down. My head spun at the distance to the mat. I looked back at the wall, trying to forget how high I was. Remind me again what happens if I fall, I called down, really needing the reminder. In here I have the other end of the rope through a clamp on my harness. I've been pulling off the slack from your rope. You fall, my weight will counter yours, lifting me up and bringing you to a stop. He reassured me. I'm not going to drop you, Allie. I nodded as I started moving again. Use your legs to move your weight, not your arms, he shouted up at me a few minutes later. I nodded and did what he said. I was almost there. My arms and legs were shaking as I finally reached the top. I smacked it like Asher had told me to. Then I had to get down. Asher, how the fuck do I get down? I called, looking down at him. He gave me that big smile of his. Shit. You're going to drop, he told me. My stomach knotted hard. You need to practice falling anyway. I bit my lower lip. My arms were shaking, and I was going to lose my grip soon anyway. You sure? I asked. I'd seen other people in the center drop that way. It did look kind of fun. Yeah, I've got you. Now drop. I took a deep breath for courage and let go. I dropped. My stomach jumped into my throat as I sped towards the mats. Only I wasn't going as fast as I thought I would. When I stopped, I looked down to see Asher had been pulled up about 5 feet up the wall, his grip on my rope tight. I watched as he let out his end of the line, slowly bringing him to the floor. I spun around, my back to the wall. Asher's arms worked as he lowered me slowly. When my feet touched the mat, I looked up at the wall, grinning from ear to ear. That was awesome. "Still want to go climbing with us this summer?" Asher asked, pulling my attention from the wall. He started unhooking himself from his harness. "Oh, hell yeah," I said emphatically. Asher chuckled as he dropped his harness and reached out to unhook mine. "You're going to need a lot of practice if you want to go climbing with us." Asher began letting go of my harness so I could pull it off my lower body. "We're talking a couple times a week to practice. More if you're really into it." "I'll talk to Rory about it. I'm pretty sure he'll let me," I said. Asher picked up the harnesses and led the way back to the benches in front of the building. I was pulling off my shoes when he handed me a bottle of water. I opened it and took a big drink. I finished taking my shoes off and looked over at him. "So how long have you been rock climbing?" I asked. "Since forever. My dad used to take me every chance he got." Asher shrugged, opening his water bottle. "We don't really go anymore." I finished pulling on my shoe. "Sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a sore subject." He winked at me, letting me know it was okay. "So, is this what you want to do when you finish school? Be a climbing instructor?" "No, I love my hobby, but I don't want it to become my job." He turned towards me, his legs straddling the bench. I started pulling on my other shoe. "So, what do you want to do?" I asked, genuinely curious. "My dad wants me to get a football scholarship, get to the NFL, the whole 9 yards. His voice was resigned, like he accepted that this is what he was going to do. This kind of irked me. "That's what your dad wants. What do you want?" I finished tying my shoe and turned on the bench towards him. Asher sighed as he started peeling the label off his bottle. He was looking everywhere but at me. He knew what he wanted to do. He just didn't want to admit it. "I'll tell you mine. Will you tell me yours?" I asked, hoping this would get him to talk. Asher grinned at me. "Okay, you first," Asher stated, leaning forward. Shit. I groaned as I felt my face turning red. That really got his attention. "Oh, this is going to be good." I wrinkled my nose at him before looking at the bench between us. "It's a little different," I told him, gathering my courage. "I want to be a tattoo artist." I peeked up at him. His eyebrows had shot up. The surprise on his face was clear as day. Then the eyebrows came down, and he seemed to think about it. "You are a really good artist," he admitted. "You're better than good, but that's just my opinion. You know, the guy who can't draw." I smiled gratefully, but he wasn't going to make fun of me. I wasn't insecure about much, but becoming a tattoo artist was one of them. My face was still burning when I pointed at him. "Your turn," I stated. "I would honestly like to be a chef," Asher admitted, his face wincing. "Then do that," I said simply. His eyes grew darker as his frown came back. "I can't. My dad—" "Are you going to do what your dad wants your whole life? Or are you going to wait until you're in your 40s or 50s and he dies before you do what makes you happy?" I asked, looking him in the eye. "That would be half your life gone. 50 years is a long time to be unhappy." I shrugged, backing off. I couldn't make Asher's choices for him. I only wanted Asher to be happy, and it didn't seem like football was going to do it. "Just promise me you'll think about it." Asher's gaze ran over my face before he nodded. Then he leaned forward, smirking at me. "Uh-oh." "It looked like it went pretty well with Dylan last night," he offered. I eyed him suspiciously. "Maybe." "Just maybe? Not yes?" he asked, smiling entirely too much. He knew something or heard something. "You boys gossip just as much as girls do." I tossed one of the shoes at him. He chuckled, catching it against his chest.
Come on, Allie, I sent the guy over to you, he pointed out. I should get some details. I sighed. He was right. If I had sent a girl over to meet him, I'd want details too. Yeah, we had fun, I admitted. He's nice. He got my sense of humor right away, and it doesn't hurt that he's a hottie. And that voice was killer, but there was no way I was going to admit that to Asher. It was great, until I got shoved into the bar and whisked outside without a word. Asher smiled. He called me last night wondering what happened. He, apparently, only saw the last part, with Miles taking you outside and a bloody, unconscious guy on the floor. Asher took a drink before continuing. Dylan ended up taking the guy to the hospital. He had a broken nose, a concussion, and a cracked jaw. I groaned and closed my eyes. Zeke had really lost control last night. Let me guess. He didn't ask for my number. Asher snorted. Actually, he did. I raised an eyebrow. Really? Dylan asked for my number after that? Seriously? I had to ask, just to be sure I heard him right. Asher nodded. I had to explain who Zeke was first, but he asked for your number. He ran his eyes over my face. Should I give it to him? I felt my face start to turn pink. Yeah, give him my number. I gave a half shrug. Just because he gets it doesn't mean he'll call Asher. Asher pulled out his cell phone, grinning. He typed a text message and sent it. I bet he'll call as soon as he has it, he stated. I laughed at that. I'll take that bet. Another free lesson if I win, I offered. I pulled myself from my bra and set it on the bench between us. Deal, Asher gestured toward the phone. Give him 5 minutes. Agreed. Asher sat there watching the phone and looking at the clock. He was frowning more as time went by. We waited 5 minutes before Asher cursed. I snickered at him. Told ya, I taunted him, before picking up my phone and putting it back in my bra. He'll call, Allie. Maybe not right now, but I'm pretty sure he'll call, Asher promised. I started laughing. Asher the matchmaker. If he does, I'll let you know. If he doesn't, you'll never hear the end of this, I promised. Asher groaned. I left soon after that. Another client of Asher's had an appointment. I walked away, wondering if Dylan would really call today. Probably not, but it would be nice. When I got home, I told Rory that I wanted to get climbing lessons so I could go climbing with the guys this summer. Rory smiled and agreed. It was weird asking for something and getting it. I walked upstairs and took a shower. I pulled on comfy bootcut blue jeans, a black cami, and a big oversized gray and black sweater. The neck hung off my shoulder, but since I was at home, it didn't matter. I spent the rest of the day on the internet looking for ways to deal with bitch ghost at school tomorrow. It was around 9 when my phone vibrated. It wasn't Dylan. Miles. Has anyone heard from Zeke today? I was looking down at my phone as the others answered. Asher. No. Ethan. Nope. Isaac. He didn't show up for training. Alexis. Me neither. There was a heartbeat of time as I wondered what was going on, and then my phone was vibrating. Miles. That's not good. Isaac. He's working tonight. Asher. Someone needs to go over there and talk to him. Ethan. Beautiful. Can you head over and talk to Zeke? Asher. Are you sure that's a good idea? Miles. That's a brilliant idea. Alexis. What's going on, guys? There was a pause as I waited for an answer. Asher. After Zeke is triggered, we usually hear from him the next day. Miles. We need someone to get him to talk tonight, and you're the best option. Isaac. He won't hit or shove out the door. Ethan. Pick up some fast food and take it over to the garage. Show him the bag, and he'll let you in the door. Asher. Ask him why no one has heard from him. Isaac. Yes, feed the beast. It soothes them, but don't give him the bag until you're inside. Alexis. Send me the address.
Tell me what he likes and I'll head over. They sent over the address and the burger joint that Zeke loved in town. I pulled my jacket on and headed downstairs. Rory and Tara were in the living room. I tucked my phone away inside my jacket as I went to Rory. Rory, can I go out for a bit? Rory looked up at me, a frown on his face.
It's a school night,
he said, eyeing what I was wearing.
Where do you want to go?
Zeke hasn't talked to anyone today. The guys asked me to take him some food and get him talking. I shrugged, not really understanding how I'd be able to help, but willing to try. Rory's frown disappeared.
Yeah, go on, but be back before 11,
he told me, already going back to watching television. I was out the door when Tara started screaming about letting me go out on a school night. I winced and pushed it out of my mind. I drove to the burger joint and got what the boys told me to pick up, a triple bacon cheeseburger and large fries. The damn burger was huge. I followed the navigation on my phone till I reached a mechanic shop. It was a 2-bay shop, both bay doors closed, though I could see the light was on. Zeke's Jeep was parked to the side out front. This must be the place. I grabbed Zeke's food and hurried to the door. I gave a few hard knocks and waited. It didn't take long for him to answer. The dented metal door opened. Zeke looked down at me, confused.
Lexi?
He said, like he didn't quite believe I was here. I looked at his face and started to worry. His eyes were bloodshot, the bags under his eyes dark. It didn't look like he had even gone to sleep last night. The guys were right. Something was wrong. Quick, let me in, it's freezing out here, I demanded as I pushed my way into the garage office. Zeke took a step to the side as I closed the door behind me with a slam. I was in. I held the greasy bag out to him. I brought food. His brow drew down as he frowned at me. He took the bag and opened it. He sighed, then closed the bag and looked down at me.
The guys sent you,
he stated simply.
You shouldn't be here, Lexi.
He turned and walked through a door and into the garage. Was he still wearing the same clothes from last night? With Zeke's wardrobe, it was hard to tell, but I think I was right. I followed a few steps behind him, really getting worried now. There were 2 cars sitting in the bays, both with their hoods up. Zeke went to the sink near the door and began washing his hands. "Why's that?" I asked, watching him clean as much of the grease off his hands as he could. He worked on cars so much, parts of his hands have permanently stained the color of engine grease. I noticed the bruises and cuts on his knuckles from last night. "Because you're at work?" He shook his head, his shoulders tense as he dried his hands. He tossed the towel in the garbage and picked up the bag again. He was walking toward the second bay before I tried again. "Why haven't you talked to anyone today?" He dropped the bag on the work table, then leaned on his hands against the surface.
"Because no one should be around me,"
he growled over his shoulder at me before he looked back down at the table.
"Least of all you."
I stepped around what looked like a hoist to stand closer. "What are you talking about?" He stared at the pegboard in front of him, as if it had the answer to every question he ever wanted to ask.
"I have my father's temper, Lexi."
He was looking down at the work table again, shaking his head slowly.
"I shouldn't be around people. I shouldn't be around you."
His voice was honest, like he really believed the bullshit he was saying. "This is about the fight last night?" I asked, keeping my voice soft. I watched his back as his body tensed up even more.
"I shouldn't have lost control like that,"
he bit out, a fist banging on the table.
"Not with you that close."
Was he pissed at himself because he thought he could have hurt me? That's what it seemed like. That wall around my heart lost a large chunk right there in that garage. Zeke might be terrifying as hell at times and intimidating to a scary degree, but I had no doubt in my mind that he would never hurt me. But I wasn't the one who needed to be convinced. "Zeke, I'm the reason you lost it," I told him, my voice serious. That guy shoved me into the bar.
I know, but I overreacted.
His voice was hard, his jaw clenched. His hand shook as he ran it through his hair.
I saw you hit the bar. I saw your face and I fucking lost it.
My heart ached. He was so furious with himself. He kept talking.
I thought he really hurt you, Lexi, and you only got the wind knocked out of you.
Fuck. This was my fault. If I hadn't lied about how much I was hurt, Zeke wouldn't be torturing himself right now. I was going to show him my back. I knew I was. He was trying to tell me that he didn't trust himself around me, that he was dangerous to me, and I couldn't let him think that. Zeke, that guy hurt me.
I know he did, but...
No, Zeke, I said, my voice hard. He really fucking hurt me. My heart slammed in my chest as he finally looked at me. I watched two different emotions fighting it out in those sky-blue eyes. I held his gaze, refusing to look away. I pulled off my jacket and dropped it to the floor. I reached for my sweater, glad I was wearing a cami underneath.
Lexi, stop. What are you...
Zeke turned to stop me. I pulled off my sweater and dropped it onto my jacket. His voice trailed off as he saw I was still dressed. If I weren't so tense, I would have laughed at the stunned look on his face. I collected my hair in my right hand, and I gestured for him to come closer with my left. Take a look. He was frowning. It felt like he was walking in slow motion around me. I heard my pulse in my ears. My chest was tight as I waited. When he saw my back, he cursed, and everything seemed to come back to normal speed.
Baby, what the hell happened to you?
He breathed, his voice just barely there. I felt a rough fingertip trace from my neck to my shoulder.
These aren't fucking new.
My eyes were on the far wall. My mother beat the shit out of me. It's why I'm here with Rory, I told him, trying to keep my voice matter of fact. It doesn't even hurt unless I get hit in the back. I turned around and looked up at his face. His eyes had changed from self-hating to wanting to rip someone apart. He shoved me into the bar, Zeke, I pointed out, trying to keep the topic on him, not me. That look you saw? I was in a lot of pain. You saw it, recognized it, and reacted to it. I shrugged as I was turning around and picking up my sweater, feeling entirely too naked in front of him, and it had nothing to do with what I was wearing. I pulled it on and looked back up at him, his eyes still looking to hit something. So, you have a dark side, Zeke. Welcome to the world. I kept my voice matter of fact. You're not the only one with a temper. He looked like he was finally listening to me. A guy tried to hurt me once. I got away. I licked my lips before continuing. Then I came back with a short crowbar. The corner of his mouth twitched. I smiled, still pleased with myself even a year later. His jaw was wired shut for a few months. I gestured around at the world in general. Everyone has a dark side, Zeke. The key is not to let it make you its bitch. He snorted at me once and gave me that half grin of his. The tightness in my chest finally eased up so I could take a deep breath again. And I think you do a pretty good job of that. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, his gaze still on my face. I could almost see his gears working.
Come here.
He reached out, wrapped his big hand around the back of my neck, and pulled me to him. I rested my head on his chest and wrapped my arms around his waist. I took a deep breath of leather and engine grease as he gently wrapped his other arm around my shoulders. He had never hugged me before. I liked it. His fingers massaged my neck gently.
I still want that guy's name,
he mumbled under his breath. I smiled against his shirt. I was tempted to give it to him. Chapter 9. I overslept the next morning. I only had time to throw on what I wore to the garage last night. Then I had my bag and I was out the door. And of course, today it's pouring down rain. I was almost soaked through by the time I reached my class. First period was halfway over when I walked into class. I mouthed a sorry to Mr. Matthews and took my seat as fast as possible. He only gave me the stink eye. After class, I was headed to English when my cell phone vibrated. Miles, are you coming to school today? I was texting back that I had overslept when someone whistled at me. Hey, Red, you want to come over to my house later? Some guy called out to me. I hit send on my text and flipped him off without looking at him or even stopping my stride. It was still pouring down, and I had to leave the hallway to get to English. I tucked my phone away and ran for it. I was soaked again by the time I reached class. After English, I headed out into the hall and had to cross a courtyard. My hair was soaked by the time I got across. I gave up on being dry as I headed toward my next class. Zeke and Asher spotted me in the hallway, then headed my way. I smiled. Knowing I was going to see them between classes always made my morning. Zeke's eyes ran over my clothes, an eyebrow raised. "Weren't you wearing that last night?" he asked, his voice cautious. "Allie, are you doing the walk of shame?" Asher teased, his blue eyes sparkling. "No," I chuckled. "I'm doing the walk of oh shit, I forgot to turn on my alarm clock." The guys chuckled. I didn't even have time to brush my teeth or do my makeup. Asher's eyes ran over my face. "You look pretty," he said, with an exaggerated smile. "I look like a drowned rat," I said to him, not buying it for a second. "But a pretty drowned rat," he offered. Zeke and I burst out laughing. Asher smiled normally and swung his bag around so he could reach it. "I can't help with makeup, but I can help with your teeth." He pulled out a pack of gum and handed it to me. I promptly popped a couple pieces into my mouth. "Thank you so much, Asher. You are seriously my hero for the day," I said emphatically. Asher puffed up his chest. "Hero for the day. I like it," he said in a superhero voice. Zeke's big hand came down on Asher's shoulder. "Come on, hero. I've got Trig and you have Jim," Zeke reminded him. Asher sulked as he walked away. I was still laughing on my way to algebra. I got soaked through again, but this time I cared less. The rest of the day went on like normal. A few girls made insults, to which I flipped them off. Otherwise, it was my usual. It was after chemistry as we were walking towards the cafeteria when Zeke and Asher met us halfway to the cafeteria. "Don't bother heading that way. This whole side is packed," Asher announced, meeting us in the hallway. "Why this time?" I asked in my suffering voice. "Because of you and Jessica on Friday," Zeke pointed at me. I cursed. "I still need to hit the cafeteria. I didn't have time to make lunch today," I grumbled. Isaac swung his bag around and dug into it. He pulled out a sack lunch and handed it to me. "I'm not taking your lunch, Isaac." Isaac snorted. "That's second lunch. I can grab something from a vending machine later," Isaac admitted, pulling out another lunch bag. I raised an eyebrow. "Second lunch, like a hobbit?" I asked, wondering if they would get the reference. All the guys chuckled. "Guys eat a lot," Asher reminded me. I shook my head at the bag in my hand. Yeah, I was finally getting that. "Wait, are we just going to ignore the fact she just made a Hobbit reference?" Miles asked, raising his hand. He narrowed his eyes at me. "Which is better, book or movie?" "Book," I answered immediately. Miles looked impressed. I looked over at Isaac. "Thank you, Isaac." He winked at me as we started walking down the hall and away from the cafeteria. Everyone pulled out their bags and started eating as we walked. "Yay, I got tuna, Isaac sang to himself as he opened his first lunch, making me smile. "Well, the rumor mill is going crazy from Saturday night," Ethan announced. I cringed. "About how awesome you guys played?" I offered, hoping that was where this was going. Ethan chuckled. "Oh, no." Ethan shook his head, then pointed at Zeke and me.
that Zeke and you are a thing, and he kicked someone's ass for hitting on you."
He was enjoying this way too much. I groaned. Zeke cursed. Miles and the twins burst out laughing. "Didn't anyone notice me being shoved first?" I asked, pleading for Ethan to give me some good news.
"Amazingly, that didn't make the rounds,"
Ethan admitted. "I'm never going to get a date," I grumbled. Most of the boys burst out laughing. I fought the urge to smack each of them.
"Dylan hasn't called yet?"
Asher asked, before taking a drink of water. "Nope," I playfully glared at him. Asher winced.
"As much as I love torturing you,"
Ethan admitted, as he tried to stop laughing,
"I know some girls that can spread the truth around if you want."
I threw my arm around Ethan's waist and squeezed. "Please, please, pretty please," I begged, trying to look cute. Ethan chuckled at my antics.
Okay, I'll get on it tonight,"
Ethan promised. We turned down an empty hall. This side of the campus seemed to be deserted today.
"I don't know, guys,"
Zeke began with a mischievous light in his eye.
"Do we really want Lexi dating?"
My mouth dropped as the guys hemmed and hawed. "Don't you fucking dare," I growled at them. The boys burst out laughing again. Ethan wrapped his arm around me.
"Don't worry, beautiful, I'm on it,"
he reassured me before letting go. I shook my head at them.
"Where are we going tonight for homework?"
Isaac asked the group.
"Jessica's not going to be home tonight. She's staying overnight at a friend's house,"
Asher offered. Everyone was debating as we turned a corner. Pain tore through me as Bitch Ghost slammed into me. I stumbled, catching myself against the lockers. I rested my weight against the metal, having a hard time staying upright. My chest felt like a red-hot metal stake had been driven into it, making it hard to breathe. The ghost rolled over my mind like a black fog, trying to take control. I pushed back. No, this was my body. Fuck off. She poured her memories into my mind, trying to drive me out with her pain. My head felt like it was exploding. My chest burned. I pushed back with my own memories, throwing them at her as if they were grenades. She backed away enough for me to gain some control over my body again. I couldn't beat her. She had too much juice. I could only hold her at a standstill. Fear shot through me as I opened my eyes. I was vaguely aware that I was sitting on the cement against the lockers, blood pouring from my nose. Zeke was yelling at me, his hands cupping my face, lifting so he could look at me.
Lexi,
he barked, demanding an answer.
"Come on, baby, don't do this to me."
Another hand pushed the hair out of my face. My body was completely limp. I only had minor control for now. Someone said hospital. No. Panic ripped through me. I had to tell them what to do. Bitch Ghost was pushing down on me already. I only had a few moments of control left. No hospital. Rory, home. That was all I could manage before the bitch slammed down on me again, and I had to focus on fighting her off. Her darkness crashed down on me, and I fought back with light. Then my temper finally caught up, and the light turned red. During all of this, I was aware of what was going on in the world, but it was very far away, like a dream you can't recall when you wake up. Zeke pulled my cell phone out of my jacket and handed it off. He was shouting instructions to the others as he pulled me into his arms, lifting me as if I weighed nothing. He held me against his chest as he ran. My body was screaming at me, every nerve on fire, as Bitch Ghost pushed back again, trying to use pain to get me to stop fighting. I gave a little ground, just enough so she'd feel the pain herself. She retreated a bit, letting me swim back to the surface. My entire body was shaking as Zeke slid into the back seat of a car. He kept me in his lap as others were shouting. I heard Rory's voice. Relief poured through me. Rory. My vision swam as the bitch hit me with everything at the same time, like a tidal wave crashing down on me. I was drowning. Everything went black. I came to, gasping. Deep, dragging breaths, as if I had actually stopped breathing. I couldn't open my eyes. I didn't understand what was happening. Very hot water rained down on me. Something hard was rubbing down my arms, my legs. Something was rubbing on my scalp. I kept hearing my name, but I couldn't move, couldn't answer. Not yet. It took me several moments of breathing before I could grasp what was happening. Someone had me in their arms against their chest. My face was resting on a shirt, and they were standing under the spray from a shower. Hands were rubbing stuff against my skin, into my scalp. It felt like it had been hurting for some time. "I'm back," I rasped, too quiet to be heard over the shower. I swallowed, then tried again, using what energy I had. "I'm back." I could only manage a whisper. That was it. That was all I could say.
"She's awake,"
a rich baritone announced from behind me. I knew that voice. I couldn't think through the pain to remember. Different sounds of relief were loud in my ears. I was shaking, freezing. The water felt too hot, but I was craving it. My head was throbbing so much it made my vision fade in and out. My stomach churned.
"Let me get in there."
A few heartbeats later, a hot hand cupped my chin.
"Show me your eyes, Lexi."
I knew that voice. That was Rory. I didn't want to open my eyes. It would hurt. I tried to turn away into whoever had me. They were so warm.
"Lexi, now!"
Rory shouted, hurting my ears. I whimpered, turning my head back. I used everything I had left to open my eyes. My vision swam, like looking up through water from the bottom of a pool. My teeth clattered. Rory's face was a big blur. The blur was coming closer. Then bright light stabbed through my head. I wanted to scream, but I could only whimper and cry. When the stabbing light went away, I buried my face against whoever held me. My forehead met warm skin. I smelled leather and engine grease. I knew that smell. Voices were loud and muffled.
"No bleed this time. She's freezing cold."
A deep, gravelly voice vibrated through me. "Zeke?" I whimpered as the sound hurt my ears.
"Can you stand hotter water?"
Everything was so loud. I wanted to cover my ears, but my body wouldn't listen. All I could do was whimper. There was a movement against my forehead, and the water got hotter. Something warm pressed into my hair. Everything faded away, and I slipped blissfully unconscious. I woke up slowly to a dark room. A bone-deep ache was everywhere, even the bottom of my feet. Seriously? Why did the bottom of my feet hurt? My head ached too much to try to figure it out. I braced myself and sat up, slowly. I was gasping in pain when I finally managed it. There was movement in the dark.
"I'm turning on a lamp, Lexi."
Rory's voice came from somewhere in the room. I closed my eyes and saw the light from behind my eyelids. I slowly opened my eyes, a little bit at a time. It took a while. When my eyes finally adjusted, I found Rory sitting on the edge of the bed, watching me closely. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry. Rory reached over to the nightstand and handed me a glass of water. I took it, drinking down half of it. Rory handed me some pills. I didn't ask, I just took them. I hurt too much to care. It took me a couple minutes before I looked around. I was in a queen-sized bed with a blue and green plaid comforter. There was a mahogany dresser with a TV on it. "Where?" I asked, my voice small. It was how I felt, like one strong breeze and I'd blow away.
"You're in my room. It was the closest to the front door."
Rory kept his voice to a whisper. I was going through my memories, trying to remember how I got home. Then I remembered the guys. Zeke's eyes as he held my face, the others' panicked voices in the car. "The guys saw everything, didn't they?" I asked, already knowing the answer, praying he'd tell me differently.
"Yeah."
Panic gripped me. My stomach knotted. Oh, God, they saw it all. I used a shaking hand to push my hair out of the way. "Did you tell them?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Please tell me you didn't. Please tell me you lied your ass off."
"Just the basics, that you see the dead, that the site runs in the family,"
Rory answered me. My stomach dropped, my chest aching.
"I wanted to leave the details to you."
I closed my eyes, tears pouring down my face. It happened. It really happened. A week. It took 1 fucking week for them to find out. I pulled my knees to my chest. I rested my forehead on them and covered my head with my arms as I cried. It was over. They knew I was a freak. They were gone. They'd never speak to me again. I started sobbing, my heart breaking. Every fear I had over the last week crashed down on me, making my chest so tight it was hard to breathe. I cared about them. I don't know how it happened, but I did. I cared about them. I sobbed, knowing it was over. I was alone all over again. I was the fucking freak again. I sobbed as my world crashed around me. I was alone again. I'm a freak. I'll always be alone. Arms wrapped around me and rocked me as I broke apart.
"Lexi, you're not a freak, honey, and you're not alone,"
Rory whispered into my hair. I hadn't even realized I spoke out loud. I shook my head. I didn't care. It was over. "They're gone," I gasped, as everything poured out of me. I had nothing left. I didn't have any more fight. I was done. My heart was a raw and aching pit in my chest. Just let the fucking dead have me. This hurt too much. I can't take this anymore. I vaguely realized that Rory's arms were gone, but I didn't care. I rocked myself back and forth, sobbing. Rory's voice said something, but I was too miserable to listen. Hands touched me, arms wrapped around me. I smelled vanilla and leather.
"Lexi, stop fucking crying,"
a deep voice growled.
"Allie, you need to calm down,"
a rich voice followed. My head shot up. My heart stopped. Asher and Zeke were there. What? I stammered, not understanding. What was I seeing? "You're here?" Asher reached out and brushed the hair from my face, while Zeke wiped the tears from my cheek. Zeke looked pissed off, and Asher's face was pale and drawn. I didn't understand. They were here? The tightness in my chest eased. I could breathe a little easier. Tears were running down my face as I stared at them, uncomprehending. I was still crying, but I had stopped sobbing.
"Okay, boys, back outside,"
Rory ordered. The guys looked like they wanted to argue, but they obeyed. Rory shut the door behind them. He came back and sat in front of me again. I was still staring after the boys. They were still here? What? I looked to Rory, not understanding.
"They were all here as long as they could be,"
Rory said gently. "All of them?" I asked softly. I couldn't wrap my head around it. All of them had been here? They had stayed? Rory nodded, then proceeded to talk slowly and clearly.
"Those boys carried you home bloody, unconscious, and turning blue."
Rory's haunted eyes met mine again.
"Then they refused to leave you."
Rory reached over, pulled out some tissues, and handed them to me. I sat there, numb.
"The others would still be here, but Miles and Isaac's parents called them home. Ethan had band practice."
Rory reached out and brushed more of my hair away from my face.
"They only felt like they could leave because Asher and Zeke were here."
"They all stayed?" I asked, my voice shaky, thin. I saw them. I knew they were outside the bedroom door. It was just so hard to believe. No one ever stayed. Rory held my chin in his fingers and looked into my eyes.
"Those boys saved your life,"
he told me clearly.
"I wasn't going to make it to you in time. I had to give them instructions on the phone, Lexi."
I blinked at him, my mind starting to work again. Slowly, but it was working. "The salt? The shower?" I asked, needing confirmation. Rory nodded.
All the boys. I got here just as you woke up,
he explained.
The boys took turns holding you in that shower for over an hour trying to get your body temperature up. The others refused to leave the bathroom.
Rory's thumbs wiped the moisture from my cheeks, his eyes still looking into mine, willing me to understand.
Those boys aren't going anywhere, Lexi. Stop expecting them to.
When what he was saying finally started to sink in, I swallowed hard and nodded. Satisfied I got the message, Rory let go of my face. I used my tissues to wipe my nose. The boys really didn't leave me. They were still here. Some had to go home, but they had been here. They still wanted me around. That last chunk of the wall around my heart crumbled into dust. They weren't leaving. I fought back tears again as warmth filled my chest. It took me a while to remember what this feeling was. It was love. I felt loved, cared about, for the first time in years. Oh, fuck. I needed to stop crying. I took several deep breaths as I struggled to get myself under control. I looked down at my clothes to distract myself. I was still wearing my cami that I wore under my sweater and my underwear. Towels and blankets surrounded me. My skin was raw and gritty. I needed a shower. Zeke knows about my back. But did anyone else see? I asked. It seemed stupid right now, but I wanted to know.
If they did, I'm sure questions would have been asked.
Rory reassured me. I nodded, licking my lips. What time is it? I asked, running a hand down my arm, wiping the salt off my skin. Rory checked his watch.
7:45.
Where's Tara? I sighed wearily.
I told her to sleep at her mom's tonight.
Rory's voice was understanding.
She still doesn't know about this, and I'd like to keep it that way as long as possible.
Sounds like a plan, I agreed, especially if Tara was what I suspected. Rory pulled me into a hug. I rested my head on his chest as he held me.
We almost lost you, kid.
His voice shook. I wrapped my arms around his waist and squeezed back. That feeling of being loved washed over me again. Oh, this feeling was going to take some getting used to. I'm not going anywhere, I whispered back. I hoped I wasn't lying. I'm too stubborn. I felt him snort.
I brought you some clothes from your room. They're on the dresser,
Rory told me as he let me go. He brushed my hair off my face again.
Let's get you out there before those boys decide to break down the door.
I huffed at that, then thought about it. Yeah, that sounded like something Zeke might do. Rory got up and held out his hand. I took a deep breath for courage and took Rory's hand. Rory helped pull me to my feet. My whole body throbbed with the sudden movement, and then a bone-deep ache settled in. Even my fucking feet hated me. Rory held on as I walked slowly towards the dresser. Once he knew I wasn't going to fall, he walked out the door, closing it behind him. I bit back a groan as I took my clothes off, every movement making me hurt more. I pulled on the black underwear, loose white t-shirt, and black sweatpants. I took a second to look in the mirror. I wasn't surprised to see I looked like shit. My hair was a tangled mess and had chunks of salt here and there. My face was even paler than usual. My eyes were red from crying, and I had bags under my eyes. Screw it. I almost died. I can look like shit. I slowly walked to the bedroom door and opened it. Asher and Zeke were waiting a few feet from the door. At the sight of them, I started crying again. They were really here.
I told you to stop crying, Lexi.
Zeke growled, his face hard. I huffed at him as I wiped my cheek. Happy crying this time. I bit my bottom lip and looked up at them. You guys are still here. Asher looked at me like something hurt as he stepped forward and gently pulled me against him. One of his arms wrapped around my back, the other cradling the back of my head, pressing my cheek to the middle of his chest. I wrapped my arms around his waist. It was an amazing hug, full of warmth and caring. Tears kept falling as I breathed in his cinnamon and vanilla scent.
Did you really think you could get rid of us that easy?
Asher asked, his voice thick. He leaned down, putting his face in my hair.
You're stuck with us, Allie,
he whispered to me. I sniffed and nodded against his chest. I think I was starting to believe it. Asher held me long enough that Zeke tapped his shoulder.
No, you held her the longest in the shower. Now it's my turn,
he snapped, before pushing his face further into my hair.
Text the other guys. It'll help with the weight,
Asher mumbled at Zeke. I vaguely heard Rory in the kitchen doing something. Asher was still holding on.
Lexi, look over here for a second,
Zeke asked, in his usual "it's not really a request" voice. I opened my eyes. He was holding his phone up. There was the distinct sound of a picture being taken. The shithead? Zeke, I look like shit, I groaned, wiping more tears away. The corner of his mouth twitched as he focused on doing something with his phone.
The guys wanted proof you were alive and awake.
He looked up, his eyes meeting mine.
I put getting suffocated by Asher in the text, just so you know.
I snorted as I began rubbing Asher's lower back.
Allie, girl, you scared the hell out of me,
Asher whispered into my hair. I didn't mean to. Asher grunted before giving me a small squeeze and letting go. He stepped back, and Zeke stepped forward immediately. His hard eyes softened as they ran over my face. He bent down to pick me up, one arm under my butt, the other lightly across my back. My arms moved around his neck, my face finding a spot between his neck and shoulder. I took a deep breath of leather and engine grease. I had never had a hug like it in my life. You didn't leave, I whispered, as my tears fell against his skin.
I'm not going anywhere, baby,
he whispered back, his gravelly voice rough. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Never stop breathing on me again,
he whispered in my ear as he rested his cheek against mine. I smiled into his neck.
You hear me?
I hear ya, I whispered back. It was muffled, but I was sure he heard me because his arms tightened around me.
I hate to interrupt, but she needs to eat or she's going to crash,
Rory announced from the dining room. I thought Zeke would put me down, but instead he walked into the dining area carrying me, holding on to me as long as he could. He gave me one last squeeze before setting me down in a chair. I turned in my chair, wiping my tears off my face. Then I saw to see the huge plate of food Rory had set out. A big, thick steak with a pile of potatoes and a small amount of green beans. My stomach growled. I started digging into the food, my body craving it.
Allie usually eats a quarter of that. Can she really finish it all?
Asher asked, sounding genuinely curious. I didn't bother answering. I needed to get the food down or I'd be in real big trouble.
Just watch. During afterburn, you use a lot of energy, especially stored fat. I bet you she's a couple pounds lighter than she was this morning,
Rory explained. Feeling a little stronger, I stopped eating long enough to be a smartass. Yeah, it's the best diet in the world, I told them, with fake enthusiasm before taking another bite of potatoes. My joke fell flat. Rory glared at me.
It would be, if not for the threat of becoming a vegetable or, oh yeah, death, he said sarcastically, though his voice was hard. He really didn't like my joke. The boys watched in stunned silence as I finished off the plate of food. It didn't take long. I pushed the plate away and leaned back, my stomach very full. That was so good, I announced. Asher cooked. I only bought the groceries,
Rory admitted, gesturing to Asher. I turned to Asher, whose cheeks were turning a tinge pink. Really? He nodded, one hand rubbing the back of his neck. I turned to Rory. Can we keep him, please? I asked, sounding entirely serious, which I was. That was the best meal I'd had in years. Rory rolled his eyes at me. There was a knock at the door. Frowning, Rory got to his feet and answered.
Where is she?
A honey-like voice demanded. I turned a little in my chair to see Isaac darting past Rory and towards me. I balled up and covered my head with my arms. Gently, 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 I whimpered painfully, almost squeaking. When I wasn't pounced on, I peeked out of my arms to see Asher had intercepted Isaac. Zeke was halfway out of his chair, as if Asher had just been faster.
Easy, she's sore.
Asher's voice was soft but firm. Isaac's eyes were running over me, his pale face serious as he nodded. He knocked Asher's hand away as he came toward me again. He knelt down on the floor and wrapped his arms around me, knees and all. It was a couple minutes before he shifted, lifting me and putting me in his lap on the floor. My head against his chest, my legs draped over one of his. Tears were falling again as I wrapped my arms around his neck. "You came back," I whispered, not quite realizing I spoke out loud. He squeezed me tighter.
"No shit,"
he whispered, his voice thick. He just held me against him as if he could keep all the bad things away as long as I was with him. It felt really fucking good. It was a while before he spoke to me again.
"You scared the shit out of me, Red."
Isaac growled against my hair.
"You ever do that again and I'm going to smack you silly."
One hand cupped my face, his thumb caressing my cheekbone. It was comforting. "Sorry, Cookie Monster."
"Shh, I'm still mad at you."
Isaac was still holding me when there was another knock on the door. Isaac turned me in his arms as Rory opened the door. Ethan's eyes went straight to me as he strode through the great room. Isaac intervened this time.
"Soft hands, brother. Soft hands."
Ethan nodded that he understood without stopping. Ethan held out a hand. I took it. He pulled me to my feet, wrapped his arms around my waist, and pulled me to him. One arm running up my spine, his hand around the back of my neck. My nose bumped his collarbone. I lifted my chin to his shoulder for comfort. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders, holding him. Tears were falling again.
"Should I even bother closing the door this time?"
Rory asked the room.
"Probably not. I bet Miles is on his way over here,"
Isaac offered, his voice strained. "You really came back," I whispered, starting to believe that they weren't leaving me. Ethan dropped his forehead to my shoulder and took slow, deep breaths.
"Always,"
he whispered back, his voice shaking. His spicy cologne filled my nose as he actually shook in my arms. I felt tears fall on my skin that weren't mine. I held his shoulders tighter and pressed my body completely against his, from chest to knee. His hands kept flexing against me, as if he wanted to squeeze tighter but was stopping himself. I moved one hand around the back of his neck and stroked it, trying to comfort him. "I'm okay. I'm here. I'm fine," I kept whispering. My heart ached. Ethan and Isaac's reactions were intense, like they were in a terrifying nightmare, but now they were awake and trying to reassure themselves it was all a dream. I didn't understand how to make it better, so I just held him against me. I spotted Rory out of the corner of my eye standing at the table. He was watching Ethan hold me with a hard look on his face. Asher leaned toward him and said something I couldn't hear. Rory's face softened. Then quickly his face was full of understanding.
"Why didn't you tell us?"
Ethan asked, his voice not like himself. I swallowed hard. "I didn't want you to think I was a freak," I whispered.
"That was dumb, beautiful. Very dumb."
I smiled into his hair. He was starting to sound like himself again. "How was band practice?" I asked. He barked a laugh once against my shoulder.
"Shitty. Beyond shitty. They wanted to kick me out, I was so bad."
He took a steady breath.
"I told them to fuck off."
I wiped my tears from my cheek. There was another knock on the door.
"Can I come in?"
Miles's voice asked. Rory must have left the door open this time.
"Will you just get in here?"
Isaac groaned at him. Ethan pulled back from me, wiping at his face, before joining the others at the table. I turned around to find Miles standing behind me. For once, he didn't hesitate. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me to him, his other hand cupping my neck, his thumb resting in front of my ear. He held my cheek against his collarbone, my forehead against his neck. I took a deep breath of his wintergreen scent and let it out. His body was relaxed against mine. "You're really here." I couldn't seem to stop saying that to them. "As long as you want me," he whispered back to me. His voice had that silky note to it. I was crying again. "Is this why you expect people to leave you?" I bit my lip before answering. "After they find out, they leave." My voice was a bit steadier, but still shaky. "Not anymore." I smiled into his shirt, soaking it with my tears. "You know, I thought you had a brain tumor." He sounded so relieved that I snorted into his shoulder. "I'm sorry." I swallowed hard before trying to make it easier on him. "And you thought you were weird." He snorted and held me a little tighter. "Unique, Lexi, unique, remember?" He whispered back to me. I gave a small nod, my face rubbing against his hoodie. I was vaguely aware of the others in the room. "How did you get out of the house?" Ethan asked from behind me. "Snuck out," Isaac answered. "I thought I saw Mom's car out there. She's going to be pissed." "Miles probably snuck out too," Isaac pointed out. "But he didn't steal his mom's car," Ethan replied. "Are you sure you're okay?" Miles asked, his voice concerned. "Do you taste anything strange? Are you numb anywhere? Has your vision changed?" I smiled into his chest. He'd been looking up the symptoms of a brain bleed. "I'm okay, Miles. Just hurting and tired," I whispered to him. "Do you need anything? I can have a doctor here in 15 minutes. I squeezed him a little tighter. That was Miles, always looking to make things better. "Hey, why didn't you warn Miles to go easy?" Isaac accused someone. "It's Miles." Several voices answered at once. I smiled against Miles's hoodie again. It wasn't much longer before Miles started to get tense against me. I let him go then and stepped back. His ears were pink as he adjusted his glasses, looking everywhere but at me. That only lasted a moment before his eyes were running over me, assessing. "So, can you please explain what's going on?" Miles asked politely. I nodded and walked back to the table. I sat down between Asher and Isaac. I looked around the table, still amazed that they were there. I was tired, wrung out, but they were there, so I started talking. "I've been seeing the dead since I was a kid. I remember seeing my first ghost at 5 years old. I kept my eyes on the table as I laid it out for them. It's usually not like this. A ghost will find me or run into me. Some need someone to listen. They tell their story to me. Others just need to be convinced that they don't belong here anymore. And some just don't realize they're dead." I looked up and met Rory's eyes. "And then there is the kind that wants to watch the world burn. They're angry. They want to cause as much pain and damage as possible." My voice cracked. I swallowed hard. Rory got up and walked into the kitchen, then brought me out a bottle of water. I smiled my thanks. I tried to open it, but my hands were shaking again. Asher took the bottle from me, opened it, then handed it back. I thanked him and took a deep drink before continuing. "All ghosts will interact with their surroundings. The sound of footsteps when no one is there, an empty chair rocking. But the other kind?" I was looking down at the table again. "They are the ones that scratch, bite, and try to jump into your body and take it over. They're the ones they make horror movies about." I looked around the group, feeling naked. I've never had to tell anyone outside the family about this. They never stuck around long enough. This was going to be harder than I thought. "Is that what happened today? You got jumped?" Ethan asked, his face turning dark. I met his eyes and nodded, then explained, my gaze on the middle of the table again. "On my first day, I saw a dead girl at the school. Judging from her clothes, I'd say she was from the 60s. She is so angry that she's dead that she wants to tear into everyone around her, make them suffer like she is. I shook my head as I remembered her. When they get like that, I just stay the hell away. I looked around at the guys again, then settled my eyes on Rory. I don't know if there is a way to help them, to stop them, or even know how to get rid of them. I finally admitted to Rory how little I actually knew. My lungs were tight as my eyes filled with tears again. A storm of emotion raced through me. I was ashamed that I didn't know the answer that I knew I should. I was embarrassed that it's taken me this long to admit it, but connecting all of that was this deep feeling of helplessness. I didn't know what I was doing. I'd been winging it for so long that I've never had the chance to figure it out. I bit my bottom lip, using the pain to chase back the tears. I really needed to stop fucking crying. It worked. I took a shaky breath and let it out slow.
If you saw her that day, why didn't she jump you then?
Asher asked, his face neutral. She tried a little. She reached out, and I told her no, I explained, my voice stronger now that I was back on a topic I knew something about. You can keep them out by putting your energy into saying no, by simply meaning it. But if they have more juice, they can keep trying. I took a drink of water before continuing. The first day she used everything she had and only managed to give me a nosebleed. Asher frowned at me.
That's why you've been getting nosebleeds at school? This ghost is attacking you every day?
Isaac asked, looking disturbed by the news. I nodded and then tried to explain. In this case, yes, though a ghost doesn't have to be attacking me. I usually get a small one just by being near a ghost for a while. It happens all the time, I tried to explain.
Hold it,
Zeke growled, his eyes on my face.
The library?
Yeah, there was a dead woman in the stacks. 2 ghosts in one day, and the physical side effects get worse.
I think I know the answer to this, but the hike?
Ethan asked, rubbing his fingers over his eyes. I bit the corner of my bottom lip before answering. Yeah, Karen Malone only wanted her body found, I admitted.
You weren't sick because of the body, were you?
Miles asked, his face blank. That had 2 parts. She walked with us for a while so she could show me where her body was.
How long?
Isaac asked, his arms crossed over his chest. Since the first time I supposedly had to find a tree, till we found her, I admitted, wincing. Rory frowned.
How long was that, boys?
Rory demanded. Oh, come on. I almost died today. Didn't that give me a don't get chewed out pass?
45 minutes to an hour,
Asher offered. Rory's eyes bored into mine. I swallowed hard.
God damn it, Lexi,
Rory shouted at me.
You can't fucking expose yourself to the dead for that long.
She stayed back mostly, I raced to explain. I only had a nosebleed for the last 10 minutes. Rory ran his hands through his hair, clearly pissed with me. But he was quiet, so I continued. At the end, when we found her body, she stood too close, and the memories of how she died kind of poured into my head. I felt everything that she did when she died. The guys cursed. Miles clenched his jaw. I usually can keep that from happening, but I was distracted at the time. I looked back at the guys and went back to what I was trying to tell them before. Basically, I get nosebleeds 2 ways. The first is just by being around a ghost. It also depends on how old the ghost is. The older they are, the more juice they have. The more juice, the faster I have a bloody nose. I took another drink before continuing. But the angry ones like to do it on purpose. I wasn't explaining this very well, so I tried again. All the angry ones want is to hurt someone most of the time. They can barely manage it on a normal person. It takes everything out of them. I swallowed, trying to get rid of the knot in my throat. Then here I come, a person sensitive to the dead, which means they don't use as much energy to hurt me as they would a normal person. I shrugged and summed up. I'm a shiny new toy to play with. There were curses all around the table. Ethan's eyes were stormy, his face dark. Isaac was frowning. Miles's eyes were unfocused. Asher seemed bewildered, and Zeke was glaring at the table, his face hard, jaw clenched. The effect was scary. His blue eyes met mine. He was shaken. He blinked, and it was gone so fast I started doubting I saw it at all. His face was like stone again.
Let's go back to this afternoon.
Rory broke the tense silence.
I know she kept you from getting to your last class on Friday. You did some research and had that theory about barriers.
Yeah, and I was wrong. She's getting more juice from somewhere, I admitted freely. I fucked up and I had no clue what to do.
How?
Rory asked. I scoffed out a laugh. I have no fucking idea, I said wearily, keeping my gaze on Rory. She shouldn't have been able to. She bulldozed me, I explained, my voice becoming hard. She took control hard and fast.
Is that why you dropped like that? She took control?
Miles asked. Sort of. I reacted fast enough that she couldn't take full control. She had control of my body. I had control of my mind. We were both too busy attacking each other for either of us to use my body. I answered him before turning back to Rory. I realized pretty damn quickly that I couldn't knock her out of me. I managed to get the upper hand long enough to get a few words out. My eyes moved to Zeke, met his gaze, then back to Rory's. After that, I could only hold her off. She realized that I was stalling. She slammed down on me and knocked me out. The last thing I remember is the back seat of a car.
If she knocked you out, then why didn't she take control of your body?
Miles asked, pushing his glasses back onto his nose. She couldn't. I was still in my body, and my body was out cold, so she did the only thing she could. I looked at Rory, hesitating.
She tried to kill her,
Rory told them for me, his face dark. Curses sounded around the table. Isaac rested his hands on his head, his fingers pressing into his scalp. Ethan was twirling one of the rings on his fingers. Asher began rubbing his neck. Miles's fingers were tapping, and Zeke was running his hand through his hair. They all looked upset or pissed to some degree. Miles's face was blank. Rory looked around the table at the guys.
She would have died if you guys weren't there, if you hadn't listened to her.
Rory swallowed hard.
Someone would have called an ambulance. She would have gone to the hospital and died. It would have looked like an aneurysm.
I watched his hands shaking. He was remembering Claire. He couldn't take this right now, not after today. Rory, I called, my voice soft. I got this now. It's okay to take a walk. Rory met my eyes, his brown eyes brimming with tears. He nodded, got up, and walked out the back door. I waited until I knew he was away from the house. I looked around the table as they looked at me questioningly. That's how my Aunt Claire died, I explained. She was 8 years old. Soft curses came from them. I leaned forward, resting my forearms on the table, determined to get it out. So if you're unconscious and you have a dead person's soul inside trying to kill you, the only thing you can do is get them out. I looked around at their faces, trying to judge how they were taking this. I didn't get much. Hot water keeps your temperature from dropping, while scrubbing with salt forces the ghost to leave.
Why salt?
Miles asked, his eyes calculating. It's a pure mineral, I'm guessing. It's the only thing my family has found that keeps the dead away. I bit my lower lip hard before looking up at them. Rory told me you guys were the ones who got me in the shower, started scrubbing with salt. I looked around the table, meeting each pair of eyes. Thank you. You guys saved my life. A tense moment followed. No one knew what to say, so naturally I had to be a smartass. I pretended to look confused. Who's the butt guy? 'Cause I've got like road rash on my ass. Everyone burst out laughing. It was a little desperate, slightly hysterical, but exactly what we needed. Miles was the first to pull it together.
You don't really, right?
Miles asked, actually looking concerned. I shook my head as another round of laughter went up, this time at Miles. When we all settled down, I grinned at them. So, that's everything. You now know all my deep, dark secrets, I told them, half joking, but mostly feeling naked in front of them. I really didn't feel like feeling this vulnerable. It made me twitchy. Seems to me, Miles began, drawing everyone's attention, pulling his cell phone out. We need to find something that will keep a ghost from touching you, correct? I smirked at his choice of words. Yes, I need a ghost condom, I told him in my most serious voice. I burst out giggling at myself as the boys groaned. A couple of them chuckled. Miles's ears turned red. I liked being a smartass. Oh, Red, that was bad, Isaac told me, still laughing. I shrugged as I stopped laughing and was serious again. I don't know if there is anything like that, I admitted, looking down at the middle of the table again. I've never really had a chance to do any research. Not with... I stopped myself before I told them about my mother. I looked up to find almost all the guys were looking at their phones. Thankfully, no one had noticed. You were just trying to survive, Lexi, Miles said absently, tapping away at his phone. Just surviving isn't good enough. We want you to thrive. Several sounds of agreement, including a grunt or two, came from around the table. I couldn't stop staring at them. They weren't leaving. I had a problem. It was freaky and weird. Instead of walking away, they were trying to find an answer. They were fucking amazing. I felt that feeling again in my chest, that feeling of being cared about. It was really going to take time to get used to it. I picked up my phone and started looking too. A while later, Rory came back inside and asked what we were all doing. Miles was explaining when Asher interrupted. Okay, I've got one. He didn't bother looking up from his phone. Rosemary, it says it's a banishing herb. How is she going to use that? Miles asked, pushing his glasses back up his nose. Maybe she could wear it? Asher offered, his eyes still on his screen. Anise can work too. Oh, wait, that can be toxic. Isaac's voice started happy but then slid into grumpy. Yeah, we're trying to keep her alive, Zeke grumbled. I found something, but it's for the house, Ethan announced, hesitating. I looked up at him and nodded, encouraging him. He looked back down at his phone and read out loud. Growing Bethany around your house will help keep evil and malicious entities out. Guess we're getting some Bethany, Rory declared. That'll have to wait till spring, though. I looked up and found him looking through his own phone. It went on like that for over several hours, the boys calling out what they found and debating the best way to use it. It was near 11 when Rory called it and sent the boys home. I gave each their own hug, thanking them again for saving my ass. Then they were gone. Rory let me go to bed for once without icing my back. Chapter 10. I bolted up in my bed, heart racing, gasping as my head throbbed. That fucking chill running down my neck. Fear tightened my chest as I snapped awake. Shit, fuck, I cursed, my eyes closed tight against the pain. Claire, that better be you, I snarled to the room. Yeah, sorry, a girl's voice replied. I felt you in trouble today. Claire must have backed up because the pain went down to manageable. I opened my eyes and turned on the lamp on my desk. I looked at my Aunt Claire from across the room. The 8-year-old was dressed in a pair of jeans with a hole in one knee and a Care Bears t-shirt from the 80s. Her face was sweet with her dark red braids down to her shoulders. Her green eyes smiled at me. I put my feet on the floor and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. Yeah, I got jumped today. My voice was still sleepy. By a ghost that shouldn't have had that much juice. I saw Claire's bad news face, the one every 8-year-old has when they don't want to tell you something. Her nose scrunched, her mouth twisted, and she squirmed. "What?" I asked immediately. Claire's shoulders lifted as if she took a breath, even though she couldn't.
"I was out of town looking for someone to help you. Someone gifted."
She shrugged and dug her shoe into the floor.
"I taught you everything I could years ago, but it's not enough."
Claire wasn't too far away for me to feel her emotions. She felt so guilty for not being able to help more. I couldn't have that. "Claire, without you, I would have died or gone insane by now," I told her honestly. "You have saved my life a lot." She looked up at me, her eyebrows raised, looking hopeful.
"Really?"
I snorted. "Really." I got the smile I loved to see from her. It made her whole face shine.
"Well, I finally found one. Someone who can help," she announced.
Everything was silent. It didn't quite compute in my head for a full minute. "Seriously?" She nodded, her braids bobbing. "Who? Where?" I couldn't even form a complete sentence.
"She has a shop in Bridgeport. It's a couple towns away around the mountain."
I got up, tore into my bag, and pulled out a notebook and pen. Claire gave me the name of the shop and the address.
"She's a witch, so she's used to working with, well, the living, but she could hear me a bit," she explained. "She might not be able to, give you lessons like I did, but she's a good place to start."
I was so happy I could have kissed her, if she had a body and all. "Claire, this is great news," I began. "What was with the bad news face?" Claire started playing with one of her braids.
"The dead here are weird. Angry. They're not right," she told me.
I raised an eyebrow. "There are always some angry ones," I offered, though my stomach was nodding. She shook her head. She looked scared.
"Not like this. Ghosts have more juice than they should, like even the newly dead. There's a whole lot of energy floating around, just waiting to be picked up."
She twirled her braid in her fingers.
"The whole area is wrong. It scares me."
Her eyes met mine.
"The other dead here scare me. I don't think I can be around them, not until it's fixed."
I nodded, suddenly very eager to get Claire out of town. How the hell was I going to fix this? Where the hell was I going to start? I couldn't have Claire scared all the time. "Okay, stay out of town, keep your head down." Claire waved her hand dismissively.
"I'll just go to the cemetery. The dead never go there."
It's strange, but true. The cemetery was always empty of the dead. When I had too many encounters with ghosts in the past, I would drive to a cemetery and sleep in the back of the Blazer. There was still a sleeping bag and pillow in there.
"That way, if you need me, you can find me."
Sounds good to me. I noticed the way she was edging towards the wall, a small smile on her face. "Are you going to pop in on Rory?" She smiled like the little kid she was.
"Yeah, just want to mess with him a bit. I'm thinking the butter dish this time. I'll see you later. Stay safe."
"You too." I shut off the light and climbed back into bed. My head wouldn't shut off. What the hell would give the dead that much juice? What can warp the dead? And why the hell was their energy just lying around to be picked up? And how the hell was I supposed to fix it? I wasn't going to sleep. I got up, turned on my laptop, and spent the next 5 hours trying to find some explanation as to why the dead would be acting so strange. I looked for every variation on the site, every religion I could, every culture I found. When my alarm went off, I still had nothing. I took a quick shower and got dressed for the day. I dressed for my mood. My favorite old pair of bootcut blue jeans, a loose black V-neck boyfriend shirt tucked into the front of my pants, and a green and gold plaid long-sleeved shirt left unbuttoned. I pulled the front half of my hair back into a small clip to keep it off my face and said fuck the rest. I heard Rory shouting downstairs about losing his keys as I was putting on my belt. It made me smile. That was Claire's favorite trick, hiding his keys in weird places. I made sure to pick up coffee on my way to school. 4 espresso shots this time. The barista had looked at me like I was nuts. I didn't care. I needed caffeine. It was overcast today. Big, thick, gray clouds hung low over the town. Please don't rain on me again. In this shirt, it would be hard to hide it if I was cold. Some blue Honda parked in my spot, so I had to park on a side street a block from the school. I didn't really care. I had coffee. I was drinking that coffee when I turned the corner into the hall and found Zeke and Asher waiting for me at my locker. Zeke in his usual black. Asher wore a button-down shirt again, but today it was open, showing a white t-shirt underneath and his tan cargo pants and a blue hoodie. Overnight, it had really started to sink in that they weren't going anywhere. A small part of me thought they were nuts. The rest of me was just grateful. "Hey," I greeted, yawning. I was trying to open my locker for the 3rd time when Zeke stepped up behind me, reached around, and grabbed the dial.
"What's the combo?"
He barked at me, but I felt numb enough that I didn't care. I gave it to him.
"Allie girl, didn't you get any sleep last night?"
Asher asked, coming over to lean against Isaac's locker. As Zeke was opening my locker, he stood close enough that I felt his body heat. "Man, you're like a furnace." I don't know why I said it, but since I did, I didn't really care. Zeke finished opening my locker for me and moved to my left to lean against the locker next to mine. I felt both of them examining my face. "About 3 hours. After Burns' sleep doesn't count as rest," I answered Asher bluntly. Then I tried for cheerful. "No rest for the ones who see dead people." Yeah, that fell flat. I looked at my bag, the coffee in my hand, then at the books. It took longer than I'd like to admit to figure out what I was going to do. I finally handed Asher my coffee and started loading my books into my bag. "I saw my Aunt Claire last night," I told them, my voice matter of fact. "She said the dead in town aren't right. Something is wrong with them. Other ghosts are also getting extra juice that's just floating around out there to be picked up." I closed my locker, then looked up at them. Asher looked surprised. Zeke's brow had drawn down. Then I realized I hadn't told them that Claire was a ghost. I waved my hand dismissively. "Oh yeah, Claire's a ghost. She's been helping me since I was 8. She's honestly the only reason I'm alive today. Don't tell Rory." I stopped talking and took a long drink of coffee. Zeke raised an eyebrow before looking at Asher.
"She sounds drunk,"
Asher told Zeke.
"You know, like her filter is shut off?"
Zeke smiled wickedly.
"We can ask whatever we want,"
Zeke said. They both looked very happy with the idea. I swallowed my drink and continued. "Anyway, it scared Claire, so she's going to hide out where there aren't any other ghosts. You know, the cemetery?" I took another drink.
"There aren't any ghosts at the cemetery?" Asher asked. "That's weird."
"Why is that weird? You don't see people in the cemetery, so why would the dead want to be there?" I asked, as if it was obvious. I took another drink. I was halfway through my giant coffee. My brain was starting to wake up. I blinked and looked up at them. "Coffee is cure for no filter. If you have questions, ask them now," I warned, my voice turning sing-song. Yeah, I was extremely tired.
"What do you really think of my sister, Jessica?"
Asher asked, his face excited. I blew a raspberry. "Bully, bitch, and a drama queen. I would have told you that normally." They both started laughing as I took a long drink of coffee. It was finally starting to kick in, though I still couldn't really control my mouth.
"What's your favorite kind of food?"
Zeke asked, grinning. "Chinese."
"What's your favorite color?"
Asher asked. I took another drink and gestured to my clothes. "Take a guess."
"What, the green or black?"
Zeke asked. "Both." Finally, the coffee kicked in and my brain woke up.
It was like I was in a haze and now everything was sharp. All my gears were finally moving again. I blinked hard a couple of times and looked up at the boys. "And you're out of time." The boys burst out laughing again.
"What did we miss?"
I turned to see Isaac and Ethan just joining us. Ethan in all black again, with his silver hoops in his ear. Isaac wore a bright blue hoodie today, orange shirt and dark blue jeans.
"Apparently when Lexi gets really, really tired, her filter shuts off,"
Asher announced, holding back another laugh.
"We've been asking her questions the last couple of minutes,"
Zeke chimed in.
"Ooh, I want in on this."
Isaac got excited. Too late. My coffee kicked in. His smile dropped.
"Oh, that's not fair,"
Isaac whined. "Before I forget," Asher tapped my shoulder. "I picked this up this morning." He handed me a little brown bottle labeled rosemary oil. "Asher, you are my hero for the day, and if it works, you'll be for the week, maybe month, possibly year," I told him happily as I opened the bottle. There was a plastic ball for rolling, just like on a perfume bottle. I quickly rolled a bit on my wrists, on both sides of my neck. Then, for an extra measure, I pulled out the neck of my shirt and rolled some between my breasts, right over my heart. I knew I was kind of flashing the guys, but I was wearing a bra. I was covered. While I was doing that, a guy was walking by, watching me. He slowed down as if to keep watching. "Keep walking," I snapped, as I pulled the bottle out and readjusted my shirt. The guys burst out laughing, and the guy hurried off.
That, was quite a sight there, Lexi,"
Ethan said, smiling.
"That was a good view, but I think Zeke got a better one,"
Isaac replied. I stopped to think about that. Zeke was 2 heads taller than I was. I reached the middle of his chest, and he was standing right next to me, towering over me. Then again, Asher was a head and a half taller than I was.
"Yeah, a great view,"
Zeke admitted. I looked up at Asher, whose cheeks were slightly pink. Asher had a great view, too. I sighed. I know I should be embarrassed. A normal girl would be blushing like hell right now. But I have nice breasts. Anyway, it was kind of nice to see that they remembered I was a girl once in a while. I clapped once. "Okay, let's stop talking about my breasts."
"You guys were talking about her chest?"
Miles asked, his face full of disbelief as he walked up to fill in the circle.
"Not anymore,"
Ethan answered. I was looking closely at Miles. His hair didn't look like it was combed. He had big bags under his eyes. He was also wearing a collared shirt buttoned all the way up. "Miles, are you okay?" I asked, worrying more the longer I looked at him. Miles's mouth made a tense line before answering.
"You guys know how hard I sleep, right?"
"Yeah, you work until you pass out," Asher supplied.
"Well, I woke up last night to my room freezing cold, as in ice actually forming on the windows cold,"
Miles began. My heart dropped. I was afraid I knew where he was going with this. He stepped in closer to us and lowered his voice.
"Then something was choking me, really choking me."
Miles undid the top 2 buttons and pulled his shirt away. 5 bruised smudges were in the shape of fingertips wrapped around his throat. My stomach knotted as fear raced through me. That wasn't possible. Ghosts didn't leave their haunting grounds. They couldn't jump from place to place. Claire was an exception because she was psychic when she was alive, but I doubt Bitch Ghost was. Seeing those smudges on Miles's neck terrified me. Not for myself, but for the guys. Deep inside, something ignited and began a slow burn.
I was about to pass out when it finally let go.
My room smelled like patchouli. I kept my face completely calm. There was no reason to freak the guys out. I held out the bottle of oil. "Let's have everyone put this on," I suggested, my voice light like it wasn't a big deal when I added, "And let's have everyone sleep over at my house tonight just to be safe." I was going to stick those guys in a salt circle so fast their heads were going to spin. Rory, too, if I had to.
You sure that's a good idea?
Isaac asked, rolling the oil along his neck. Yes, can't you see I'm freaking out here? I nodded, keeping up my fake calm. Yeah, I think all of us in the same house would be the best option. Asher handed me back the oil after everyone was done. I took it and tucked it into my pocket.
Is Rory going to be cool with this?
Ethan asked. No, he's going to kill me, bring me back, and kill me again. Having guys over was one thing. Having them sleep over was entirely another. Oh yeah, I'll explain what's happening. He'll agree once he knows what's going on. I lied through my teeth. Hell, he might if he let me explain it all before he strangled me. The first bell rang. Bring pillows, sleeping bags, jammies, and clothes for tomorrow, all right? I waited until everyone agreed to spend the night at Rory's house. Everyone headed to class except Zeke and Miles, who were both watching me with a strange look on their faces. I picked up my bag and walked around the corner, in the exact opposite direction of my class. I all but ran across campus. I had to find a way to protect the guys. I couldn't let them get hurt because of me. How the fuck did she change locations? Fuck, she should have popped back to the campus yesterday, drained as a fucking dead battery. What the fuck is going on? I don't know what the fuck to do. This shouldn't be happening. When I figure out, I'm going to rip that ghost to shreds. By the time I reached the edge of campus, my chest was tight, and it was a little hard to breathe.
Lexi.
I looked over my shoulder to see Zeke striding towards me. His face was determined. I don't remember my train of thought, but I knew that Zeke would stop me from leaving, and I had to go. We needed answers. I turned away from him and ran across the street. Zeke's boots speed up behind me. My heart slammed against my ribs as I jumped onto the curb in front of me and kept going. I spotted the blazer at the end of the block and pumped my arms harder. I was halfway there before Zeke caught me. A thick arm snagged me around the waist. I was yanked off my feet, my butt slamming into his stomach, my back against his chest. I pushed my weight forward, trying to make him drop me, when his other arm wrapped around my chest. His arm between my breasts, his hand on my right shoulder, pinning me back against his chest. I swung my legs around, cursing at him. It did nothing. He was as steady as a rock. "Let me go!" I snarled through my teeth. I lifted my legs as high as I could and threw them out, trying to knock him off balance. He budged, barely.
"When you calm down,"
he promised calmly. I didn't want calm. I wasn't calm, so how could he be calm? I yanked at his arm across my chest, using everything I had. "I have to go," I yelled, swinging my legs again, hoping to get one of his legs. He dodged and lifted me higher, taking my shorter legs out of range. My head tilted back. My face was looking up at the sky.
"You have to stop freaking out,"
he growled against my neck. "I will scream, Zeke. I swear to God," I warned him, trying to slam my head against his, hoping to stun him. He pressed his face against my neck, dodging me.
"Go ahead. I think they'll believe me over you right now anyway."
His voice never lost that annoying calm. "You have no idea what's going on," I shouted, hitting my fist against his arm across my chest.
"You're freaking out. That's what's going on."
"Of course I'm freaking out. I don't know what the fuck to do," I yelled vehemently. I stopped fighting Zeke and covered my face with shaking hands. Out of breath, I rubbed my hands down my face, resting them against his arm across my chest. "You have no idea how bad this is," I told him, tears running down my face and past my earlobes. "Miles got hurt. That shouldn't have happened. They aren't supposed to change locations like that." I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. It was all I could do. Zeke had me completely pinned against him. "Claire is scared of the other ghosts in town. Something is fucking with them. There is energy flying everywhere." I took a breath, my voice getting quieter. I'm in over my head, and I'm taking you guys with me. That was it. I was out of fight. I hung limply in Zeke's arms, my hands resting against his forearm.
I'm guessing it's Miles getting hurt that's bothering you the most?
Zeke asked. I nodded, the back of my head rubbing against his shoulder, tears still falling as I looked up at the gray sky. It happened to him. It can happen to you and the others. I took a shaking breath. I can't let that happen. Not because of me. He was silent for a heartbeat.
Baby, this isn't your fault.
His voice was gentle. The scruff on his face rubbed on my neck as he spoke.
Miles didn't get hurt because of you.
I shook my head. He was wrong. He did. It's all my fault. Yes, he did. If I wasn't here, none of you would be in danger.
Did you send a ghost over to Miles's house? Are you the one who amped up the power to the dead in town?
He asked me. His voice was soft and full of understanding. I sniffed and wiped my tears away from my face. No.
Then you aren't the one who caused it,
he pointed out logically.
Whatever this is, it was happening before you even got here.
I was quiet for several minutes, going over what he said in my mind. Zeke stood like a rock, waiting patiently in the middle of the sidewalk. Was he right? I knew I didn't cause the energy floating around, and I knew I didn't send Bitch Ghost over to Miles, and Claire did say the whole area is wrong, and I've only been here for a few days. I cursed. Zeke was right. I wasn't the one who hurt Miles. I hadn't started this, but I sure as hell was going to end it. I swallowed hard, took a big, calming breath, and let it out. Then, as usual, I was a smartass. Well, if you're going to bring logic into it, I was starting to feel better than I had since getting jumped. I was going to find whoever hurt Miles and beat them into the bedrock, magically speaking, maybe physically, if it was possible. Zeke smiled against my neck. He slowly lowered me to the ground. He removed the arm across my chest, then let go of my waist. I turned around, looking up at him. His face was soft, his eyes understanding as they met mine. How did you know I was leaving? Zeke's mouth made that half grin. He reached out and started brushing my crazy hair away from my face.
It's what I would do,
he admitted.
If someone hurt someone I cared about, I'd make a plan, find who did it, and tear them apart,
he admitted. He reached up and tucked some hair behind my ear out of my face. His eyes unfocused as he thought about it for a second.
Sometimes I skip the planning part.
I was thinking more about protecting you guys, finding answers, I told him, then tearing Bitch Ghost apart. Zeke smiled down at me. He reached out and lifted my chin with a finger, his thumb on the middle of my chin, grazing my bottom lip.
There's my girl,
he said quietly. I raised an eyebrow at him as he dropped his hand. What?
You've been looking entirely too scared to me since yesterday.
His smirk was back.
You've got that fire back in your eyes.
Stepping back, he rubbed his thumb against his jeans.
You look more like you again.
It was strange. I felt more like me again. Was forgetting myself a side effect of getting jumped? I never really thought about it. How did you know I was freaking out? I asked, picking my book bag up from where I dropped it.
I didn't. Miles did. He said you were way too calm and way too cheerful.
He picked up his bag from the sidewalk.
He knew I was going to follow to see if you actually went to class. He warned me you might be having a freak out. Well, he said panic attack.
I snorted at him, shaking my head. Miles was way too observant. His eyes met mine again.
Did you really think you could outrun me?
I sighed, but reluctantly admitted the truth. Wasn't much thinking involved. He snorted before his face turned serious.
I take it you have a plan, he asked.
I nodded. Claire gave me a lead on someone who might be able to help me. She runs a store over in Bridgeport. Zeke took a slow, deep breath, running his hand through his hair for a couple seconds. Then he dropped his arm.
Then let's go.
Wait, what? He wanted to come? I didn't want to bother any of them with this. You don't need to come. It's a store. I shouldn't have a problem. I tried to reassure him, but he seemed to be ignoring me. He grabbed my hand and gave me a tug to get me moving towards the blazer.
You're not going anywhere alone, he ordered. Until that ghost is dealt with, I want one of us with you as much as possible.
He seemed to think on that.
Well, not in the bathroom, but someone is standing outside the door. Yeah, that's happening.
I laughed, hoping he was kidding. He gave my hand a squeeze as we walked to my truck. Before leaving town, I stopped and picked up some money from Rory's emergency jar. If this woman had anything to protect the guys, I was buying it. I'd make it up to Rory later. 2 towns over in the mountains turned out to be an hour and a half on curving roads. We talked about the music we each liked as we fought over the radio. I demanded that he listen to a few girly pop songs just to mess with them. He bitched and complained the whole time as if it was killing him. It wasn't until I had to pull over because I was laughing so hard that he realized I was messing with him.
That's cruel, Lexi. Real cruel.
He sounded angry, but he was still smirking. I pulled back onto the 2-lane road, unrepentant. We talked about school, his work at the garage and the guys. He was in the middle of telling me a story about Ethan and a blonde chick when we reached Bridgeport. Bridgeport was bigger than Spring Mountain, about double the size. I handed Zeke the address, and he looked up the directions to the store. It wasn't long before we parked in the gravel parking lot in front of a cute building that looked like a small cabin, complete with front porch. I got out and walked around my truck, my stomach in knots. Zeke was a comforting presence next to me. Okay, yeah, I was glad he came along. I bit the corner of my lower lip before walking up the steps. Wind chimes were tinkling in the small breeze as I opened the half-glass door with an open sign hanging from it. I stepped in and looked around. Shelves were everywhere, packed full of all sorts of things. Crystals, small statues, books, you name it, and it was here. The store felt cramped simply by all the shelves. Lavender tickled my nose as I walked to the counter. Behind the counter was even more shelves, but these were stuffed with jars of all sizes, and they reached the ceiling. I was looking at a ladder that hooked to a rail in front of the shelves when someone stepped out from behind a cloth curtain in the back of the shop. She was stunning, skin the color of mocha, clear and flawless. I instantly wanted to ask what skincare products she used and go buy them for myself. I pushed that thought away and focused. She had high cheekbones, a small chin, and big silvery eyes. Her hair hung to her shoulders, a mass of brown spiral curls. She was wearing a loose purple sweater and white skirt. Her eyes ran over me, assessing. I got the distinct impression she was seeing more than just the surface. She started to frown, then quickly covered it with a welcoming smile. "Welcome to Serenity. Is there anything I can help you with?" She stepped forward, her hands clasped in front of her. I felt Zeke step closer behind me, his presence, reassuring. "Claire sent me," I said. Her smile disappeared. Her eyes ran over me again. When she met my eyes, her eyebrows drew down. Her mouth pursed. "You're in trouble, girl," she announced, her voice matter of fact. "You're about running on empty, and that is not a good place to be." She gestured for us to follow before turning around and heading back through the curtain. "Come on, we can talk back here." I followed her behind the curtain. She led us down a short hallway into a small kitchen in the back. "Have a seat." She gestured toward the 2-seater table. I looked at Zeke as he settled himself, leaning against the right wall a couple feet from the table. I sat down in the chair closest to him and watched the woman put a tea kettle on the stove. When she turned back, she was frowning again as she joined me at the table. "You must be Alexis." She gave me a small smile. "I'm Serena. I know a little of what I could get from Claire." Her eyes narrowed on my face. "Now, you tell me, what have you been dealing with?" That was all it took. Once I started talking, I couldn't seem to stop. I told her everything, from my first ghost at 5 to Claire protecting me all the way up to this morning. It took a while. During that time, the tea kettle whistled. She poured 3 mugs of tea, handed 2 to us, and sat down with hers, all the while still listening intently. By the end, my voice was rough. I sipped my now cold tea and waited. She looked at me, her face full of sympathy. "Alexis, from what you're telling me, you don't have the sight," she announced. My world stopped. My heart gave a hard thump. This had come out of nowhere, out of any scenario I could imagine. This one never came to mind. She didn't believe me? I had to make her believe me. She was the only lead I had. "I see the dead," I stated clearly, my mind racing. She waved her hand as she finished sipping her tea. "Oh, I don't doubt that at all." She put her cup down. Her eyes met mine, assessing me. "The dead find you, yes?" I nodded. "They can try to possess you, hurt you, and you can push them back, like you did at school that first day, right?" I nodded again, having no clue where she was going with this. Her face was soft as she continued. "Those with sight are only witnesses. They are seers. They see what is really there. You see everything and interact with the dead." For some reason, her words filled me with dread. Interacting with the dead didn't seem good, or healthy, or anywhere close to normal. I focused on what she was saying. "You're a necromancer, Alexis." My mind went blank. I had no clue what the hell that was. "A what now?" Her face was patient as she explained. "A necromancer. You can control the dead." She picked up her tea and brought it to her mouth. "And a natural talent, too. That is incredibly rare." She took a sip. I was already shaking my head. "I can't control any of it. They control my life. If I sleep, if I can even function." I trailed off, not knowing what else to say. Her silver eyes were full of understanding as she put down her mug. "That's because you are still growing into your abilities," she told me gently. "This gift you have hasn't even finished growing to its full potential." "You mean it's going to get worse?" I asked, not wanting to believe it. Serena shook her head gently. "Not worse, just more. You'll see more, new and different things." Her eyes ran over me again. "It'll scare the heck out of you whenever you see something new." She smiled gently. "When that happens, you need to figure out what you saw. The more you see, the more you learn, the more you'll be able to protect yourself." Her mouth pressed into a tight line. "And for that, you'll need control." Her eyes shifted to Zeke. "Your friends had the right idea. Finding charms, herbs, stones, even incantations that will keep the dead away are exactly what you need right now." She shook her head. "You have very thin natural barriers as it is, and they are completely down. Your resources are non-existent. You're one soul away from death right now." The leather of Zeke's motorcycle jacket creaked as he shifted. I latched on to what she had said. "I read about barriers, but I don't think I really understand it," I admitted. She smiled at me. She seemed happy to get a question out of me. "Have you noticed that sometimes you can be around one kind of spirit longer than a different kind? That the more dead you see, the faster they affect you?" "Yeah," I said slowly. I had actually noticed that over the years. When it got too much, I'd go sleep at a cemetery.
That's your natural barrier wearing down. She swallowed and tried to explain. It's like a seawall. The energy of the spirits are the waves wearing down your barriers, and the older the spirit or more angry, the harder the waves hit the wall, tearing it down faster. So the more juice they have, the faster they'll tear through her barriers?
Zeke spoke up for the first time. Serena nodded before turning back to me.
You have to take care of yourself to keep your barriers strong, especially you.
That means getting at least 8 hours of sleep, eating right, exercising. Her voice grew stern.
These are not options for you. You have to do this if you want to survive.
If she was trying to scare me, she'd be happy to know she did. My gut was knotted and my heart racing. Her hand reached out and took mine.
But none of this explains why you're in constant pain right now. Show me your back, she ordered softly.
It was very clear to me that I wasn't going to get a choice in this. I sighed and took off my jacket, then my plaid. Serena got up and walked around the table to stand directly behind me. I pulled up the back of my shirt, fighting off memories.
Did you do this to her?
Serena hissed.
Fuck no,
Zeke snapped. It was my mother, I shot over my shoulder. I didn't like her accusing Zeke. I turned my gaze back to the table. I felt small, smooth fingertips on my back and instantly knew it was Serena.
This might also explain why you're having so much trouble.
Serena walked around the table and sat back in her chair. I let my shirt fall back down.
Repressed emotions will tear you apart just as easily as a spirit.
I haven't exactly had time to process anything. I couldn't keep the sarcasm from my voice. I changed the subject before she could push further. How can a ghost leave their hunting grounds? Serena blinked at me.
They don't.
This one did. I explained about Miles and the choking. Serena's brow furrowed.
If she had enough energy, she could hitchhike.
She looked back at me. Attach herself to someone and ride along with them. If she had a whole lot more, she could direct a person towards where she wanted, then walk up to the door. She shrugged at me, looking uncertain. This ghost had more juice than she should have, I told her, and from what Claire told me, she wasn't the only one in town. She also said there was a lot of energy floating around, waiting to be picked up. Serena tilted her head back, her features blank. What does that mean? Is something happening? Does it happen sometimes, then settles down? Serena's lips pursed.
It means someone is messing with things that should be left alone. They are messing with the natural order on some level.
She told me, her eyes on the table.
Someone is behind it, and you'll need to find out whom.
She sighed, her hands smoothing the tablecloth.
I'm sorry, Alexis. The dead really aren't my field. I specialize with the living.
She licked her lips before meeting my eyes again.
This is your field, so it's your responsibility to fix it. You need to find a way to take control of your gifts, and I don't know how to help you.
Her eyes narrowed at me as if something had just occurred to her.
But I might be able to get you in the right direction.
I nodded. I'll take anything I could get. What about my friends? Is there anything that can protect them from the dead right now? I couldn't help the small bit of anxiety in my voice. Her eyes were full of sympathy as she answered.
That I can help you with.
Over the next hour, we collected stones, charms, jewelry, herbal oils, and even a couple of books from around the shop, an herbal ointment for my bruises, a salt scrub that would remove any hitchhiking ghosts, and the instructions on how to make it for myself. Serena told me not to get close to a ghost for at least 3 days to give my mind some rest, 6 for complete recovery. Zeke enthusiastically agreed. Serena refused to charge me for everything. When I objected, she waved her hand at me. "Oh, honey, most of my business is done online. I mostly deal in special herbs, soaps, and candles. I don't even really need this inventory anymore." I had to fight the urge to hug her. It was so much stuff that Zeke had to make 2 trips to the truck. We were standing on the front porch, saying goodbye, as Zeke was taking out the last box, when Serena pointed at Zeke. "That boy has been through hell," Serena whispered. I looked over at Zeke, putting the box in the back of the truck. "How do you know?" I asked. Serena smiled sadly. "His aura, it's scarred." She squinted at him. "But healed mostly." She turned to me. "It's one of my gifts. I can see to the heart of the person through their aura." I raised an eyebrow. "What does that mean?" "He's built a wall around himself so thick it's hard for anything to get through." She was looking at Zeke again as he pulled his cell phone out and answered. "It looks like he's almost closed himself off, but there is still a crack he's left open." She made a humph noise. "If anyone gets in and hurts him, it'll be devastating." She looked at me. "Keep an eye on him." She ran her gaze over me, her eyes unfocused. "You'll have that scarring too if you don't deal with your emotions about your mother. Or the other thing." Serena's eyes focused again. I blinked at her. Then I realized what she was talking about. My shoulders tensed. "That was a year ago. I've dealt with it," I told her, not understanding where she was going with it. "I'm over it. I've moved on." Why was she bringing this up now? "You think you have, but now you're quicker to anger, to violence." I bit the inside of my lip. She was right, but I really didn't want to admit it. "You've been closing yourself off over the last year, trying not to feel." She leaned in and made eye contact with me. "Deal with it, or scar." My lungs felt stiff as I nodded. Mental note, deal with your shit. Zeke walked to the base of the stairs and stopped, still talking on the phone. "I can't tell you how grateful I am for all this. You have no idea," I said, changing the subject. Serena smiled sweetly. "Oh, yes, I do. I was once where you are." Her eyes ran over me as she smiled. "Well, not exactly, but everyone starts somewhere." She held out a slip of paper. It was an address. "This is in case you need more help than I have given you. It's in case of an emergency. It's a Catholic church in Boulder, Colorado. Ask for Father Francis. Tell him you see the dead. You'll have to prove it, which isn't hard. There's a spirit always hanging around him. He might be able to give you a little more oomph against the dead and worse things." "Thank you so much." I thanked her again. I couldn't seem to stop. For the first time in my life, I had hope that I might be able to control this. I just needed the right information. "Do your research. Find a way to control this. No spirits for 6 days," she told me seriously. Then she smiled. "And come back if you need any advice." I agreed that I would. I walked to Zeke on the stairs. He was still on the phone. He turned and headed toward the truck, still talking. "No, Isaac, we're not going after the bitch ghost. Lexi had a lead and we followed it. We'll be back soon." His gaze went to me. "And pick up Lexi's homework from her teachers. Mine too." Zeke was quiet. I could hear Isaac bitching from here. "Do it." He hung up and tucked his phone away. "The guys just realized we were missing." I winced. After yesterday, they must have been pissed. We climbed into the truck and buckled up. "They thought we were going after Bitch Ghost and they wanted a piece of the action." I burst out laughing. I couldn't really blame them. Someone hurt Miles, they wanted to return the favor.